Made by Fiction Logs.
Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Next Anime Multiverse Novel Volume 1. Brilliant sunlight poured over the vast mountains, painting a golden landscape, but the boy's mood was far from bright. He appeared to be about 10 years old, handsome, with black hair draping over his shoulders. Despite clearly being a young child, his face bore a sorrow that didn't match his age. The boy wore only a dark red dragon scale patterned scarf around his upper body, and his small frame already showed traces of defined muscles. "Klein, come duel with me. Today, I'm definitely going to beat you." The boy sighed. Upon hearing the challenge from behind, he felt no desire to respond. Tilting his head slightly, the boy named Klein easily dodged the small fist coming his way. "Hey, Natsu, haven't you learned your lesson yet?" As he spoke, Klein raised his arm and punched the other boy squarely in the face. "Damn it, I lost to Klein again." The pink-haired boy's eyes turned into spiraling swirls as he collapsed backward. But soon he bounced back up and pointed at Klein. "One day I'll surpass you. Just you wait." After shouting his threat, he noticed Klein lifting his fist again and quickly turned to run away. "Haha, Natsu's still full of energy, huh?" A massive voice came from above, but Klein showed no sign of alarm. The shadow that had been covering Klein shifted. It wasn't cast by a tree or mountain, but by an enormous creature. Looking closer, it was clearly a giant dragon covered in red scales, with sharp fangs and claws. This dragon had been shielding Klein from the sun with its massive body, protecting him. Klein sighed and said, "Igneel, you shouldn't spoil Natsu all the time. You should be stricter with him once in a while." The giant dragon named Igneel let out a human-like laugh and said, "Enough with the petty complaints. You and Natsu are both growing up wonderfully." Klein smiled and shook his head. He wholeheartedly agreed with Igneel. After all, he knew exactly what kind of person Natsu would grow up to be. Because Natsu's full name was Natsu Dragneel of Athelrias, the protagonist of this world. That's right, this world was the very one depicted in the manga fairytail that Klein had read before. Klein himself was what people would call a transmigrator. Though his previous life as an office worker had its share of frustrations, waking up to a giant maw on his face and realizing he'd become a baby had nearly broken Klein mentally. Fortunately, the owner of that mouth was a sentient and intelligent being, a massive dragon that only existed in fantasy. Even more fortunately, that dragon happened to be one of the most human-friendly of its kind. And so, Klein was adopted by this dragon, which saved him from having to start thinking about what name he'd get in his next reincarnation. When he learned the dragon's name was Igneel, Klein immediately realized what world he had arrived in. Sure enough, when Klein turned 3, a pink-haired child appeared beside Igneel. That was Natsu, the protagonist of this world. Incidentally, Klein's full name in this world was Klein Gidofmir, meaning Child of the Meteor. According to Igneel, Klein appeared before him along with a falling star. Klein's body was also unusual. Having gone through the trouble of transmigrating, he naturally had a golden finger of his own. Besides being familiar with the story and possessing exceptional mental strength, Klein had a unique physique, one that could absorb and contain any kind of magic without adverse effects, like the sea accepting all rivers. In other words, Dragon Slayer magic wouldn't have the side effect of dragonification on him. That's why Igneel confidently taught him Dragon Slayer magic. Unlike the young and impulsive Natsu, the more mature Klein learned far more magic knowledge from Igneel, and later from Anna Heartfilia, the celestial spirit mage. Naturally, Klein became much stronger than Natsu at this stage. Since Natsu began learning Dragon Slayer magic, he had challenged Klein 616 times and had lost every single one. But Natsu never got discouraged. Maybe that's just the nature of a hot-blooded protagonist. Igneel lowered his head, and young Klein instinctively leaned beside him. The dragon and the boy fell into a quiet silence. After a long while, Igneel finally spoke. "The time is almost here." Klein was silent for a while, then asked with a trembling voice, "Is there really no other way?" Igneel didn't answer, but his silence said it all. Everything originated from the existence known as Acnologia, the dragon slayer mage who had completely turned into the Dragon King. Originally human, Acnologia was betrayed by trusted dragons, who took everything from him. Driven by hatred, he trained in dragon slayer magic, determined to exterminate all dragons. As his dragon power awakened and he killed more and more dragons, he eventually transformed completely into a black dragon. At the same time, he lost all human emotions and reason. He had long become the embodiment of destruction, the black wings that devoured all light. At the time, some people realized that Acnologia would eventually threaten the safety of the entire world and that preparations had to be made. Among those people were Zeref, who would later be called the Black Wizard, and Anna Heartfilia, the teacher of Klein and other children. Zeref in particular, who had lost his parents and younger brother to dragons, had been preparing to defeat the Black Dragon King all along. Not just humans. Among dragons, a faction led by Igneal also devised a plan. Igneal and 4 other dragons would each teach a chosen child Dragon Slayer magic. After all, only Dragon Slayer magic could counter dragons. Then, with the help of Anna Heartfilia and her descendant Layla Heartfilia, they would activate the Eclipse Gate in both eras, sending these children, symbols of hope, 400 years into the future, where magic was abundant. To prevent the side effect of dragonification from the magic, Igneal would use the Soul Dragon technique to enter Natsu's body and create antibodies to suppress the dragon seed. Of course, it was also so that he could settle things with Acnologia when they met again 400 years later. Thanks to Acnologia's Dragon Slayer magic, the souls of all dragons had actually been extracted and destroyed. Choosing to sleep inside the children's bodies was their only option. But that meant Igneal had to part with Klein and Natsu. Their next meeting would be a true farewell. Although Igneal was a dragon, Klein could feel his genuine love for both Natsu and himself. He had long regarded Igneal as family. Sometimes, Klein even envied Natsu. He could remain carefree and ignorant of everything. Sensing Klein's sorrow, Igneal suddenly said, "Don't look so down." He extended his claw and tapped Klein on the chest. "I'll always be watching over you and Natsu, but I'm going to count on you from now on. That reckless Natsu needs his older brother to take care of him." Klein looked at Igneal and solemnly nodded. Farewell came without warning. One morning, when Klein gently moved Natsu's leg off of him and stepped out of their mountain cave, Igneal was already gone. Even though he knew Igneal was now inside Natsu's body, Klein couldn't stop the wave of sadness that washed over him. Just then, a blonde woman appeared in his line of sight. "Teacher Anna," Klein greeted weakly. It was none other than Anna Heartfilia, Klein's teacher and the key executor of Igneal's plan. Understanding Klein's feelings, Anna reached out to gently ruffle his hair. "You've worked hard." Anna knew the burden Klein carried, and it made her care all the more for her most mature student. Klein shook his head and said, "This was Igneal's decision, and also a promise between him and me. It's not hard at all." With that, he turned back into the cave and carried the still snoring Natsu, his nose bubble wobbling on his back. "Teacher Anna, let's go," Klein said with determination. Anna nodded and led Klein to their prearranged destination. In front of them stood a massive gate, so large even a dragon like Igneal could pass through with ease. The door was engraved with star charts and pointer designs, giving it a majestic aura. The Eclipse Gate, a super magic apparatus created by Zeref. By using celestial spirit power to lock onto different time spaces, it enabled time travel. It could only be opened using the 12 most powerful golden keys from celestial spirit magic. In front of the gate, 4 other young children were already waiting. Like Natsu, they were all in deep sleep, likely due to the dragons having entered their bodies. Anna looked at Klein and the other 5 children and said, "Now we go to the future, 400 years from now." "Ow, ow, ow!" Klein rubbed his arm as he got up from the ground. That fall from this spatial rift had definitely not been gentle. If not for his body growing stronger after learning Dragon Slayer magic, that fall alone could have seriously injured him. Klein never imagined something would go wrong when crossing the Eclipse Gate. Just moments ago, after stepping into the gate that Anna had opened, a magic circle suddenly expanded from his body for no apparent reason. At first, he thought it was a normal part of passing through the eclipse gate, but then he saw a look of panic appear on Anna's face. Only then did Klein realize that something was wrong with him. He had no time to think. He could only toss Natsu to Anna behind him before being swallowed by the magic circle himself. When Klein saw light again, he was plummeting through the air, eventually crashing hard into the ground. It took a long while for him to regain his senses before he stood up and started inspecting his surroundings. Hopefully, I didn't stray too far from Natsu's era. If I'm off by 100 or 200 years, that's going to be a real problem. Halfway through his sentence, Klein suddenly froze. His eyes locked on something in the distance, as if he had seen something unbelievable. It was a massive skull, as large as a small mountain. But aside from its size, the shape was bizarre. In addition to the standard 2 eye sockets, there was a circular indentation in the center of its forehead, as though an eye had once grown there. On either side of the skull were 2 enormous curved horns. There was no way this belonged to a normal creature. It looked much more like the skull of a demon god. Klein pinched himself. He had thought that a mishap with the eclipse gate would only send him to a different point in time. He never expected to be transported to an entirely different world. Such a distinctive landmark made it easy for Klein to recognize where he was. He had left the world of fairytail and entered another magical realm. This was the world of black, 3, 4, 5. Who knows how many leaves that clover had? Though like the fairytale world in that it revolved around magic, the nature of magic in this world was completely different. In this world, the amount of mana a person possessed was determined at birth, and even the type of magic one could use wasn't something learned, it was an innate gift. True potential could only be awakened at the age of 15 when one received their grimoire. That's right, the grimoire was the most important thing in this world. The size, thickness, and appearance of the grimoire varied from person to person. Grimoires chose their owners, making the moment one received theirs the first true test of their magical talent. Fellow, there were 4 countries in this world, and the crest on each grimoire differed depending on the country. The main events of the story took place in the Clover Kingdom, where grimoires bore the 3-leaf clover symbol. And the number of leaves on the clover also represented the bearer's magical aptitude. At this moment, Klein was on the border of the Clover Kingdom, in the village of Haga, hometown of the protagonist, Asta. Klein sighed, his face full of worry. This kind of accident had never been part of his plan, and even someone as mentally mature as he was found himself at a loss. Lifting both hands, he slapped his cheeks hard, encouraging himself, "No, it's way too soon to give up now. Don't forget the promise with Igneel. Natsu is still waiting." Klein quickly adjusted his mindset. He had long understood a truth in his past life. Every problem stemmed from a lack of ability. This was a world magic, and magic meant the power of miracles. Even traversing worlds wasn't out of the question. The magic circle that appeared on his body when he was brought here was proof enough of that. Grumble. Just as Klein was feeling pumped up again, he instantly deflated, his whole body going limp. Come to think of it, he hadn't eaten since yesterday. Ever since learning Dragon Slayer magic, his body had become stronger thanks to the influence of dragon power, and his nutritional needs had also skyrocketed. He wasn't as bad as Luffy from that pirate world, who looked like a shriveled corpse if he skipped a meal, but hunger still made Klein sluggish and powerless. Clutching his empty stomach, Klein dragged his weary feet toward the skull of the demon god. Although he had read the original work in his past life, Klein had no idea about the specific terrain. He knew Haga village was near the demon god's skull, but from where he stood, there was no sign of a village. His only option was to head toward the skull, hoping to run into someone and maybe get some food. The demon god's skull was even bigger than Klein imagined, so even though he could see it, hours of walking barely brought him any closer. It was like chasing a mirage. His stamina was almost completely drained by the time he realized how far it really was. Despite having the physique of a dragon slayer and far exceeding a normal 10-year-old, Klein still had his limits. He picked a tree and leaned against it, sighing at his misfortune. Half conscious, Klein just wanted to fall asleep. Suddenly, a sweet aroma drifted over. Klein twitched his nose and snapped his eyes open, then grabbed whatever was being handed to him and stuffed it into his mouth. It was something similar to a sweet potato. The texture was nothing like the improved varieties he'd eaten in his past life. It was dry and so fibrous it nearly made him choke. But to someone starving like Klein, it was a rare delicacy. While devouring the food, Klein looked up at his savior. The person before him was short, clearly about the same age as Klein, yet half a head shorter. He wore coarse clothing and a headband, with short gray hair and a big, bright smile on his face. "Your stomach's been growling non-stop. You must have been starving." Klein recognized him instantly. Asta, the main protagonist of this world. The hot-blooded youth often called the Screaming Emperor by countless fans. In this world where mana was everything, Asta had none at all. Yet he never gave up on his dream of becoming the Wizard King, a boy who embodied pure perseverance and determination. He once said that never giving up was his magic. For that reason, Klein had liked him a lot in the past. After swallowing the food, still far from full, Klein at least regained some strength. He leapt up and said, "You really helped me out. I'm Klein Gidifmir. Nice to meet you." Asta replied with equal energy, "I'm Asta from Hog Village. Great to meet you too." Klein couldn't help but think, no wonder they called him the Screaming Emperor. Even at such a young age, the kid had lungs like a lion. Asta asked, "So, where are you from, Klein? I've never seen you around before." Klein answered, "I'm from a very faraway place. This is my first time here." Stars sparkled in Asta's eyes. "You're traveling all by yourself at such a young age? That's amazing." Asta assumed Klein was a lone traveler, and Klein didn't correct him. A traveler was definitely easier to accept than a world hopper. So Klein said, "It's not too bad, but I plan to stay here for a while. I'll be counting on you." Time flew by. 5 years had passed since Klein decided to stay in Hog Village, and he had finally reached the age of 15, old enough to receive his grimoire. Although he didn't know whether passing through the Eclipse Gate had affected his actual age, Klein patiently waited until his body physically matured to the proper age. From what Klein understood, the reason why grimoires were granted only at age 15 was that a person's mana fully matured at that age. Grimoires chose their owners. If someone approached them with underdeveloped mana, how could they possibly receive acknowledgement from the highest tier 4-leaf Clover grimoire? What exasperated Klein most was how underdeveloped the study of magic was in this world. The existence of grimoires had diverted the development of magic onto a path that overly emphasized individual expression. Now, perhaps it was also due to the remoteness of Hog Village, a poor and neglected backwater with not even a single renowned mage. It was only natural that there were no materials related to magical knowledge here. Among the lower classes in distant regions, powerful mages were almost unheard of. So, for the past 5 years, Klein had focused solely on honing his Dragon Slayer magic. All he could hope for was that the grimoire he received would respond to his expectations and give him hope of returning to the fairytale world. Sister Lily smoothed the wrinkles from the sheet she was hanging to dry and smiled at the brilliant sunshine. Just then, she heard a commotion. She didn't even need to guess. Klein was back. Every time Klein returned over the past 5 years, it had been the happiest moment for the children at the church. She still remembered how, 5 years ago, Asta dragged a child with him, begging Father Orsi to take him in, and how shocked she was. Father Orsi was still that same soft-hearted old man, despite his gruff exterior. In the end, he agreed to take in the homeless boy. That child named Klein was far more mature than he looked, careful, considerate, and understanding of others. The church in Hog Village also served as an orphanage, and its main income came from donations by the villagers. But in such a remote border village, most residents weren't well off, so the church always scraped by. The growing children often had to fill their bellies with wild yams. When Klein joined, Father Orsi had already decided they'd need to tighten their belts even more. But the very next day, Klein disappeared. That evening, when Klein returned, he was carrying a massive wild boar on shoulders. Though wild boars weren't magical beasts since they couldn't use magic, they were still ferocious creatures that even lone adults hesitated to provoke. Everyone knew it took a real mage with actual magic to deal with them. No one expected a 10-year-old child to be able to hunt one alone and carry it back to the church. It was hard to imagine how much power that small body held. After that, Klein went hunting every few days, always bringing back plenty of game. Not only did this provide ample meat for the church, but the fur and other valuable parts brought in extra income. Still, Father Orsi was concerned for Klein's safety and ordered him to go hunting only at longer intervals. That meant each time Klein returned, it marked a time of abundance for everyone. Curious about what he had brought back this time, Sister Lily walked to the front of the church. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw the boy surrounded by children. One glance and Sister Lily couldn't keep calm. The wild boar Klein dragged was impressive enough, but the enormous tiger slung over his shoulder was another matter entirely. The tiger was clearly over 2.5 meters long, and even with half its body draped over Klein's shoulder, its tail still dragged along the ground. But its eyes were closed and its tongue lolled out. It was unmistakably dead. The children stared at the beast on Klein's shoulder with a mix of fear and curiosity, torn between wanting to approach and being too scared. Klein raised a hand and tossed the tiger to the ground, smiling. "Don't worry, everyone. I already took this guy down. He won't hurt you." Even though it's spring, the nights are still chilly. Let's make a blanket out of this guy's pelt. Really, Klein Nie? Reka tugged at Klein's clothes, her face filled with anticipation. Klein squatted down and patted her head. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Klein Nie is so kind and so cool. Reka's cheeks turned red and she looked like steam might burst from her head. Seriously, every time she saw Klein Nie smile, she felt all dizzy. A nearby boy named Nash snorted. So shameless. Don't wipe your snot on Klein Nie. Klein chuckled. Nash's awkward personality was what you'd call tsundere, right? But a tsundere little boy really wasn't all that cute. Reka immediately exploded, snapping back at him. Shut up, Nash. I wasn't wiping my nose. Sister Lily stepped in. You two, no fighting. Then she glanced at the tiger on the ground and asked Klein worriedly, "How did you run into such a big tiger this time? Are you hurt?" Klein flexed his arm to show off his muscle and grinned. "Don't worry, I'm really strong. I won't get hurt so easily. As for this guy, he tried to snatch my prey, so I dealt with him too." Before Sister Lily could respond, Reka chimed in. "That's right. Klein Nie is super strong. A tiger like that is nothing to him." While they were talking, a familiar voice came from the distance. "Charlize!" Even though Klein couldn't see him yet, he heard Asta's voice loud and clear from who knew how far away. And sure enough, 10 full seconds after the voice, Asta came running over, kicking up a cloud of dust. He immediately spotted the tiger on the ground and glared at Klein. "To think you took down a beast like that, as expected of my rival. But I'll never give up." Nash scoffed. "Quit the big talk. Klein Nie is way out of your league. You don't even have any mana." "It's not over, never over." Asta didn't seem to hear Nash at all. He shouted and bolted toward the demon god's skull. Klein smiled. He'd always known Asta tirelessly trained his body near the demon god's skull. It was truly admirable, being able to reach that level of physical training without a trace of mana. A young man in simple black clothes walked over and stood beside Klein, watching Asta run off. What a hopeless idiot. Klein sighed. "You know, it's about time you started being honest with yourself." The youth was the other protagonist of this world. Yuno Grinberial, raised in the church alongside Asta. Compared to Asta, Yuno looked far more like a protagonist. Handsome, gifted, noble-born. He had all the classic traits of a main character. Yuno was actually a prince of the Spade Kingdom. He had fled to the Clover Kingdom after a rebellion instigated by the Dark Triad, a group possessed by devils. Being royalty, Yuno naturally possessed powerful mana. That he would be acknowledged by a 4-leaf clover grimoire was no surprise. Later, he would even receive the blessing of the wind elemental spirit and unprecedentedly come to possess a second grimoire. His cheat level development was no less than Asta's. As a child, Yuno had been shy and introverted, admiring the bright and energetic Asta. At one point, someone stole the magic stone pendant Yuno always wore. Asta had risked everything to get it back. That was when Asta said, "We're rivals." Perhaps Yuno misunderstood what a rival meant, because from that day on, his whole personality changed, from timid boy to aloof stoic. Especially toward Asta, he was full of cold remarks and constant mockery. But Klein knew better than anyone that Yuno valued Asta more than anyone else, and believed in the magicless boy more than anyone. Deep in his heart, Yuno truly saw Asta as his equal. That's why Klein said he was being dishonest. Yuno didn't reply. He simply said, "The priest told me to let you know. The grimoire ceremony is about to begin. Get ready." Klein instantly perked up. The time had finally come. Not only was he about to receive his own grimoire, it also meant the story of this world was about to begin. Because Asta and Yuno were also 15 now, they would receive their grimoires alongside Klein and take their first step on the journey to becoming the Wizard King. March, the season when dandelions dance in the wind. As it did every year, all 15-year-olds throughout the Clover Kingdom gathered at their respective grimoire towers to participate in the grimoire acceptance ceremony. During this ceremony, not only would they receive their own grimoire, but it was also one of the rare opportunities in their lives to enhance their magic power. Of course, both the quality of the grimoire and the amount of magic power one could improve depended entirely on natural talent. Once again, it must be emphasized, this was a world where magic was everything, where life revolved around magic. In this world, nearly every profession required the use of magic. Even farmers working in the fields used it, let alone those who dreamed of becoming magic knights. There was more than one grimoire tower, and Klein, Asta, and Yuno were taken to the tower in their region by the priest of Hog Village. On the way there, Klein saw many youths around his age walking into the cylindrical building. Sunlight filtered through clover-shaped windows in the ceiling, dimly illuminating the tower's interior, yet allowing everyone to clearly see inside. Bookshelves arranged in a circular layout were filled with thousands upon thousands of grimoires. At a glance, it was impossible to determine the exact number. Standing before such a vast collection, Klein couldn't help but feel a sense of smallness. These weren't ordinary books. They were grimoires infused with magic. With his extraordinary magic sensitivity, Klein could clearly feel the immense magic power, like stars shining in the heavens. "Amazing! These are all grimoires?" Asta, as usual, expressed his astonishment loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Klein frowned. He had already heard people whispering around them. In the 5 years he had lived at the church in Haga, he'd heard far too many similar remarks. Just because someone was born in the lowest class, from the most remote and impoverished area, their future and dreams were automatically called into question. Especially for Asta, who couldn't use even a single ounce of magic. He had become infamous in the surrounding regions, but most of that reputation came from being mocked. "So annoying," Klein muttered, and suddenly flames seemed to blaze from his body. But it wasn't fire. It was the overwhelming surge of magic power he released. Because the magic was so dense, it condensed into the appearance of burning flames. So slow, it's unbearable. As Klein finished his sentence, his magic flared out with full force, and the magical flames surged even higher. Though not real fire, everyone in the tower, including those who had just been mocking others for being poor, felt the intense heat. What's more, every grimoire in the tower began to tremble, as if quivering under Klein's magic. The air itself grew thick, making it hard to breathe. Only those Klein intentionally excluded, his companions from the church, could still stand upright. Everyone else was crushed by the pressure, unable even to straighten their backs. No, there was still one person. At the top of the tower, an old man with white hair and beard looked up, eyes gleaming from beneath the brim of his pointed wizard's hat. He stared at Klein in surprise. What incredible magic! This boy is something else. Klein also sensed the powerful yet serene magic presence above and looked up at the old man. Another hidden master type, Klein thought to himself. He bowed politely to the tower master before withdrawing his magic. The tower master smiled and murmured, "Surprisingly, he's a polite child." He then floated down from above on a flying carpet and activated an amplification spell. Welcome, all of you, to the Grimoire Acceptance Ceremony. May your lives, from this point forward, walk alongside honesty, hope, and love. I am the master of this Grimoire Tower. In our region, not to mention the Wizard King, we haven't even produced someone who could join the Magic Knights and achieve distinction. I hope someone among you will become the Wizard King. As the Tower Master finished, everyone's eyes lit up. Ever since the first Wizard King defeated the demon and saved humanity, the title had become a legend, a dream for everyone. Especially for Asta, although he didn't shout about becoming the Wizard King like he usually did, his eyes were filled with determination. Even Yuno, usually stoic, showed a faint trace of excitement on his face. Suddenly, the Tower Master wore a rather exaggerated expression and declared, "Really, I'm not joking." As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Klein. In the Tower Master's opinion, if anyone here could become the Wizard King, it was this boy. After a slight cough, the Tower Master composed himself and continued, "Now then, let the Grimoire Acceptance Ceremony begin." With his words, several grimoires on the shelves began to glow, floating into the air and flying down toward the youths below. Everyone eagerly grabbed their grimoires and began examining them. Some were large, some thick, some barely palm-sized. Each grimoire was unique and peculiar in its own way. Those who received their grimoires immediately began planning their futures. The two who had mocked Asta earlier each received 3-leaf Clover grimoires and were already discussing taking the Magic Knight entrance test in 6 months. Their voices were loud, clearly intending to show off, as if passing the exam was a certainty. At that moment, a voice rang out. Why hasn't my grimoire come yet?" Asta knelt on one knee, arms raised as if to catch something, but his hands were empty. No grimoire had come to him. The Tower Master had never seen this before. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Well, come back next year." "What?" Asta's face twisted in disbelief, looking like a clown, prompting laughter from all around. "What was that?" "Totally amazing, in a bad way." "That's hilarious. Unbelievable." Just then, a light flared, drawing everyone's attention. In the glowing light, a grimoire slowly rotated, revealing the pattern on its cover. The Tower Master, who had kept his eyes half closed, opened them wide and whispered, "That's a 4-leaf clover." The demon god's skull was near Hog Village, and the statue of the first Wizard King at its peak was familiar to all. The grimoire in the first Wizard King's hand bore a 4-leaf clover emblem. The book descended, and Yuno caught it in a cool, practiced motion. As if making a declaration, he said, "I will become the Wizard King." If Asta said that, people would laugh. But with a 4-leaf clover grimoire in hand, Yuno made everyone believe he just might achieve it. The room erupted in cheers. Amid the applause, another brilliant light burst forth, no less dazzling than Yuno's 4-leaf clover grimoire. Another 4-leaf clover emblem. No one could believe it. 2 4-leaf clover grimoires in a single day. Klein reached out and caught the grimoire. He didn't look at the clover on the front, but instead turned it over to view the back cover. There he saw a unique crest, a winged dragon curled protectively around a flourishing ancient tree. Strangely, the tree wasn't green like one might expect, but black like the night sky, speckled with silver starlight. Klein suddenly recalled what Igniel once told him. "Listen well, Klein. A powerful force sleeps within you, one that surpasses even dragons. If I had to call it something, I'd say it's the power of the gods. One day that power will awaken. When it does, don't let it go to your head. Stay true to yourself and keep moving forward." At the moment he received his grimoire, Klein understood what power Igniel had meant. The power of the world. As the name implied, it was the power bestowed by the very concept of the world itself. Klein opened the grimoire, and lines of magical text appeared automatically on its previously blank pages. In this world, a grimoire revealed the magic a mage had mastered. When new text appeared, it meant new magic had been created. Besides storing learned spells, a grimoire could also respond to its owner's deepest desires and manifest new magic. if the mage had enough power. As Klein expected, the first spells that appeared weren't his Dragon Slayer spells from Igneal, but a new category, World Magic. 2 spells appeared. Just 2, but they were enough to make Klein completely satisfied. The first was World's Blessing, a passive spell. Klein had thought his immunity to Dragon Slayer side effects was his golden finger, but now he realized it was just one of this spell's effects. To embrace all things, that was the world's fundamental nature. World's Blessing had the following traits. Synchronously enhances mana and physical strength. The effect increased with training. Gave the user's mana the property of interacting with all forms of energy. The second ability was what excited Klein most. In this world, demons came from the underworld, so normal magic had little effect on them. Only magic that could interact with other realms, so-called nether magic, worked in battle. But with World's Blessing, Klein's Dragon Slayer magic would also work on demons. Other worlds had similar beings, like 6 Paths level characters in Naruto or Loja users in One Piece. Thanks to this, Klein wouldn't need to learn sage arts or hockey. He could fight them as is. And the reason he was thinking about other worlds was because of his second world magic spell, World Travel. As the name suggested, it allowed travel between different worlds. This was Klein's hope of returning to the fairytail world. Of course, since it involved dimensional travel, it required an enormous amount of magic power, far beyond what Klein could currently muster. Still, he now had a clear goal. From now on, all he had to do was grow stronger in pursuit of it. The grimoire continued flipping. Next appeared the spells Klein had learned from Igneal, Dragon Slayer magic. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, Fire Dragon's Wing Attack, Fire Dragon's Sword Horn, Fire Dragon's Roar. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Crimson Lotus Exploding Flame Blade, Secret Art Variant Form, Crimson Phoenix Sword. There were even spells Klein had conceptualized for years but never perfected due to limitations. Now, in response to his desires, the grimoire had written them down automatically. With a flick of his hand, Klein closed the grimoire. Only now did he notice the astonished gazes around him. Unlike Klein didn't make any declarations. He simply smiled at the people from the church. Just then, Asta, who had remained kneeling the whole time, suddenly stood, turned to both of them and shouted, Klein, just wait, I'll catch up to you soon. We're rivals after all. Everyone in the tower fell silent for a second, then burst out laughing. A guy without even a grimoire claiming to be the rival of 2 4-leaf clover holders. It was laughable beyond belief. Incredible. Had no reaction at all, just walked coldly past Asta. Klein chuckled inwardly. What really meant was that he didn't believe the grimoire didn't choose Asta, but it sounded like he was just looking down on him. Suddenly, Klein felt a chill on his back, a warning from his acute sense for hostility. Narrowing his eyes, Klein looked toward the tall, thin figure of a man. He was certain that this was the one who had just emitted killing intent toward him. In the blink of an eye, Klein had lost track of Asta. After all, they were 15-year-old boys. Failing to receive a grimoire was certainly a heavy blow. Especially for Asta, whose dream was to become the Wizard King. Not even being able to take the first step meant he was stuck at the starting line. But knowing Asta's personality, this shouldn't be a crushing defeat for him. He didn't care about others' ridicule in the slightest. No matter what others said, it never made him waver in the pursuit of his dream. What really affected Asta so much this time was Yuno's attitude, which could easily be misunderstood. But even that tsundere Yuno had been lingering nearby out of concern, unwilling to leave. After sending everyone from the church off, Klein turned to look for the 2 of them. From what he remembered, Yuno would encounter Revchi, a former member of the Purple Orca Magic Knights, who used chain magic. Revchi's chain magic was a type of creation magic that allowed him to generate and control chains that could bind and suppress a target's physical and magical power. Revchi had been exiled after a failed mission in the Magic Knights and had since fallen into disgrace, becoming a thief who would do anything for money. This time his target was Yuno, and even Klein's 4-leaf clover grimoire. Grimoires, once granted, became bound to the mage and were useless to anyone else. But some collectors with unusual tastes especially among the kingdom's nobility, were willing to pay high prices for four-leaf clover grimoires. Klein could guess the nobles' true reason for their obsession with four-leaf clover grimoires. The real difference between a three-leaf and a four-leaf clover grimoire wasn't merely in the power of their magic or the amount of mana. The fourth leaf was said to house luck, a mysterious force that transcended mana and was intertwined with fate itself. Obtaining a four-leaf clover grimoire required not only magical ability and talent, but also something more mysterious, a blessing from destiny. Thus, these grimoires were regarded as treasures imbued with luck. It was no surprise that nobles wanted them. Though Klein knew Revshi wouldn't succeed, and that Asta would eventually receive the five-leaf clover grimoire and take his first step toward his dream, that didn't mean Klein wasn't worried. He never assumed the story in his memory was absolute. The last thing he wanted was to regret not acting sooner if something unexpected happened. Just as he was about to go find the two people blocked his path. "Hey, you're in the way. I've got something urgent. Mind stepping aside?" Klein immediately sensed their hostility, so his tone was equally blunt. They had clearly come with bad intentions, and Klein's attitude only provoked them further. "How arrogant. Just a filthy commoner. Don't think you can look down on us just because you got a four-leaf clover grimoire." "Oh, I get it now." Klein rubbed his chin, finally remembering who these small fries were. These two were minor nobles from a nearby city, the same ones who had been laughing at Asta earlier. In the original story, they had become jealous of Yuno for receiving a four-leaf clover grimoire and tried to destroy it, but this time they had set their sights on Klein instead. What baffled Klein was how they could possibly think they were a match for him. Did they seriously believe that just because they also received grimoires, and his just happened to be a four-leaf clover too, that they now had the strength to defeat him? Jealousy really was terrifying. It didn't just twist your face, it also seemed to melt your brain. "Such disgusting faces," Klein muttered in disdain. The blonde noble lost all reason. As he raised his arm, his grimoire floated in front of him and opened. "It's too late to beg for mercy now. I'll burn you and that damn grimoire of yours to ashes." Ignoring his companion's attempts to stop him, he cast a spell. A wave of flame surged toward Klein. "Fire magic? Really? You should pick your opponents more carefully." Klein opened his mouth, and the flames flew straight into it. He swallowed every bit of fire. "What?" The noble's jaw dropped, and the twisted expression on his face turned to pure shock. "He ate the flames?" Within a few breaths, all the fire was gone. Klein wiped his mouth and said disdainfully, "That was some awful-tasting fire. Still, now I feel recharged. Since you came to cause trouble, that means you've already accepted the consequences, right?" Suddenly, a wave of magic power erupted from Klein, blazing hot like fire and heavy like a mountain. The nobleman began hallucinating. From within Klein's magic, he heard a fearsome roar, as if some terrifying beast was hidden inside. His legs gave out. He collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes wide with terror. Klein clicked his tongue and turned away, no longer even interested in dealing with them. His Dragonslayer magic wasn't meant for scum like this. More importantly, he sensed magic fluctuations nearby, Yuno's magic, and another unfamiliar one. It seemed Revchi had stuck to the original script after all, attacking Yuno first. Withdrawing his magic, Klein turned and walked away. Behind him, the noble gasped for air like he'd escaped a nightmare. He would probably never forget this moment for the rest of his life. Klein quickly arrived at their location, but he didn't intervene. What was happening now was the beginning of a legend. Asta was slumped against a wall, with Revchi's foot pressing down on his shoulder. Revchi was telling him a cruel truth. Asta had no magic at all, not a single drop. He couldn't use even basic magic, let alone become the Wizard King. This wasn't ridicule from others. It was a cold, undeniable fact. And so Asta couldn't help but fall into despair, realizing his dream might be unattainable. Klein sighed. Revchi's magic was decent, but among all the foes Asta would one day face, reincarnated elves, demon-possessed mages, actual devils, he was nothing. Yet Revchi alone had done what none of them could. He made Asta feel true despair. This was Asta's first and last moment of despair. After this, no matter what he faced, Asta would never again think of giving up. And the one who pulled him out of that despair was, from where he was bound tightly by Revchi's chains. Yuno shouted, "He can't become the Wizard King, because I will. But he's not some pathetic loser either. That guy, Asta, is my rival." Though there were no words of encouragement, that single declaration instantly rekindled Asta's spirit. Revchi hadn't noticed the shift yet and said mockingly, "Huh? That guy is your rival?" He wasn't sure if he had misheard or if Yuno had gone insane. But before he could say anything more, a hand grabbed his leg. "It's not over yet." Asta looked up, his face no longer filled with despair. "Sorry, Yuno, for showing you that pathetic side of me. Just wait, I'll beat him now." Sensing something, Revchi instinctively stepped back. A tattered black grimoire descended from the sky, floating silently in front of Asta. The 3 leaves of a clover represent honesty, hope, and love. The 4th symbolizes luck, and the 5th. The 5th leaf houses a devil. The 5-leaf clover grimoire radiated a dark, ominous energy. From his vantage point, Klein clearly saw the shadow of the grimoire merge with Asta's own, forming the outline of a demonic figure behind him. The black grimoire opened, and from its pages, a massive great sword burst forth and landed in front of Asta. Asta reached out and grabbed the sword, as if seizing hold of his future. "This is my magic," Asta shouted, pointing the Demon Slayer sword at Revchi. Klein muttered to himself nearby, "No, not giving up. That's your strongest magic." Without Klein interfering, Asta defeated Revchi just like in the original story. Revchi's strength was mediocre at best. Asta took him down with a single strike of his sword. At this point, Asta hadn't even unlocked his true power with the 5-leaf clover grimoire. What he relied on was merely the anti-magic residual in the Demon Slayer sword, formerly the weapon of the Elven King Licht, not the full anti-magic power of the devil within his grimoire. Currently, Asta could only wield a trace of anti-magic embedded in the sword. His true awakening wouldn't come until he developed his black form and achieved full resonance with the Devil Lieb. That would mark the moment he truly mastered that power. A devil with no magic, born from hatred of other devils, creating a power that resisted magic. Klein found it fascinating. In the days that followed, life became much more peaceful. Asta and Yuno both trained with unwavering dedication. Asta trained near the demon god's skull, honing his swordsmanship, while Yuno used wind magic to chop wood beside the church, creating a literal mountain of firewood. Both trained so hard for one goal, the upcoming Magic Knights entrance exam scheduled 6 months later. In the Clover Kingdom, there was only one organization tasked with national security and maintaining order, the Magic Knights directly under the Wizard King's command. The 9 squads of combat-specialized mages were the most prestigious destination for all magic users. Come to think of it, the system of nobles and a hero-like leader sounded familiar. The hierarchy of daimyo and kage from that other world definitely came to mind. The difference was that the royal family and magic knights were much more closely connected here. All royals possessed immense magic power and naturally occupied many high-ranking positions within the magic knights. To become Wizard King, joining the Magic Knights and accumulating achievements was the only path, so both Asta and Yuno trained furiously for the exam. There were no special restrictions to apply. As long as one was 15 and had a grimoire, anyone in the Clover Kingdom could sign up. But passing the Magic Knights exam wasn't easy. Just having the courage to take the test filtered out a significant portion of hopefuls. After all, not everyone was like Asta, ready to chase their dreams with reckless determination. Knowing one's place often gave cowards a convenient excuse to give up. With tearful farewells from the church children, the 3 set off on their journey to the capital. Hog Village was one of the outermost fringe settlements in the Fringe District. Reaching the capital on foot took a lot of time. They pushed hard, and the day before the exam, they finally arrived in the royal capital. Having seen modern cities in his past life, Klein wasn't particularly impressed by this capital with only medieval-level civilization. At most, he appreciated the exotic architecture. Asta, on the other hand, was bursting with curiosity the moment they arrived. His shouts of amazement never stopped. It was rare to see someone like Asta, so unabashedly displaying his country bumpkin roots in the royal capital. Passers-by weren't sure if they should feel amused or insulted. The Clover Kingdom was extremely class-conscious, and society was strictly divided into 3 layers. At the top was the noble district, where the royal family and nobles lived. This included the central castle area, walled off from the rest of the capital. The Wizard King and Magic Knight's headquarters were located there too. The common district came next, which was where the 3 currently found themselves. At the bottom was the fringe district, which included Hog Village. Those who lived there were called lowborn. The term alone made their social status in this kingdom abundantly clear. Asta looked up at the noble district and asked, "Does the Wizard King live up there?" Yuno replied, "Probably the king, too." Klein laughed. These 2 were practically treating the king like he didn't matter. Then again, that miserly king really was hard to describe. Asta declared confidently, "That'll be my castle someday." Yuno countered without hesitation, "No, it'll be mine." Asta pretended not to hear and said, "I'll let you live there too, Yuno, and of course, Klein too." Yuno actually smiled a little. "That's my line." Klein scratched his chin and grinned. "Looks like I'm the real winner here. You 2 better work hard." The 3 of them laughed as they walked along. Suddenly, Asta darted off toward something. Klein looked over and saw him run up to a food stall. A small charcoal fire was roasting skewers of some unknown meat. The stall was run by a squinting old woman. She looked like an ordinary grandma, but to Klein, staring at her felt like gazing into the abyss. Yuno, noticing Klein zoning out, gave him a nudge and asked, "What's wrong, Klein?" Klein snapped back to attention and smiled. "Nothing. I just saw someone really important." Yuno looked confused, but before he could ask, Asta returned with grilled purple snakeskin skewers in hand, and Klein turned away. A grandma? What kind of grandma gave off such an overwhelming aura? Klein could only guess that that person had come out again to encounter magic. Back at the stall, the old woman lifted her head and smiled faintly as she looked at Klein's departing back. "So he noticed me? Another amazing kid this year. I really want to see what kind of magic he'll use." Julius Novachrono, the 28th Wizard King, was once again looking forward to a new magical encounter. The venue for the Magic Knight's entrance exam was easy to find. The massive Colosseum-like structure was well known throughout the capital. The 3 didn't arrive particularly early, and soon it was their turn to register. When Yuno and Klein presented their 4-leaf clover grimoires, they could clearly feel the heat of the surrounding stares. Even the exam official cracked a smile and registered them personally. When it came to Asta, his grimoire was almost mistaken for not being a grimoire at all. As in the original story, Yuno received number 164, while the number 165 that was supposed to go to Asta ended up with Klein. Naturally, Asta got 166. Soon after, everyone entered the arena. Moments later, a large flock of blackbirds flew down. These were anti-magic birds, a local specialty of the exam arena. They swarmed the examinees, some more than others. "Hey, look at those 2, not a single bird." Someone pointed at Yuno and Klein. Others followed their gaze and began murmuring in admiration. Yuno frowned slightly, still unfamiliar with the situation. Klein smiled and explained, "Those are anti-magic birds. They're attracted to people with weak magic. You could say this is the first test." Yuno nodded in understanding. At that moment, Asta exclaimed, "Let's see who'll be the Wizard King, Yuno. This is where our legend begins." That was all well and good, but Asta was in a miserable state. Most people had 3 to 5 birds around them, but Asta had at least a dozen. One even climbed into his shirt collar, apparently thinking it found a new nest. Who could be more beloved by anti-magic birds than someone with no magic? Just like back in Hog Village, Asta's proclamation earned waves of laughter. Maybe because he was used to it, Asta paid no mind. What really bothered him was the sheer enthusiasm of the birds clinging to him. "Ow, ow, ow, what's with these birds? Damn it, get off me already." Fleeing in panic, Asta didn't watch where he was going and crashed straight into someone. The birds, which had been relentless, suddenly scattered like they'd seen a monster. Just as Asta was breathing a sigh of relief, a huge hand grabbed his head and lifted him off the ground. "You little brat, I'll kill you." The man's body exuded a dark, terrifying aura as he growled. A ragged black cloak, the emblem of a bull skull. Klein immediately recognized the cigarette-smoking, muscular man, Yami Tsukihiro, captain of the Black Bulls, known as the God of Destruction. As Klein observed Yami, the surrounding spectators had already begun noisily explaining what the Black Bulls were like. Klein couldn't help but glance at them in confusion. Who were they even explaining this to? Still, it had to be said, there was a reason Yami was called the true protagonist. The magic power radiating from him, honed through countless battles, was truly extraordinary. The ridiculous scene between Asta and Yami continued, and Klein was happy to sit back and watch. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for Asta to leave a strong impression on his future captain. Especially when Asta tried to break free from Yami's grip, Klein clearly saw Yami's expression shift. No doubt he had already realized the condition of Asta's body and the extent of his physical training. Yami might have said he was going to kill Asta, but even as unruly as he was, he wouldn't actually do it at a place like this. Probably. Sure enough, just as Yami counted down the seconds of Asta's life, magical fireworks exploded in the sky, signaling the official start of the Magic Knight's entrance exam. Yami let go of Asta's head and said, "Congrats, kid. You just won yourself a second chance at life. Better make good use of it." With that, he turned and walked off with his 2 squad members. No one paid attention to Asta anymore, because now all eyes were on the 9 captains of the Magic Knight squads who had taken their seats on the high platform. Sekka Bronzaza, with his bizarre verbal tics and smug air, took the opportunity to sidle up to Asta and began explaining who each captain was. He wasn't doing this out of kindness. The exam wasn't based on a scoring system. It was essentially a live audition. Performance during the test determined everything. At the end of all the trials, if any captain raised their hand to recruit a candidate, that person passed. If no one raised a hand, the candidate failed. Sekka's true motive was to use Asta, who looked like a guaranteed failure, as a backdrop to make himself stand out more. That said, the 9 captains really were a colorful bunch. As Sekka introduced them one by one, Asta's non-stop commentary echoed loudly beside him. Naturally, Asta and Yuno were most focused on the man seated at the center, wearing an ornate mask, William Vengeance, captain of the Golden Dawn, and the man considered most likely to become the next Wizard King. Vengeance stepped forward and addressed the gathered candidates. "Thank you all for waiting. I will be presiding over this year's exam." As he spoke, he opened his grimoire and summoned a green glow of magic. World Tree Magic, Tree of Arrival. Klein looked up and saw countless branches extending from the air above. As the branches lengthened, the tips transformed into magical broomsticks. Magical broomsticks were the most basic type of magical tool, usually used as flying transportation by mages. Even so, they were still magical devices. The fact that Vengeance created hundreds of them with a single spell was a clear testament to his magical prowess. Even more impressive was how each broomstick was delivered directly and precisely into every examinee's hands. His control over magic was astonishing. So that's the man closest to becoming the Wizard King, huh? Asta and Yuno stared at Vengeance, determination blazing in their eyes. Until now, the title of Wizard King had been a vague dream, but seeing Vengeance's power finally gave them a concrete target to chase. Klein also accepted his broomstick and looked up at Vengeance. Even after casting such a large-scale spell, Vengeance's mana hadn't weakened at all. What a terrifying man. He couldn't help but wonder, was this strength partly due to the reincarnated elven soul within Vengeance? After all, that elf had also been chosen by a 4-leaf clover. Among the 9 captains, Klein could clearly sense that Vengeance's mana was the strongest. The rest were roughly on par with each other, only he stood a step above. As for the broomsticks, they were the first test of the exam. Using them required not only a decent amount of magic, but also fine control. A candidate's ability to fly properly reflected their fundamental magical competence. Klein had never used a magical broomstick before, but when it came to raw magic and control, he had no doubts. Confidently, he mounted the broom, And this was a huge miscalculation. Though Klein managed to get airborne, he looked like a lifeless salted fish, flopped over the broom. This thing is considered transportation? Everyone knew one thing about Dragon Slayer mages. Their greatest weakness wasn't fighting, it was transportation. Damn it, didn't my world magic negate all the side effects? Why am I still… Klein was completely disoriented. He hadn't expected the Dragon Slayer weakness to motion sickness to be so powerful that even world magic couldn't suppress it. This was basically a curse. Ha 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 ha, what's with that kid? He's hilarious. Yami nearly burst into tears from laughing, slapping his thigh as he guffawed at Klein's miserable state. Fuego Leon Vermilion, captain of the Crimson Lion Kings, said in his booming voice, "So he's the other four-leaf youth? His mana is impressive and his control as well. But is he ill?" Klein at least managed to stay airborne. Asta, on the other hand, sat on his broom looking like he was trying to pass a kidney stone. No matter how much he shouted, the broom didn't budge an inch. Eventually, Klein landed with a deeply relieved expression. He tossed the broom aside with contempt and swore never to ride anything like it again. That had been utterly miserable. The next parts of the exam were no trouble for Klein. Whether it was mana emission, mana shaping, or mana reinforcement, he completed each trial with ease. After all, these tests were designed to assess various aspects of magical strength. The captains could easily tell who had natural talent and who had trained diligently. Only Asta went through the entire exam shouting loudly, but never used any magic. Soon, the final part of the test arrived. Vengeance announced, and now we proceed to the final phase, the combat test. Fuegolian, brimming with passion, immediately stood and declared, "It's a battle. Pair off and fight. Use your grimoires to attack. Battle is our profession. Show us your strength." Vengeance continued. If one side concedes or is unable to continue, the match ends. Healing mages are on standby. So fight without holding back. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. Everyone knew this was the most important part of the exam. It was their last chance to impress. The Magic Knights were a military force. Combat ability was paramount. No matter how well someone performed earlier, if they couldn't fight, they were out. That meant finding the right opponent was key. Many examinees had already begun scanning the crowd for a suitable match. Just then, a hand shot up into the air, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd parted, and standing there was Klein. The 9 captains gazed at Klein, whose arm was raised high, their expressions filled with interest. Aside from his rather disastrous performance in the first test, Klein had excelled at every other challenge so far. If nothing unexpected occurred, it was almost certain that all 9 captains would raise their hands for him. No one would want to pass up such a rare talent. So, when Klein stepped forward on his own, anticipation surged. What was he planning? Standing before everyone, Klein said calmly, "Since this is a combat test, I need proper opponents to demonstrate my true abilities, and only opponents close to my level are worthy of being called rivals." As he spoke, Klein released his magic. Behind him, his aura took shape, a gigantic dragon of flame that roared to the sky, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. The air itself grew hot under his magic. The other examinees instinctively shielded their faces and backed away several steps just to breathe normally again. Even the captains on the viewing platform were visibly shaken. The magic Klein had just unleashed was no less powerful than a high-ranking magic knight. It was hard to believe this was a mere 15-year-old who had only just received his grimoire. Can people who can't even stand before me be considered my opponents? What a joke. Klein's face showed no emotion, but his disdain for the other candidates was crystal clear. Many of the examinees were considered geniuses in their regions. Some even hailed from noble families. Being mocked by a lowborn from a fringe village was infuriating. They had tried to withstand Klein's magic and approach him, but even getting close proved impossible, let alone facing him. Klein's high-profile display had a simple reason. He was pissed. What Klein despised most was the rigid classism of this world. Whether it was in Hog Village or the capital, he'd heard the phrase, "That's impossible," far too many times. But that was wrong. Magic was supposed to be something beautiful, something that symbolized freedom. And now, the frustration Klein had bottled up finally exploded. Sure enough, these people, who did nothing but deny others, weren't ready to face someone like Klein. Only one person stepped forward, surrounded by a swirl of green wind magic. His steps were steady and he came to a halt right in front of Klein. Klein's mouth curved into a slight smile. I knew it. You're not someone to stop here, Yuno's gaze burned with determination. You stopped sparring with me 3 years ago. This is a rare chance. Let's settle things today. Before Klein could respond, another voice cut in. Hold on, you two better not forget about me. Klein turned his head. Asta's grimoire was open and he had drawn his Demon Slayer sword, gripping it tightly. Veins popped on his forehead, but a wide grin spread across his face. Asta stepped forward to stand beside Yuno, pointing his massive blade at Klein. Klein laughed heartily and opened his arms. You two are the best. Come on then, show me what it means to dream of becoming the Wizard King. Yuno and Asta exchanged a glance. Though they often clashed, their mutual understanding was second to none. They both knew Klein had always been stronger than either of them. Alone, neither had much chance of victory. Only by working together could they force Klein to fight seriously. So, without hesitation, they attacked simultaneously. A nearby judge was about to speak up. It wasn't exactly within the rules to fight 2-on-1, but Yami barked out, Hey, don't ruin the fun, bastard. This is getting interesting. The judge looked to Vengeance, who calmly nodded. It's fine. This way, we'll get an even clearer look at the strength of these three youths. By then, magic had already begun to clash. Creation magic, Gale White Hawk. A giant hawk of wind flapped its wings and dove at Klein, fiercer than any real bird of prey, clearly intending to rip its target to shreds. The watching captains all nodded in approval. To refine wind magic to such a precise and dynamic creation spell, Yuno's talent was undeniable. Fire Dragon's Crushing Fang. Klein didn't dodge. He charged straight at the windhawk, his flame-wreathed hands slashing rapidly, tearing the creature to pieces. No sooner had Klein destroyed the windhawk than a figure appeared in front of him, Asta swinging his Demon Slayer sword down hard. When did he get there? The other examinees hadn't even noticed Asta's movement. Only the captains had followed it. Was that acceleration magic? No, just raw physical strength. Even Yami's eyes sharpened as he exhaled a puff of smoke. He hadn't expected the loud-mouthed brat to move that fast just from training his body. Asta's speed was impressive, and more importantly, he had chosen the perfect time to strike. Klein, having just neutralized Yuno's spell, had no time to dodge and was forced to clash directly. Fire Dragon's Claw. Flames encircled Klein's foot as he spun and kicked at Asta. Clang! The two clashed and were instantly repelled. Klein flipped through the air to absorb the force, while Asta skidded back several steps. This was Klein's first time fighting Asta since he received the 5-leaf Clover grimoire. The anti-magic power was absurd. In that exchange, the flames on Klein's leg had been completely neutralized, leaving his physical body to absorb the force of the blow. If not for his Dragon Slayer physique, he might have been seriously injured. But Yuno wasn't just standing there. He wasn't about to waste a perfect opening. Wind magic tempest fangs. The air twisted violently, forming jagged vortexes of wind shaped like fangs that launched toward Klein. More intense flames surged from Klein's arms. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Flames coiled around his arms and burst outward, forming two massive wings of fire. The wings swatted away Yuno's fangs like they were nothing. Asta, determined not to let up, charged forward again with his sword dragging behind him. The anti-magic in that blade was troublesome. Klein had realized that much during their earlier clash. And this was before Asta had fully awakened his anti-magic powers. Right now, all he had was one sword. Against certain types of spells, that was already a huge headache. Flames of both arms, merge, Fire Dragon's radiant blaze. Klein formed a massive fireball between his hands and hurled it straight at Asta. The Demon Slayer sword could negate magic, but even if Asta managed to cleave the fireball in two, the dispersed flames would still hit him. Asta realized this instantly, but the fireball was already too close for him to think. Thankfully, Asta's finely trained body reacted on its own. He twisted the flat of his sword and batted the fireball away, causing a shocked murmur from the crowd. Klein ducked the returning fireball, but now he was headed straight for Asta, who hadn't recovered yet. Asta's wide-eyed face screamed, "How did I even do that?" Towering storm. Yuno unleashed his strongest spell, a tornado, roaring toward Klein like it was going to tear him apart. But Klein didn't flinch. He planted his feet and brute-forced his magic, withstanding the storm through sheer power. His flames flickered, though, nearly extinguished. Smart kid. Klein realized what Yuno had done. He had used wind magic to suck the oxygen from Klein's surroundings, cutting off his flame's fuel source. "Asta, snap out of it," Yuno shouted. "Shut up, I'm getting serious now," Asta yelled, slamming his sword into the ground and launching himself forward again. But as Asta's blade swung down, it suddenly halted mid-air. Klein had caught it. His fingers avoided the edge and clamped down on the spine of the massive sword. No matter how much Asta struggled, he couldn't pull it free. "Your training still isn't enough, Asta. Bite down and take it. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist." His flaming punch landed squarely on Asta's sword, blasting him backward. Asta crashed into the ground, smashing the stone floor. "What a useless fool. That's my so-called rival," Yuno said coldly. His grimoire flipped open and formed a long bow of wind in his hands, with a sharp wind-formed arrow drawn between his fingers. Asta growled and stood again, jamming his sword into the ground to support himself. A dark aura pulsed over his body like black markings. "Not over yet, not by a long shot." "I'm going to be the Wizard King," he and Yuno shouted together. Klein grinned, fire burning in his eyes. "Now that's what I'm talking about. I'm fired up. Let's end this with one last move." He puffed out his cheeks. A dragon-emblazoned magic circle formed before him. "Fire dragons, roar." Yuno loosed his arrow of wind, while Klein unleashed a torrent of fire from his mouth. The two attacks collided mid-air, spiraling into a vortex of wind and flame. And above it all, Asta jumped high, sword raised, and dove down at Klein. Klein didn't flinch. He poured more magic into his attack. The magic circle expanded, and the fire pillar swelled several times larger. It overpowered Yuno's wind arrow and surged toward Asta. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, that spell's going too far." Yami stood, hand on his sword hilt. But Vengeance, who had been closely watching, intervened just in time. World Tree Magic, Ashen Protection. Thick roots burst from the ground and coiled around the three, separating them instantly. The flames and wind dissipated before they could destroy the arena. "That's enough," Vengeance said calmly. "We've seen your power clearly." The roots gently lowered the three. They looked at each other, sweaty, battered, but grinning. Klein smiled. "Looks like we couldn't finish it today. Next time." Asta clenched his fist. "I'm going to get stronger, Klein. Just you wait." Yuno didn't speak, but his gaze said the same thing. Klein stood off to the side, arms folded, watching the rest of the matches with a massive yawn. If he had to summarize the other fights in one phrase, it would be all style, no substance. The other candidates tried to impress the captains by using flashy, high-impact magic. But in a real fight, who gives you time to prep large-scale spells? If it were Klein up there, he could have taken them down before they even began casting. That said, maybe the intense first match between Klein, Asta, and Yuno had shaken the others. Somehow, none of them seemed to be fighting at the level their mana suggested. Then again, maybe they just lacked actual combat talent, or had barely trained for real battle at all. So the matches dragged on, one after another, until the sun dipped low and the final bout ended. At last, the moment that made everyone anxious yet excited finally arrived. "Candidates will be called by number. Please step forward when your number is announced." Charlotte Roselay, captain of the Blue Rose Knights, stood and said, "Captains who wish to recruit a candidate may raise their hand. If more than one captain raises their hand, the candidate may choose which squad to join." Fuigalean Vermilion added, However, if no captain raises their hand, the candidate is considered unqualified to join any Magic Knight squad. And Nozel Silva, captain of the Silver Eagles, concluded coldly, "You will then immediately leave the arena." Tension thickened, but fate doesn't wait for anyone's nerves to settle. The announcements began. Candidate 32, no hands raised. Candidate 40, no hands raised. Candidate 67, no hands raised. Then, finally, Candidate 71. A captain raised a hand, the first one of the day. Candidate 71 is accepted into the Purple Orcas. Then Candidate 78 was accepted by Fugolian into the Crimson Lions, and Candidate 99 joined the Coral Peacocks. At last, it was time for Candidate 164. Just as in the original timeline, all 9 captains raised their hands. Unsurprisingly, chose the squad closest to the Wizard King's seat, the Golden Dawn. Candidate 165, step forward. Klein walked calmly to the front, meeting the eyes of all 9 captains on the platform. As expected, just like all 9 captains raised their hands. Without hesitation, Klein said, "I choose to join the Black Bulls." What? Gasps filled the arena. Candidates and captains alike were stunned. Why would someone voluntarily join the Black Bulls when they had offers from the Golden Dawn and the Silver Eagles? The Black Bulls had the worst reputation among the squads. Known for destruction and chaos, they were seen as the kingdom's most disgraceful brigade. Even Yami himself looked shocked. He had raised his hand to express admiration, not thinking for a second that Klein would actually choose them. But then a wide grin spread across Yami's face. Maybe this guy really did fit the Bulls' style. Suddenly, Fuegoleon stood. "Young man, may I ask why you chose the Black Bulls?" Yami barked, "Oi, fire freak, what are you trying to say? You looking down on my squad?" Fuegoleon replied sternly, "Not at all, but this young man is an exceptional talent. He deserves a brighter future." Yami already had his hand on his sword hilt. "The hell's that supposed to mean? Sounds like you were looking down on us. I'll cut you." Vangeance stepped in to mediate. "Calm down, Yami. You know Fuegoleon means no harm. Why don't we let the young man speak for himself?" Klein scratched his head. "If you want a reason, I guess the Bulls just seem more relaxed." That's it? The crowd stared in disbelief. But Klein was being honest. The other squads were made up mostly of nobles or even royalty. The Bulls, while filled with misfits, were also sincere and honest people. Sure, Yuno had joined the Golden Dawn, but just gaining the approval of his squad mates would take him a long time. And most importantly, the Black Bulls were the protagonists of this world's story. For someone like Klein, who had outgrown basic training, only real combat could push him to the next level. Only in the Bulls would he get enough action to grow stronger and someday amass the mana needed to cast world travel. There was chatter and protest, but rules were rules. Klein had made his choice, and no one could stop him. Candidate 166, step forward. Asta swallowed hard, but straightened his back and walked forward with resolve. Klein sighed. As expected, not a single captain raised their hand. Even after Asta had shown his resolve in their match, this was a world ruled by magic, and Asta had none. No matter how courageous or determined he was, the fact remained. He had 0 magic. The captains all sensed this, and refrained from raising their hands. Only one man stood. Yami placed one foot on the railing and shouted, "Of course no one raised their hand. No matter how strong someone is, if their power's suspicious and they've got no magic, no one's gonna want them. Because Magic Knights need magic." Dark purple energy erupted from Yami's body, pressing down on the entire arena like a massive weight. The very ground trembled. Klein watched closely. He had sensed Yami's power before, but now, feeling it head-on, he understood just how terrifying a Magic Knight captain could be. Yami leapt from the platform. As he approached, the sheer pressure of his magic grew stronger. Even Asta, who lacked mana and couldn't sense magic directly, felt the oppressive force and instinctively tensed every muscle. Yami came face to face with him. You've got no magic. No one wants you. That's reality. He stared Asta down. You said you want to become Wizard King. That means you'd have to surpass us, all 9 captains. And you, without a single drop of magic, still dare to shout about being the Wizard King in front of me? It was a trial, a test of conviction. In a moment like this, you couldn't lie, and even the slightest hesitation would spell failure. But conviction? That was Asta's greatest strength. Clenching his fists, Asta declared, even if I can't join the Magic Knights, even if people laugh at me, I'll still become the Wizard King someday. Yami burst out laughing. Then he retracted his magic and pointed at Asta. You're an interesting one. Join my squad. Eh? Asta blinked, stunned. I mean the Black Bulls. And just so you know, you don't get to refuse. Life in the Bulls will be hell, so get ready. Ah! Asta trembled, unsure what future awaited him. Yami added, and when the time comes, become the Wizard King and show me what you've got. Klein watched it all, feeling something stir in his chest. This was Asta's beginning, and Yami's faith in him wasn't just about strength. Yami might look crude and careless, but he was one of the rare people who believed in others' potential. Klein was now sure. Joining the Black Bulls had been the right decision. Klein stepped out of the spatial portal and visibly moved, grabbed the hand of the man who followed after him, Finral Rulikas. A noble by birth, Finral had inherited his family's space magic, but his personality was timid and non-confrontational, always looking to avoid both giving and receiving beatings. Since a mage's spells are born from their will, the only magic Finral could use was spatial transport magic. Add to that his hopeless flirtatiousness, which often interfered with missions, and it was no surprise he had been relegated to the Black Bulls, where he now served as Yami's personal errand boy and chauffeur. But to Klein, Finral was a lifesaver, literally. The man's portal magic meant he never had to ride another nauseating vehicle again. Finral senpai, let's be best friends from now on. I'm counting on you for all travel. There's just no way I can deal with transportation again. A vein popped on Finral's forehead. Don't treat your senpai like some kind of vehicle, you jerk. Yami threw his head back with laughter. Heh, you've already gotten close to the crew so fast. That's why I've got high hopes for you. Let's be friends too. That came from Gordon, but as usual, his voice was so low no one could make out what he actually said. Yami gestured behind him at a dilapidated building that looked just like his rugged personality. There it is, the Black Bulls' headquarters. What do you think? Pretty grand, huh? It's just kind of falling apart, Finral muttered bluntly. Still couldn't hear a word Gordon said. Asta was practically vibrating with anticipation. Starting today, I'm gonna... Before he could finish, he bolted toward the front doors. Klein knew what he wanted to say, that his journey to becoming the Wizard King would begin here. Asta flung the doors open and shouted, I'm Asta from Hog Village, the newest member of the Boom! A fireball exploded from inside, blasting Asta away before he could even finish his sentence. Yami turned around, facing the now burning entrance of the Black Bull's base, extended a hand and declared, Welcome to the worst and most troublesome Magic Knight squad, the Black Bulls. Asta picked his head up off the ground, dazed but undeterred. Not over yet. Klein had to admire Asta's resilience. Even after taking that blast, the guy was totally fine, and loud as ever. Plus, that thick skin of his was something else. He'd just been attacked, yet was already charging back in. Naturally, another fireball came flying out and sent Asta flying once again. But this second fireball cleared away some of the flames, letting them glimpse the chaos inside. All right, now I'm pissed. You ready for this? Shouted a delinquent wielding a flaming baseball bat. A short boy with a slightly awkward smile dodged incoming fireballs in midair and taunted, Not really, but come at me. Die, the thug roared, swinging the bat and launching fireball after fireball. On the couch, a woman in nothing but underwear groaned, Why is it so noisy? Drank too much. My head's killing me. A tiny girl sat before a table stacked with food, shoving cake after cake into her mouth. Behind a mirror, a man bleeding from the nose muttered, So cute, like an angel. My sweet Marie, you bastards are too noisy. The only one who looked remotely normal was a pudgy man exhaling white mist, yet his creepy face betrayed the illusion. All of them wore black cloaks with the Black Bull's insignia. These were the Black Bull's core members, each and every one a certified problem child. Only someone like Yami would gather such a band of misfits, and this wild, chaotic scene, just another day at headquarters. Still undeterred, Asta ran back over, shouting, "I'm Asta from Hog Village. Nice to meet you all. I'm going to be the Wizard King." No one responded. They just kept fighting, shouting, and stuffing their faces, not even a single glance toward the newcomer. The only welcome Asta received was another fireball to the face, his third time being launched across the room. As the chaos began to escalate again, someone finally had enough. "You bastards!" Yami raised a hand, menacing magic power flaring to life. "Don't break stuff." And then he casually punched a wall with so much force that the entire thing exploded, debris flying in every direction. "So much for not breaking stuff," Klein murmured. At last, the troublemakers took notice of Yami. They immediately stopped and swarmed around him, babbling all at once. "Captain Yami, any punks need a beating? Just point me at them. Fight me today, Captain. All out, no holding back. Forget these brats. Come drink with me. Want to try this? It's really tasty. Sorry, I've reached my limit. Can I go visit my sister Marie now? Wheeze. You guys sure love me, huh?" Yami grinned. Then his face darkened and his tone dropped dangerously. "But you're too damn loud." "Sorry." They all yelped and immediately sat in formal C as a position like obedient children. Yami said, "Bring the newcomers over." He turned, but only saw Klein. "Wait, where's the other brat?" Klein pointed. Asta was somewhere under a pile of people and rubble. Who knew what kind of mess he'd gotten himself into now? Once Asta was pulled free, both he and Klein stood beside Yami. "These two brats are our newest members. What were their names again?" Asta ignored the other two comment and shouted, "I'm Asta from Haga Village. Nice to meet you." "Klein, also from Haga. I hope we can all get along," said Klein politely. After their self-introductions, Yami barked, "Oi, someone introduce the rest of the squad." Naturally, that task fell to their professional errand boy, Finral. He started pointing people out one by one. "This here is Gordon Agrippa, the gloomy guy with the zombie face." "Nice to meet you," Gordon whispered, still unintelligible. "Creepy but nice guy," Finral offered helpfully. "Next, Vanessa Enoteca. Bit clingy when she's drunk, but also a nice person." The scantily clad redhead groaned. "I'm not clingy." She promptly leaned on Asta and Klein. Klein, with his sharp nose, caught a strong whiff of booze. Was she soaking in alcohol? He instinctively ignored the free fan service. Asta, however, was totally unprepared for this level of stimulation and looked like he was about to short-circuit. Haga Village is way out in the boonies, right? For you two to pass the entrance exam from there, you must have worked really hard. Want to do something fun as a reward? As Asta battled with his inner angels and demons, Vanessa's hangover hit full force. A technicolor rainbow of vomit poured from her mouth. Fortunately, Klein had seen it coming and yanked Asta out of harm's way just in time. Finral kept going. "This energetic guy is Luck Voltia, loves fighting, but also a good guy." Luck struck a boxer's pose. "You like to fight? I love to fight. Let's fight." Asta had no idea how to respond. Then, a man with long bangs covering one eye shoved a photo in Asta's face. "Look, my sister Mary, she's an angel." "Yes, sir." The man growled, "Touch her and I'll kill you." "That's Gauche Adley. Hopeless siskin, but a good guy," Finral said as Asta whimpered. Finral gestured to the girl still gorging herself on sweets. "That's Charmy Papitson. Big appetite, but a good person." "Nice to meet you," she chirped between bites. Honestly, the fact she managed to greet them at all while dual-wielding cake was impressive. "This here is Gray. Not much known, but nice person." "Hi," Asta greeted nervously, unsure how to respond to someone who didn't say a word. "And that's Magnus Swing, bit of a thug, but good guy." Even through his sunglasses, Magna's intimidating glare made Asta's voice falter during his greeting. And then there's me, Finral Rulicase, super popular by the way. Finally, Finral pointed dramatically. And our beloved Black Bulls captain, Yami Sukahiro. You didn't call him a good guy, Asta muttered, but Klein promptly shoved him down into a bow. Nice to meet you, Captain. Yami shrugged. There's a few more members, but they're either on missions, resting, or slacking off somewhere. You two figure out how to get along. Klein looked around at the wild crew before him. Every single one of them was a unique character. But something told him that life here was going to be incredibly fun. After all the introductions, Yami exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Technically, there's still one more step, but these two brats are fine. Let's just skip it. That's when Klein remembered. One of the reasons the Black Bulls were the least desirable squad for applicants was their infamous initiation trial. Wearing that black cloak wasn't as easy as it looked. Early on, quite a few had joined the Black Bulls, only to end up in the Royal Capital's hospital by the next day. When asked about their experience, they'd grit their teeth in fury and say they'd rather quit being magic knights than stay another minute there. The Black Bulls trial wasn't complicated. It mainly involved grueling physical tests, the kind that could kill you, and combat trials, with zero restraint. No one knew if Yami had come up with it himself, but it had become a tradition whenever new recruits joined. In truth, there was a positive side to it. A full-force fight allowed members to quickly understand each other, and those who passed integrated more easily. The real problem was expecting this group of misfits to show restraint, which meant unexpected injuries were all but expected. Magna was clearly agitated. Did you brats sweet-talk Captain Yami or something? Don't think you can just stroll in here that easy. This cloak right here, it's the symbol of the Black Bull's pride. You think I'm just gonna hand it over? I want it. Asta's gaping mouth looked like a hand was trying to grab the cloak itself. You want it that bad? Magna barked. Then you'll have to pass my trial. Yami laughed heartily. You just couldn't wait to rough up the newbies, huh? Gotta hand it to you, you've got spirit. But don't take these too lightly, Magna. You might regret it. Everyone turned to stare, surprised by Yami's words. Magna might not be the strongest in the squad, but he was still a seasoned magic knight. And yet Yami was putting more faith in these newcomers. Asta, ever pumped, declared, Got it. I'll pass your trial and earn that cloak. Klein, more composed, said, A trial, huh? A fight against a senior? Forgive me for being blunt, but your flame magic is a bad match for me. It wouldn't be a very interesting battle. What? Veins popped out on Magna's forehead. Are you looking down on me, punk? Fine, I'll fry you alive. His grimoire flipped open, and he pulled out his signature flame bat. A massive fireball ignited in front of him. Die! Magna swung with full force, launching the fireball straight at Klein. Klein ducked slightly and said calmly, I'm not underestimating you. On the contrary, I've always respected you, Magna-senpai. After all, the Black Bulls had some of the strongest members in the entire Magic Knight Order. They had rare dark magic, Yami, possessed demons, Noct, fate-altering thread magic, Vanessa, law-bending transformation, Gray, and even anti-magic, Asta. Among such monsters, one member stood out as the most normal, Magna Swing. Born a commoner, lacking noble magic reserves, and with no unique talents, Magna had once been considered average, even below the norm. But he had incredible willpower, and under Zora's guidance developed a fighting style all his own. Eventually, he would defeat Dante Zagratis, a top-tier devil host, proof that sheer grit could overcome raw power. So, when Klein said he respected Magna, he wasn't lying, but his point about their magic being mismatched was also true. The massive fireball Magna had launched halted right before Klein's face. Then, to everyone's shock, it began to shrink, and a slurping sound echoed in the room. He ate the fireball? Eyes widened. Even Magna froze, stunned by what he was seeing. Thanks for the meal. That flame was filled with willpower. It tasted great, Klein said, wiping his mouth and flashing a thumbs up. The dragon's lungs store flame. The dragon's scales dissolve flame. Flame wraps around the dragon's claws. It bestows a dragon's body. The magic I wield was passed down from a dragon. Dragon Slayer magic, meant to kill dragons. Stunned, Magna could only stammer, "That's amazing. I really did pick the wrong guy to fight." Klein could tell he meant it. There was no envy in Magna's voice, only admiration, like a true man. Yami roared with laughter. "Awesome magic. I told you the kid was special, didn't I?" Everyone nodded, agreeing with Yami. Vanessa asked, "But dragons are like, legendary creatures, right? Your magic came from a dragon? That's incredible." Klein smiled. If he'd said this to anyone else, they would have laughed in his face, maybe even called him crazy. Only in the Black Bulls would people just accept it. "I never told you this, did I?" Klein said. "Before the age of 10, I was raised by a dragon." What? Everyone stared, stunned, but no one doubted him. Asta looked shocked. "Wait, Klein, you're a dragon's kid? I had no idea." Klein laughed. "You never asked." "Oh yeah, I guess I never did," Asta said with a grin. Magna turned to Asta. "I acknowledge Klein, but you, Shorty, you're a different story. I can't sense a drop of mana from you. If you want that cloak, you'd better prepare yourself. You could die out there." Asta grinned, full of energy. "Got it, I'm ready." His grimoire opened and he pulled out the Demon Slayer sword, ready for whatever came next. "All right then, I'm not holding back." Magnus sheathed his bat and summoned a bigger fireball. Fire magic exploding kill cannonball. With a baseball-style wind-up, he hurled the fireball at Asta, faster than any bat swing. Asta remembered the entrance exam and instinctively raised his sword. Wham! The fireball rebounded off the sword's flat edge and slammed into Magna, detonating in an explosion. "You little punk! I almost got cooked by my own magic." Thankfully, Magna was tough. He managed to pull back some of his power at the last second and emerged only slightly singed. He marched up to Asta and grabbed his shoulders. "You little... Scary, scary, scary." Asta trembled in fear. But Magna didn't look angry at all. Instead, he burst out laughing. "Nice job, Short Stack. You not only blocked my spell, you bounced it back. Ha ha ha." "I'm Asta," Asta barked. Magna ignored the correction. "Sorry I made fun of you for having no magic earlier." Asta scratched his head. "Well, I don't have low mana. I just have none at all." Magna looked serious. "You managed to repel my magic without mana. That's even cooler." Everyone gathered around them. Klein could feel that their enthusiasm had grown warmer, more sincere. Magna tossed them each a cloak. "These are yours now." Klein draped his Black Bull's cloak over his shoulders without hesitation. "Starting today," Magna announced, "you two are official members of the Black Bulls." The squad broke out into cheers of celebration. At dawn, Klein pushed open his door and sighed helplessly. "Figures it's changed again." The Black Bull's headquarters was a strange place. Its structure shifted day by day. Just yesterday, there had been a row of pillars outside his room, but this morning it had morphed into a bare hallway. Klein knew the cause. Henry Legolant, another member of the Black Bulls. Cursed with an unknown affliction, Henry could only live within the headquarters, surviving by passively absorbing the mana of others. Because he couldn't control this trait, close contact with him was dangerous, so he remained apart from the rest of the squad, more legend than reality, whispered of as the squad's ghost. Henry's magic was recombination magic, letting him freely manipulate any object soaked in mana. That meant the entire headquarters was essentially his playground, its daily restructuring all thanks to him. Just outside, Klein spotted Asta looking more excited than ever. That kid probably woke up finally convinced he wasn't dreaming. He'd really joined the Magic Knights. Klein had to admit, Asta's energy seemed bottomless. Their rooms were run down and filthy. Klein had spent a good chunk of the night cleaning his before it was even livable. After that, he'd written a letter to everyone back at the church, going to bed quite late. Asta had likely done the same, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. "Morning, Klein. Today's our first official day in the Black Bulls. Let's give it our all," Asta greeted enthusiastically. Klein waved lazily. "You're as energetic as ever." "Oh yeah, Klein, I found this random pillar outside my door this morning. Totally weird, right? It's just a pillar. Don't freak out over every little thing, said Magna, strolling over. This castle changes shape all the time. You'll get used to it. Klein nodded. Magna Senpai, today's the tour you promised us, right? Damn straight. Let the great Magna-sama give you a proper tour of the Black Bull's base. Let's go, brats, he bellowed. Magna and Asta bolted off. Klein sighed and hurried after them. This is the mess hall. Inside, only Charmy was seated, devouring what might have been her third or fourth meal of the day. The place felt oddly empty. Size doesn't matter if it's useless, Magna declared. This here's the grand bath. Soaking in the hot springs, Klein squinted skeptically. Weren't they supposed to be touring? How had they ended up bathing? Well, the temperature is perfect, Klein mumbled, relaxing. Seeing him, Asta shouted, Of course Klein can take it, but damn, it's hot. This is what it means to be a man of the Black Bulls, Magna proclaimed. Gordon had mysteriously appeared in the bath. Sorry, still couldn't hear a word he said. Up ahead is the girls' quarters. It's full of traps. Go near it and you're dead meat. Looking at the tripwires and death traps, Klein instantly recognized whose handiwork it was. He glanced over at Magna and Asta, both only wearing towels and carrying their clothes, clearly rushing after each other like fools. In that moment, Klein understood the necessity of those traps. This is the toilet. Magna froze, because sitting there in full The Thinker pose was Yami. Die. A menacing aura of death leaked from the captain. So sorry. Magna slammed the door shut. This is the game room. It's where we relax. Klein eyed the room's contents, some of which resembled medieval torture devices, and wondered if Magna's definition of games matched his own. This is the beast room. Dozens of glowing eyes peered from the darkness. These were definitely not cuddly pets. Why do we even have a room like this? Asta asked, trembling. It's Captain Yami's hobby, Magna explained cheerfully. Feeding him is your job now. Want to give it a try? Klein's eyes lit up with curiosity. After living with Igneal for so long, these creatures were just overgrown puppies to him. He approached confidently with a slab of meat, but the moment his arm extended toward the cage, a giant maw lunged forward and bit down on him. Klein didn't even flinch. He just smiled and stroked the beast's head with his free hand. There, hungry, huh? But his expression shifted. Flames coiled around his arm. That hurt, you bastard! Wham! Klein punched the beast square on the head, knocking it out cold. As it collapsed with a whimper and cartoonish spiral eyes, Klein shook out his hand and scanned the cage. The rest of the creatures, who'd been growling moments before, instantly fell silent and lined up obediently. Hands on his hips, Klein nodded in approval. See? Good boys. Turning back, he gave Magna a thumbs up. Leave these guys to me. Magna grinned and returned the gesture. Didn't expect any less from the man I vouched for. After quite a few mishaps, Magna finally wrapped up the tour. But at the base's lowest level, the trio ran into someone else, another new recruit clad in a Black Bull's cloak. A silver-haired girl with twin tails, about the same age as Klein. Yet something about her screamed haughty, like a proud peacock strutting about. Klein recognized her instantly. Noelle Silva, the third new member to join the Black Bulls alongside Asta and himself. Klein realized something. This world had an overabundance of tsundere characters. There was the second protagonist, Yuno, female lead Noelle, and even the Blue Rose captain, Charlotte. One was more emotionally stunted than the next. Especially Noelle, a textbook tsundere. Her brother, Nozel Silva, captain of the Silver Eagles, was another prime example. A full-on sisgon who pretended to hate her. Klein couldn't help but wonder if being tsundere was a Silva family tradition. While Klein was still spacing out, Magna kindly introduced Noelle. Asta, trying to make friends, stepped forward with a big smile. Hi, I'm Asta, new recruit just like you. Let's get along. Slap. Noelle swatted his hand aside without hesitation. Don't talk to me, you filthy low-born insect with no magic. Ah, there it is. The patented Noelle brand tsundere venom. Who would have guessed this sharp-tongued girl would become one of the few nobles who actually didn't care about social class? Klein guessed her insults now were just a cover for her own insecurities, chief among them, her abysmal magic control. Later on, it would clearly become a bad habit she struggled to shake. And now, as Noelle tried to aim a spell at Asta but accidentally hit Magna instead, Klein silently confirmed, "Yep, she's absolutely a tsundere." It's been 3 days since I joined the Black Bulls. Writing a journal might not seem very serious, but I'll treat it as practice for keeping research notes. That day, Noelle lost control of her magic again, and Asta saved her. Since then, the way Noelle looks at Asta has clearly changed. But come on, she's a tsundere. We all know how that goes. Waiting for her to confess is like waiting for Asta the blockhead to get a clue. What surprised me was Noelle's magic. Not just its immense power, but its fundamentally different nature compared to others. The Clover Kingdom's royal family inherited their magic from the elves, stolen from them 500 years ago. Could Noelle's difference stem from that? Can magic be inherited like that? That's a bit different from what Igneel taught me. It seems even if it's all called magic, there are some clear distinctions between worlds. This might be worth studying more closely. Thankfully, there's a library here at headquarters. Don't know who left it behind, but there's a decent amount of magical theory in it. What a lucky find. It'll save me a ton of time with my research. Oh. Of course, it was exactly as I expected. Thick layers of dust everywhere. It makes sense. Nobody in the Black Bulls seems like the bookish type. Anyway, I'm starting to get used to life in the Black Bulls. Since I took over feeding the magical beasts, Asta got stuck doing all the other chores. Feed the beasts, read a bit, keep up with training. Honestly, this life isn't bad, judging by the time our first real mission should be coming soon. Klein closed his journal and placed the pen back into the ink bottle. Regardless of the contents, a journal was not something meant for others' eyes. His way of keeping it secret? Writing in Chinese characters? That way, even if someone got their hands on it, they wouldn't be able to read a thing. If nothing else, it was secure. From his window, Klein could see the front gate clearly. He watched as Yami and Magna strode off, shoulders squared, heads held high. For some reason, their backs looked strangely tragic, as if they were setting off on a one-way trip. If Klein didn't already know what they were up to, he might have mistaken it for some dire mission. The next morning, Asta slumped against the wall, grumbling to Klein. "These past few days, it's been nothing but cleaning and laundry, just like back at the church. I thought joining the Magic Knights meant going on cool missions. Klein, what do Magic Knights actually do?" Klein tossed a hunk of meat to the magical beasts, who sat in obedient rows, wagging their tails. He glanced at Asta and replied, "Well, Magic Knights mostly investigate strange events in the kingdom, hunt dangerous creatures, or deal with enemy incursions. Regular missions are assigned by the squad captain, but major ones come from the Wizard King himself. For now, just wait patiently." Not that you should only wait. Most missions involve combat, so this downtime is for training and getting stronger. Asta grinned. "Man, you really do know everything, Klein." Klein paused and turned his head slightly. "By the way, Noelle, why are you here?" Yep, Noelle had been standing nearby this entire time. Flipping her twin tails dramatically, she snapped, "I'm royalty. You should be grateful a noble like me even bothers to be up early with you peasants. Got a problem with that?" Klein squinted at her, then looked back and forth between her and Asta. The pointed look made Noelle blush furiously. "What's with that stare?" she barked. "I'm not—" Klein waved dismissively, cutting her off. Yeah, we know you're royalty, but it wouldn't kill you to be honest once in a while." Noelle turned her head sharply away like she hadn't heard a thing. Just then, voices echoed from down the hallway. "Bwah ha ha ha, who would have thought that old man could play a royal straight flush? The guy's a beast. No one can beat Grandpa Safey, man." When a man carries a burden on his back, he becomes stronger. As the speakers stepped into the light, the 3 younger bulls recognized them. "Yo, Klein, Dumpsta, and Noelle, we're back." Magna greeted them cheerfully. Noelle immediately turned around in embarrassment, because the 2 returning men looked like they'd just been robbed by wild bandits. Aside from their cloaks and the belts holding their grimoires, they were completely naked. Klein had always assumed the phrase "lost everything but the shirt on your back" was a figure of speech. Apparently not. Once they'd thrown some clothes on, Magna and Yami recounted their harrowing mission the day before. Then Magna declared, "You three rookies finally got yourselves a real mission." Klein leaned his elbows on the table and laced his fingers. "Let me guess. Captain Yami and you lost a card game to the mayor of Soshi Village. The bet was a favor, and now we have to drive out some wild boars for them, right?" Magna burst into laughter. "That brain of yours is sharp, Klein. Nailed it." Asta raised his hand. "I have a question. What does this have to do with us?" "Exactly," Noel agreed. "Wasn't it you and the captain who lost? Shouldn't you two—" Magna exploded. "You little punks! You think a captain cleans up his own messes?" As illogical as it sounded, they couldn't argue. "It's our job to clean up the messes of our superiors," Magna declared with full confidence. Yami, meanwhile, blew out some smoke and added casually, "Do the job or die. Your choice." "We'll do it, X2. Asta and Noel didn't even hesitate. And so, the team chosen for the boar removal mission consisted of the three rookies, Klein, Asta, and Noel, with Magna tagging along as their senior. Now, only one question remained. How were they going to get to Soshi Village? Naturally, the first choice was Finral's spatial magic. "But can't do it," Finral said flatly. Magna growled. "What the hell do you mean, can't?" Finral pushed Magna's face away with one hand. "If I haven't seen the place, I can't jump there unless I've marked it with my magic. In other words, I can't teleport us somewhere I've never been." Magna watched Finral walk off and sighed. "Useless as always. Looks like we're flying there by broomstick." "I have something to say." Asta raised his hand. "Speak." "I can't use a broom." Noelle also raised her hand. "I too have something to say." "Speak." "Same." Klein raised his hand too. "Klein?" Magna sounded like he was reaching his limit. "Also same," Klein said flatly. That was the last straw. "What the hell is wrong with you three? Flying on a broom is the most basic of basics." Asta laughed proudly. "I don't have any magic, duh." "Why are you so proud of that?" "I can't control my magic, so obviously I can't do it, stupid," Noelle snapped. "Why do you sound proud too?" Klein just shrugged. "I physically can't handle transportation magic. It's a long story." "Even you, Klein?" Magna was dumbfounded. Fine. I'll let you ride with my trusty steed." Steed. "Behold, the Crimson Zero Doom Blaster, 9,000. Magna proudly presented a massive magical broomstick. It was so heavily customized with skulls, bones, and red leather, it barely resembled a broom. A flag bearing the Black Bull's emblem fluttered at its rear. Noelle stared. "This is so tacky." Klein also struggled to accept the edgy eyesore. More importantly, it was still a transportation device, which meant it was Klein's worst enemy. He sighed and summoned his grimoire. "I'll pass. Just lead the way, Magna-senpai. I'll follow." Magna actually looked relieved. His mana wasn't strong enough to carry more than 2 passengers comfortably anyway. As the 3 of them wobbled into the air, Klein activated his own magic. Fire Dragon's Flame Wings. 2 massive wings of fire burst from his back, flapping as he took to the skies and caught up to the others. That spell had appeared in his grimoire automatically after his traumatic experience with a flying broom. Proof enough of how much he loathed magical transport. Klein really wanted to tell the 3 of them to be more careful with their flying. Goofing around at that height was no joke. Fortunately, nothing serious happened, and at full speed, the group quickly neared their destination, Soshi Village. Like Haga Village, Soshi was also part of the Forsaken Realm, another remote, impoverished village. While still in the air, Klein narrowed his eyes and turned toward the others. "Magna-senpai, something's up down there. Let's check it out first." With a beat of his flame wings, Klein dove straight toward the ground. "But I'm supposed to be the senior here. I should be giving orders." Magna grumbled, but he followed Klein down all the same. Once on the ground, the 3 dismounted and found Klein kneeling and inspecting something. "What is it, Klein? Did you find something?" Magna asked. Klein raised his hand, showing them what lay in his palm. "It's just a piece of ice," Asta said, puzzled. What's the big deal? Indeed, in Klein's hand was a small fragment of ice, and more were scattered around the area. Noel let out an exasperated sigh. Idiotsta, it's the wrong season for ice. Think. Asta slapped his forehead. Oh, right. Then where did it come from? Magna's face turned grim. It's magic. Someone used ice-based magic here. Klein nodded. Right. And the caster wasn't weak either. For residual magic to linger this long, their mana must be considerable. But is that really a problem? Asta asked. Noel whacked him on the head. Use that empty head of yours. Why would an unknown powerful mage appear in a place like this? And more importantly, why did they come here? Magna's face darkened. Soshi village is nearby. Klein suggested, if we're concerned, let's go take a look. Our actual mission can wait. Magna, never one to dither, was ready to move out immediately. But Klein held him back. You used up a lot of mana flying here with Asta and Noel. If a fight breaks out, you'll be at a disadvantage. I understand how you feel, but we should recover first. Magna knew Klein was right. With a heavy heart, he sat down to catch his breath and restore his magic. Klein joined him. Mana is tied to life and soul. Without recovery spells, it takes time to replenish, but strong willpower can accelerate it. With his resolve blazing, Magna recovered quickly, then led the others at a fast pace toward Soshi village, telling them about his past along the way. A tale of a delinquent youth changed by the guidance of a wise elder, who helped him find purpose and turn his life around. Other than Captain Yami, Old Man Sephi is the one I respect most, Magna said earnestly. Soon they arrived outside the village, and immediately saw that it was shrouded beneath a massive dome of gray mist. Mist-type barrier magic, Klein assessed. It disrupts perception. If we enter carelessly, the caster can control our every move. Magna grabbed Asta by the collar and held him up. This one's for you. Get in there and slash that creepy fog apart. Not sure what's going on, but I'm on it, Asta shouted cheerfully. He pulled out his Demon Slayer sword and charged into the fog. With one mighty swing, a wide swath of mist dispersed, revealing part of the village. Thanks to growing up there, Magna knew every alley and side street. Even with limited visibility, he could guide them forward. With Magna calling directions and Asta hacking a path through the fog, they reached the village center. At that moment, the ambient magic interference seemed to lessen. Their mana senses returned. Something's wrong. Flames erupted along Klein's arms, startling the others. But Klein didn't explain. He merged the fire into a massive blaze and hurled it forward. Fire Dragon's radiant flame. The torrent of fire scattered a huge section of the mist, finally revealing what lay ahead. Dozens of villagers, young and old, knelt on the ground, faces twisted in terror and despair. Above them, countless jagged ice spears hovered ominously in the air. Klein's spell targeted those spears. The searing flames disintegrated the deadly ice, allowing the villagers to breathe a sigh of relief. But what truly comforted them were the cloaks the four wore, the symbol of the magic knights, protectors of the realm. For people in the Forsaken Realm, their arrival meant salvation. Magna's expression turned stormy. Among the villagers, lying still was Elder Sephi. His eyes were closed, his clothes stained red around his stomach. No sign of life. A child clinging to him choked out, "The magic knights are here. Grandpa, your prayers worked." Magna nearly lost control. You bastards, was this your doing? Before them sat a scarred man in a gray-blue robe clutching a pocket watch. 3 others in similar robes, hoods drawn, stood behind him, their identities obscured. The man glanced at his ticking watch and said, "The execution was scheduled for 10 seconds from now. You've disrupted my timetable. Very well, everyone dies in 10 seconds. He opened his grimoire, summoning spiked ice spheres large enough to crush everything in their path. Before Klein could react, Asta dashed forward. With a swing of his sword, he cleaved the massive ice ball in 2. Eyes blazing, Asta shouted, "Why would you do something so cruel? Who the hell are you people?" Klein knew the answer. This man was part of an organization seeking to overthrow the Clover Kingdom. The Eye of the Midnight Sun. The first major enemy faction from the original story had finally appeared. Klein's gaze fell on Sephi's lifeless form. Fire flared in his eyes. He cursed himself for remembering the passionate highlights of the plot while forgetting the tragedies along the way. If he'd recalled earlier, if he'd even mentioned the Eye of the Midnight Sun, perhaps Sephi's death could have been avoided. Everything Igneel taught him, and the values instilled in his previous life, made one thing very clear. Life is not to be treated so lightly. "I'm burning up," Klein muttered. "But it's not excitement. It's rage. And I'll turn that rage into fire and burn you bastards to ashes." "I don't remember hearing anything about magic knights coming out here. Must be some unauthorized mission. And how the hell did they break through our mist barrier?" The three flunkies each took turns shouting in disbelief. The saying "villains die by talking too much" definitely held water. Klein hadn't needed to interrogate anyone, yet they'd already spilled valuable intel. For instance, their remarks hinted at a connection between them and someone high up in the Magic Knights, allowing them to know internal mission details. The man with the pocket watch sneered coldly, "Black bulls, the outcasts of the Magic Knights. Not even worth our time. 5 minutes. Kill off these worthless, ignorant peasants, then find what we're looking for." "Don't you ignore me?" Asta had had enough of their arrogance and charged with his sword. Mist magic, phantom fog, vortex. One of the flunkies raised a hand, summoning thick fog toward Asta. "You think you can approach Lord Zis so easily? Fool, lose yourself in the mists of illusion." He even exposed their leader's name, Zis. That was some real overconfidence if he thought they'd wipe out everyone before it mattered. And to be fair, the spell was quite effective, combining natural mist magic with psychological interference. It might render an average mage helpless if caught off guard. Unfortunately, his opponent was Asta. This kind of wide-range magic had no effect on him at all. Like hell, I'd get lost. Asta swung his sword, cutting a wide swath through the mist and charging right through it. Of course, that gave away the nature of his anti-magic sword. There would be no element of surprise from now on. Asta didn't press the attack. Instead, he glared at Zis. "I asked you, why are you killing innocent villagers?" Zis exhaled and slowly stood, addressing Asta with detached calm. "This kingdom is divided into layers. The royal capital for the king and nobility, the common realm for peasants, and the Forsaken realm for filth. Soshi village lies in the Forsaken realm. The people here possess barely enough magic to help with daily chores. They're no better than wild beasts, worthless trash. I simply wish to eliminate those beasts who might someday waste my time. You magic knights are only here because of some mission, right? Deep down, don't you also think these people are expendable?" Before Asta could unleash his fury and rebuke him, a crimson blur cut across the field. So fast. Xis's frozen mask finally cracked, and his arrogance slipped. For the first time, he showed surprise. A flame-cloaked fist smashed into his jaw. Blood and a couple of white teeth flew out as Xis was sent tumbling across the plaza. Klein still stood in his punching stance, face deadly serious. "I've had enough of your tired speeches. That foul stench reeking from your rotten bones makes me sick. Shut up already." Zis's words had triggered a flood of memories in Klein, of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. While the group had been created by Patri to revive the elven race, only he and the three leaders, the Third Eye, were actual reincarnated elves. The rest were ordinary human mages, many of them fanatical cultists. But they didn't worship a dark god. They worshipped magic itself. To them, magic defined human worth. Those with weak magic were garbage to be discarded. They joined the Eye because Patri promised a new world ruled by the supremacy of magic. Xis was one of these zealots. Add in others who bore grudges from suffering under the Clover Kingdom's rigid system, and you had a ready-made revolution. In the end, though, Patri would sacrifice all of them to complete the reincarnation spell. Divine retribution, really. Then Patri himself would be betrayed by the devil Zagred. That whole plot arc was like a 1,000-layer betrayal cake, only rivaled by that moment from a certain ninja tale. But Klein had no patience for letting these cultists meet their end naturally. Isis staggered up from the rubble, pushing aside his subordinates and spitting blood. Why? Why would someone like you, with so much power, side with those beasts? Klein answered coldly, I already told you, your stink offends me. If you believe the strong can strip away the weak's lives just because of their magic. Blazing flames erupted from Klein, forming a roaring dragon behind him. Then my magic is stronger than yours, so you'd better lie down and die quietly. Isis wiped the blood from his mouth, eyes contorting with rage. Pity, you've chosen the wrong path. If we let you live, you'd hinder our great plan, so I'll eliminate you now. And you've got terrible luck. Here, I'm invincible. His grimoire flew open. Together with his 3 flunkies, he cast a compound spell. They released an overwhelming amount of mist, swallowing the entire square and everyone in it. Within the mist, countless icicles formed. Ice mist compound magic, endless shard gauntlet. With Ixis's command, the icicles began to fall. As soon as one landed, another took its place. A barrage of ice rained down like a storm. Damn it! Asta roared and raised his sword, deflecting several of the falling spears back towards Zis. But dispel. Before the ice even reached Zis, it turned back into mist. Clearly, this guy wasn't just powerful, his control was precise. Oh, that sword can erase magic and reflect it? Fascinating. But you've only got one sword, right? You can't protect everyone. Asta's heart dropped. Ixis's spell didn't just target them, it blanketed the villagers too. He was exploiting their weakness as magic knights, protecting civilians above all. Fire Dragon's wing attack. Exploding scattershot fireball. Fortunately, Asta wasn't alone. Klein and Magna attacked in unison, shattering the ice above the villagers. Asta quickly joined them, hacking away at incoming icicles. Klein frowned. In the original timeline, he hadn't been here. Magna had been low on mana. How had they protected everyone before Noelle awakened her defensive spell? Were the icicles smaller back then? Had Zis ramped up the spell's power and range? If so, this wasn't meant to wipe them out. He was trying to drain their mana. Klein gritted his teeth. He wanted to strike at Ixis directly, but none of them could spare even a second. Any lapse would mean villagers getting killed. Which means it's up to you, Noelle, Klein muttered. If that's the case, then I'm counting on you, Noelle. W shouted clearly. Eh? Noelle pointed to herself in disbelief. But I can't even control my magic. Believe in yourself, Klein called out as he incinerated over a dozen ice shards with blazing fire. Magic is a miracle born from the heart. As long as you desire it, you can make it happen. Look around you. This isn't the time for doubt, is it? Aren't you royalty? Then show me the pride of the royal family. Noelle turned her head and saw a trembling little girl clinging to her sleeve, eyes full of fear. Big sis, please save me. All of Noelle's lingering fear vanished. At this moment, all that mattered was the child in front of her, begging for help. Just like Klein had said, there was no room for hesitation anymore. Shut up. I'm a royal, you know. I don't need a lecture from you. Her grimoire flipped open, glowing text writing itself across the pages. This is my new spell. Noelle's expression firmed with resolve as she activated her magic. Water creation magic, sea dragon's cradle. A swirling column of water rose from the ground, forming a dome-shaped barrier around the villagers. Ice spikes rained down like arrows, but they only caused ripples on the water dome's surface. The villagers inside were safe now. Klein looked up at the barrier of water and smiled. See? You can do it when it counts. Now I don't need to hold back teaching that bastard a lesson. And I'm with you. Asta stepped forward, expression hard as steel. That guy. He's the one person I'll never forgive. Klein looked into Asta's eyes and nodded. Of course. You're the one who can show him just how wrong he really is. Magna clenched his fists. You guys really are true men. But don't forget, you've still got your senior here. I can't let you brats take all the glory. Not if I want to call myself Captain Yami's disciple with pride. And besides, I've got my own score to settle with this creep. The three exchanged glances, then stepped out from behind Noelle's magic barrier together. Zis glanced at his pocket watch with a frown. That magic. How troublesome. Do you bastards enjoy wasting my time so much? Noelle's new spell had completely disrupted his plans. Using the villagers as hostages was no longer an option. Damn you, black bulls. Did you really think you'd beat me this easily, naive fools? Zis snapped, flipping his grimoire open again. He waved his hand, and sharp ice spikes erupted from behind him, rapidly growing in size as they surged toward the trio. Piece of cake. Asta slashed through the massive icicles with a single swing, using speed that could rival acceleration magic as he closed the distance with his Zis. Zis held out both arms, quickly forming two ice lances from the mist and thrusting them toward Asta. Exploding flame magic, blazing bomb sphere, fire dragon's iron fist. The ice lances were growing too fast. Asta wouldn't have time to block. But Klein and Magnus' cover fire arrived just in time. Their dual blasts of flame shattered the ice lances to pieces, clearing the way between Asta and Zis. Thanks, guys, Asta shouted as he brought down his anti-magic sword towards Zis. Not a chance, Zis growled. Spikes of ice erupted in front of him, creating a shield. Asta just barely managed to raise his sword horizontally to block the oncoming spears, but the force slammed into him, sending him flying backward and undoing all the ground he had gained. Damn it, Magna cursed. That guy's casting speed is insane. Klein nodded. Zis's spell formation was abnormally fast for large-scale ice creation magic. If it wasn't that Zis himself was as strong as a magic knight captain, then there had to be another reason. Klein looked past him, at the three robed lackeys behind. It's those guys. This compound magic isn't just for show. In that case, Magna conjured a massive fireball. Infernal scatter bomb sphere. He lobbed it into the air, where it split into dozens of smaller fireballs aimed at the three cultists. An ice wall rose to intercept, shielding the lackeys. The fireballs shattered the wall but dissipated in the process. No easy task, huh? Magna muttered, not too disappointed. This outcome had been within expectations. If those cultists were accelerating Zis's casting, there was no way he'd leave them vulnerable. Klein flexed his hands. Then let's break through the front. Hell yeah, now you're talking, Klein, Magna cheered. Let's do this, Asta. You keeping up? Yes, sir, Asta replied, gripping his sword tightly. Let's go. 3. All three of them charged together, naturally falling into formation as they ran. You idiots never learn. Do you really think you can break my magic? Zis snarled. Klein could no longer remember how strong this early game boss had been in the original story, but the power he was showing now was surprisingly formidable. From Zis's feet, ice rapidly spread outwards. The air itself grew colder. Even Noelle's water barrier in the distance began to frost over. The area around the trio became a frozen forest of jagged spikes. Fire Dragon's glorious flame! Klein halted his charge and unleashed a burst of fire. The intense heat melted the surrounding ice, clearing the path. His fireball then struck the thick ice wall ahead, blasting it apart, but failing to reach Zis behind it. But that wasn't his goal. He had cleared the way. Asta and Magna had never stopped running. They didn't hesitate for a moment because they trusted Klein completely. That trust was what allowed them to charge forward unflinchingly. Get away from me, you filthy worms, Zis screamed, conjuring another barrage of spiked pillars. You're the filthy one, Asta roared, cutting through them all with his sword. He closed the distance. He was right in front of Zis now. Zis's face twisted in rage as he squeezed out every ounce of mana left. No, I will not lose to trash like you. He launched razor-sharp spikes, their speed rivaling bullets, right at Asta. But Magna wouldn't stand by and watch. Ultimate infernal blazing bomb sphere. He didn't even throw it. He slammed the fireball down directly onto the incoming spikes, blasting them into fragments. Zis tried to form more magic, but his mist had suddenly cleared. He turned just in time to see Klein knocking his cultist lackeys unconscious with one clean sweep. At that moment, Asta raised his massive sword high above him. You say the villagers were wild animals just because their magic is weak. But I have no magic at all, and even so, I will become. The blade came crashing down on Zis's shoulder. Anti-magic energy tore through him, cutting off his mana completely. The pain was too much. His eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. The Wizard King, Asta finished, hoisting his sword with conviction. Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Anime Multiverse Journey, Dragon Slayer Magic, as my start Volume 2. For the first time, Klein found himself resenting his lack of perfect memory. If only he could recall the finer details of the story, he might have avoided this situation. The problem had arisen after they defeated Zis. Klein had been cautious, thoroughly checking that Zis's mana and body were completely sealed. He had intended to bring him back to the Magic Knights and extract more information. But he hadn't expected that Zis had implanted a magical device inside his body, one that activated even with his magic sealed. It triggered a self-destruct spell, leaving nothing behind, not even a corpse. Still, Klein doubted they'd have gotten much from him anyway. Even setting aside whether Zis truly knew anything of value, the real issue was that the Eye of the Midnight Sun had one of the most unshakable pillars in the Magic Knights. Who would have thought that William Vengeance, the man most likely to become the next Wizard King, was actually the leader of the organization plotting to overthrow the Clover Kingdom? Then again, the whole two souls in one body thing was absurd. His appearance, his magic, even his grimoire was completely different. No one could be blamed for not suspecting him. Still, seeing the villagers' restored spirits brought Klein some comfort. That was also why he'd intentionally played support rather than landing the final blow on Exis himself. Exis's words, though twisted and prejudiced, did reflect the dominant view of this world, so much so that even the villagers had come to believe them. That's why it had to be Asta, someone with no magic at all, who delivered the finishing blow. Only then could the villagers begin to believe in their own worth again. Saving hearts is far harder than saving bodies, and far more important. They had also acquired one of the magical stones, ancient forbidden artifacts originally held by the elf tribe 500 years ago, and the real reason Zis had attacked Soshi village. That stone had been brought to the village by none other than Secret Swallowtail, the servant of the first Wizard King who, due to the effects of forbidden magic, had become an anti-magic bird. She had been silently following Asta, guarding the five-leaf clover grimoire in his hands. Klein had been aware of this from the start, but since Seeker had lost the ability to speak due to the seal, he hadn't interfered. Asta had finally noticed the little bird that had been tailing him, and gave her the name Nero. From then on, Seeker settled comfortably atop his head. One way or another, their first mission as Magic Knights had ended in a chaotic success. The four of them returned to headquarters that same day and reported everything to Captain Yami. Despite his usual careless demeanor, Yami understood the gravity of the situation, an internal threat within the Magic Knights. He immediately reported it to the Wizard King. Although no reply came by the time Klein's holiday arrived, he had no doubt the investigation was underway. In any case, it wasn't something he could concern himself with now. Even if he accused Vengeance directly, no one would believe him. Worse, they'd start questioning where his information came from. So, for now, Klein could only bide his time and wait for the right moment. The mission had earned the Black Bulls a rare commendation, 1 star. Stars were awarded to Magic Knight squads as recognition of meritorious service and served as a visible metric of their strength. As for rankings, the Golden Dawn was currently in first place with 70 stars. At the very bottom, of course, was the Black Bulls, with minus 30 stars, and that was after they'd just earned one. A perfect record of unlawful behavior. Klein clearly saw the shock on Asta's face when he realized just how big the gap between him and Yuno had become. After everything settled down, it was finally time for the monthly paycheck, and with it, a 2-day break. Like Asta, Klein kept some money for daily expenses and sent the rest to the church in Haga village. Without his regular hunting, the orphanage was bound to return to hard times. Yuno probably did the same, and between the three of them, they could at least ease the burden a little. It was a rare break. Klein had originally planned to visit the library, but he ran into Asta and Noelle along the way, being dragged by Vanessa to go shopping in the capital. Curious, Klein decided to tag along. Vanessa flew with Asta and Noelle on a broom while Klein used his own magic, and soon enough they arrived in the royal capital. The last time Klein had come here was during the entrance exam. He'd barely had time to look around. This was a good opportunity to familiarize himself with the city. With Vanessa leading the way, they couldn't go wrong. "But Noelle," Klein asked, "why do you look so surprised? You're acting like you've never been here before." Noelle's face flushed red as she snapped, "Shut up. I'm royalty, okay? Like I'd ever come to this kind of place." He supposed that made sense. Klein looked around. No noble, let alone royalty, would set foot in a place like this. And Noelle, a proper noble lady, had probably never been anywhere near a black market. That's right. Vanessa had brought them to the infamous underground bazaar, the black market. Though it was labeled illegal, there wasn't anything too outrageous going on. In the Clover Kingdom, all official commerce was monopolized by the nobility, and to maintain their power, the royals placed strict controls on magic tool trade. As a result, many impoverished commoners and struggling mages had no choice but to conduct business in the black market. It was a mixed bag, to be sure, but it was precisely because of that, Klein knew, that one could sometimes find rare and mysterious items here. Since the market wasn't large, the royal authorities couldn't be bothered to crack down on it. That's how it had survived to this day. If it hadn't been for Vanessa, Klein wouldn't have found the magic-cloaked entrance. To his surprise, Vanessa was being surprisingly responsible. Rather than looking for someone to scam into buying her drinks, she actually guided the three of them through the stalls. Klein had come along primarily to explore the black market. Rumors said that ancient magic tools were occasionally unearthed and sold here, and he wanted to study them. They wandered for a while and found some worthwhile things. The ragged notebook in Klein's hand, for example, was an old research journal by an unknown mage. The seller hadn't recognized its value and had lumped it in with common magic books. Klein had picked it up for dirt cheap. Unfortunately, there was one magic tool he'd really wanted, but the price was far beyond his means. He had to give up on it for now. Still, he wasn't walking away empty-handed, and that was enough to satisfy him. Turning down an alleyway, Klein spotted a familiar face. Hoo-ha. No, it's Seike. The guy was wearing a green magic night cloak with the praying mantis insignia. He was Sake, the one who tried to use Asta as a stepping stone during the entrance exam. Thanks to his weird catchphrase, hoo-ha, Klein remembered him all too well. In the original story, he'd been quickly defeated by Asta in the trial battle but still made it into the Mantis squad. Apparently, even without that fight, he still ended up here. Guess it was fate. Right now, he looked thoroughly dejected, sitting at a small stall surrounded by cards and coins. "I can see the future, you know," the old woman sitting across from him declared proudly. Klein's pupils shrank. From anyone else, that line would have been nonsense, but coming from her, it might actually be true. She was the same old lady who had been selling grilled snakeskin on the street during the entrance exam, and her true identity was none other than Julius Novachrono, the 28th Wizard King. With time magic as his specialty, seeing the future wasn't out of the question. Klein couldn't help but marvel. The Wizard King, gambling with street magic knights, using his powers to win their money. What would Asta think if he ever found out? A mission by special request? Me? Klein pointed at himself in disbelief. He just couldn't understand why the Wizard King would assign him to such a task. Sure, Klein had planned to join the mission anyway, but being specifically named, without knowing the reason, he couldn't shake the unease. If there was any connection with the Wizard King, it had to be that encounter in the black market a few days ago. But Klein hadn't been rude. He hadn't exposed his identity. Even when that thief stole the Wizard King's bundle, all Klein had done was trip the thief. In the end, it was Sake, aka Hoo-ha, and Asta who caught him. Klein hadn't even used magic. The Wizard King, being a complete magic fanatic, shouldn't have noticed him at all. Yet, for this mission, he had named two participants, Asta and Klein. While Asta was bubbling with excitement over having caught the Wizard King's attention, Klein just felt off balance. But once the journey began, Klein figured it out. He had underestimated the man who was, without question, the most powerful mage in the Clover Kingdom, Julius Novachrono, the Wizard King. Not only was Julius powerful, he was especially skilled at discovering and nurturing talent. He was the one who had scouted and promoted both Yami of the Black Bulls and William Vengeance of the Golden Dawn. Yami once said that Julius saw things others couldn't. Klein, too, was aware of his own uniqueness, whether it was the dragon slayer magic taught to him by Igniel, magic that let a human wield the strength of a dragon, or his world magic, a power imbued with the blessings of another world. Both were unprecedented. That he would catch the Wizard King's eye was hardly surprising. Julius's pattern was clear. To foster potential, he would give his protégés important and dangerous tasks. The mission ahead of them checked both boxes, dangerous and critical, the exploration of a magic dungeon. So-called magic dungeons were ancient ruins, or tomb-like structures where relics of the past were buried. These relics could be lost techniques of ancient magic, or powerful magic tools. Since the people of this world focused more on developing their grimoires, research into magical theory and magical tools had largely stagnated, or even regressed. Only the Diamond Kingdom fared better, given its rule by magic scholars. As a result, ancient magic tools far outstripped their modern counterparts in diversity and power. Some were strong enough to shift the balance of civilization. An undiscovered magic dungeon was a massive find. Whether for research or weapon stockpiling, its value was immeasurable. But of course, ancient mages hadn't made it easy. Such dungeons were filled with magical traps to protect their treasures. That's why exploration missions were left to the magic knights. To make matters worse, this particular dungeon was located right on the border between the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom. That meant danger wouldn't just come from within, but from without as well. Diamond Kingdom mages were sure to come. And the Diamond Kingdom was no friendly neighbor. Its land was mostly barren and mineral-rich, but poor in other resources. The people lived harsh lives, and the nation adopted a military-first mindset. The rich, fertile lands of the Clover Kingdom made a natural invasion target. Border skirmishes were common. Fighting off Diamond Kingdom mages was one of the Magic Knight's primary duties. There was no way rookies could handle such a mission alone. That's why, in addition to Klein, Asta, and Noel, Captain Yami had assigned Luck Voltia to lead the team. Luck was one of the most powerful mages in the Black Bulls. His lightning magic let him adapt to all kinds of terrain and situations. More importantly, his mana-sensing ability was the best in the Black Bulls, possibly the best in the whole kingdom. He could detect enemies and magical traps with ease, making him the ideal person to explore a dungeon. If only he didn't have that personality. That personality, laughing like a maniac and diving headfirst into battle, was exactly why Luck had such a fearsome reputation. Those who knew him well equated his name with crazy. It wasn't long before Asta and Noel realized just how unhinged this senior of theirs was. Using Finrel's spatial magic, the team was transported to the borderlands and quickly located the entrance to the dungeon. At first, Luck was surprisingly reliable. He led them through the dark corridors to the true entrance. Once inside, their eyes widened in awe. The interior was filled with altar-like grand architecture. Even after who knows how many years, the water systems were still functioning. They didn't even need torches. Glowing motes of light floated through the air, brightly illuminating everything. Those motes weren't ordinary lights. They were visible clumps of mana, the natural energy particles that, like magical power in people, filled the world. The concentration of mana in the dungeon was so high it had become visible. It even warped the space inside. From the outside, the dungeon didn't seem that large, but inside, it was like a small city. Klein marveled at the mana-rich environment. For a mage, such a space could vastly boost magical growth, but mana this dense could also place extreme strain on the body. And if this was considered a lot, he couldn't imagine what the so-called forbidden zones, the legendary strong mana regions, must be like. As Klein absorbed the mana in the air, he also sensed a huge number of magical signatures scattered throughout the dungeon. It was like a calm lake dotted with dozens of eddies, large and small. Those were probably magical traps, and Luck, he was sure, had sensed them too. Asta was banging his fist on the ground in frustration. He still couldn't sense mana. Unfortunately, the exact spot where he slammed his hand was one of the traps Klein had detected. A huge wall of earth suddenly rose from the ground. Asta yelped and jumped back in time. Then, opening his grimoire, he pulled out his Demon Slayer sword and cut the earthen wall clean in half. The activation allowed Klein to observe the trap's structure more clearly. It turned out that magical traps were simply preset spells, sealed until triggered by outside contact. The traps themselves weren't that impressive, but the sealing technique used on them was. Klein found himself wanting to stay behind and study them. He was mid-research analyzing one of the traps, when bang. Luck shoved Asta directly onto another trap. Why? Just because he wanted to see how Asta's anti-magic sword would interact with more traps. It was chaotic, and it didn't stop there. Luck activated all the traps in the vicinity, including the one Klein was studying. All around them, explosions of magic rang out as ancient spells sprang to life. Luck's delighted cackling echoed through the dungeon. Meanwhile, the other three just stood there, utterly exhausted. Following this guy is definitely going to get us killed. Klein couldn't help but think. Luck finally stopped after having his fill of toying around, while Asta, having nullified all the activated traps with his sword, was completely drained. But Luck hadn't forgotten the true purpose of their mission. In fact, ever since entering the dungeon, he'd unleashed his full mana sensing ability, and now he'd hit his limit. Even so, the information he gathered had clearly paid off. His expression sharpened dangerously. They're here after all, others besides us, and among them one is especially strong. Lightning creation magic, thunder god's boots. Electricity surged around Luck's legs, condensing below his calves into a pair of lightning-forged boots. That was Luck's magic, using lightning to enhance his body, greatly boosting all his physical attributes. I've got something important to do. You guys handle the dungeon from here. Before the three of them could say anything, Luck vanished in a bolt of lightning, darting down a corridor and disappearing in the blink of an eye. What the hell is going on? Noelle shouted in frustration. Klein's grimoire flipped open. There's someone else in the dungeon, and whoever it is, they're not hiding their mana at all. He was a step behind Luck, but now Klein too sensed it, a beacon of magical energy pulsing through the dungeon like a flare. Flames burst into wings behind Klein as he continued. It's someone from the Diamond Kingdom. I'll go back up Luck. Asta, you and Noelle continue with the dungeon. I'm coming too, Asta said immediately. Klein shook his head. No, they wouldn't recklessly reveal themselves unless they had a plan. That means there are more diamond mages inside, and their goal is definitely the dungeon's relics. His gaze firm, Klein added, You two have to get to them before the enemy does, or this mission is a bust. You're the only one who can charge straight through the dungeon, Asta. Leave the fight to me. With that, Klein beat his flame wings and soared off, following the direction Luck had taken. Thanks to Asta's anti-magic sword, he could ignore traps and just bulldoze through. It was probably the most efficient approach. Klein passed through several corridors, the sounds of thunder and explosions growing louder. Luck had already engaged someone. If his memory was correct, the opponent would be a tough one. He picked up speed and burst into the chamber, only to find two figures facing off. A middle-aged man in the colors of the Diamond Kingdom turned toward the new arrival. Oh, that mana. Clover's youth these days really are terrifying. Klein didn't underestimate him. Anyone who remembered the yellow-suited freak who soloed the entire protagonist squad knew better than to judge a book by its cover, and this man was no less dangerous. So, the infamous Lotus of the Abyss. Didn't expect you to show up, sir. Ah, so the kids know me these days, huh? A dangerous one, aren't you? Lotus responded, his lazy tone unchanged, though a flicker of annoyance passed behind his eyes. His magic wasn't flashy. He relied on tactics, not brute force, and the last kind of enemy he wanted was someone calm, cautious, and well-informed. Klein hadn't announced Lotus's name to show off. It was for Luck's sake. He needed his teammate to understand that this was no small fry. But the plan backfired. Really? So this old guy's strong? Great. Let's fight to the death. Luck shouted with glee and launched a flying kick at Lotus. Boom! The wall behind Lotus exploded into rubble, but the man himself remained untouched. Luck turned back to the cloud of smoke. He'd flown right through it, but hadn't landed a hit. The smoke parted, revealing Lotus, lazily adjusting his collar. A long scar ran across his chest. From your cloaks, you're with Yami Sukahiro. I got thoroughly worked over by him when I was young. Out of everyone near my age, only he ever beat me. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. A surge of flame erupted from Klein's fist, blasting through the smoke and pulverizing a boulder off to the side. In other words, Klein muttered, "You're too strong. That means you've never lost to anyone else, right?" The smoke began swirling, wrapping Lotus like a coat. Unsurprisingly, Klein's attack had missed. Troublesome magic. Klein frowned. Lotus's smoke-weakening magic wasn't powerful in itself, but developed to its limit, it was versatile and nasty. "Stay out of it, Klein. This one's mine." Luck called, clearly annoyed, and lightning surged even more wildly across his body as he charged. But then, his pace suddenly slowed. He wobbled. Too slow. Whoosh. Thick smoke enveloped Luck. His eyes lost focus and he collapsed. "Welcome," Lotus intoned, "to the very depths of the abyss." In Buddhist texts, the abyss, Naraka, is a place of unending torment, a prison from which there is no escape, and Lotus's suffocating smoke magic had earned him the same grim name. He stroked his beard. "This space is already mine. The smoke's too faint for the naked eye, but it's there. Smoke-weakening magic, conquering garden." I kept my mana suppressed to avoid notice. While my comrades fought, I laid my trap, but you? Lotus looked at Klein, standing calmly over Luck's fallen form. "You don't seem affected, so my subordinates were beaten for nothing?" Klein shrugged. "If your magic's smoke, it's natural to guard against the invisible as well as the visible." The fire around Klein had never gone out. Lotus's mana had never been able to enter his body. "Scary kids these days," Lotus muttered, scratching his head. "So targeted, Uncle Lotus might just cry." But his tone changed. Smoke thickened. He was no longer playing around. Klein tensed, until thunder crackled behind him. From the moment he was born, Luck had always smiled. Never sad, never angry. But now his smile had twisted. This was that side of him, the crazed version that made others fear his name. It's been a while. Since things got interesting." Klein turned to look, only to find Luck was already gone. A bolt of lightning flashed past Lotus. The diamond mage wiped a line of blood from his cheek, eyes narrowing at the now visible Luck. No longer human, more beast than boy. Lightning gauntlets now covered Luck's arms. His hands had become claws, his feet, razor-pointed talons. "Tough one, aren't you?" Lotus said quietly. "Uncle really doesn't want to cut down such a promising sapling." The addition of gauntlets to Luck's arms wasn't just a visual upgrade. It marked another level of power. Klein could feel it clearly. Parts of Luck's body were beginning to manifest pure mana, his form edging toward magical embodiment. Electric arcs wove through the air as Luck unleashed a frenzied barrage on Lotus. On the surface, he seemed to have the upper hand. But in truth, every blow only dispersed the surrounding smoke. None had landed on Lotus's actual body. The Diamond Kingdom veteran was hiding within his conjured mist, which not only distorted sensory perception but allowed him to move freely within it. Hitting him was like trying to strike air. Despite entering a berserker-like state, Luck's combat instincts remained razor-sharp. He quickly realized he had to eliminate the smoke first. Lightning magic, thunderclap burst sphere. He hurled a searing ball of lightning, its crackling intensity ionizing the air. The mist thinned in an instant. "Got you." Spotting a brief glimpse of Lotus's form, Luck lunged with his lightning-clad claws. "Even if you've momentarily overpowered my suppression field, you haven't broken my spell," Lotus snapped back. Though surprised at Luck's agility, Lotus had expected the gap in strength to remain. The boy might have thought he'd caught his prey, but in reality, he'd walked straight into a trap. Smoke creation magic, tenfold binding cross-cage. The vapor condensed into solid bands, enveloping Luck and forming a massive crucifix in midair, locking him in place. Finally caught you. What a workout. Honestly, if you kids would just surrender, it'd save this old man a lot of trouble. Whoosh! Lotus blinked as a wave of scorching heat tore past his face, flapping his clothes and searing the surrounding air. A torrent of flames struck the smoke-bound crucifix, and with a surge of power, Luck burst free, landing hard on the stone floor. I have to beat him. I have to keep winning, Luck shouted. Klein grinned, fists igniting again. You're being stingy, Luck-senpai. How could you hog such a fun opponent all for yourself? We're comrades. Let me join the fun. Luck blinked, then grinned back. His usual feral smile softened into something lighter, more alive. Yeah, winning together. Sounds kind of fun, too. Klein couldn't guess what was going through Luck's mind, but his magic told the whole story. The mood had changed, and that was enough. Fighting alongside you really fires me up. Klein clashed his fists together, fire roaring to life. They turned to Lotus in unison, light and flame and charged. Not good, Lotus muttered, bringing his grimoire to the front. Looks like this old man's gotta get serious now. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Klein's flaming punch collided with solidified smoke, both attacks scattering in a shockwave. Nearby, Luck's claw swiped toward Lotus, only to be deflected again. More smoke erupted around them. Smoke creation magic, Abyssal Warden's prison. Lotus's specialty was turning the battlefield into his advantage. In this dense fog, he could sense every movement, teleport freely, and choke opponents just by letting them breathe. Anyone caught inside would be swallowed whole, suffocated to death before they even laid a hand on him. He hadn't earned the title Lotus of the Abyss for nothing. Klein racked his brain. How had Asta beaten him in the original timeline? If memory served, it was because Asta had no magic at all, which let him slip under Lotus's radar. But that trick wouldn't work for Klein. Still, he had his own way of doing things. Hey, Luck-senpai, can you go even faster? Klein asked, fire dancing around him. Luck cracked his neck. Of course. That was all they needed. Fire Dragon's roar. A magic circle flared open, and Klein unleashed a blast of fire. It tore through the fog, stirring it into turbulence. He wasn't aiming for Lotus. He was aiming to disrupt the smoke, forcing movement and creating gaps. As Klein shifted his aim to follow Lotus's movement, his flames whipped across the room like a scythe. Amazing, amazing, Luck cried, giddy again. Some things never changed. My turn, he shouted, shooting forward in a blur of lightning, riding the vortex Klein had created. Because the smoke was made of magic, any disturbance in mana affected it. Klein was creating openings. Luck just had to be fast enough to seize them. And seize them he did. When he skidded to a stop, a shredded piece of Lotus's robe floated to the floor, stained with blood. Lotus touched the fresh wound on his chest and chuckled bitterly. You youngsters are terrifying. What did I ever do to deserve this kind of abuse? Smoke rose again, enshrouding him and obscuring his figure once more. It just a little too slow. Luck clicked his tongue. A hair faster and that claw would have torn through Lotus's chest. Klein, again, I'll be faster this time. Klein nodded, preparing to cast. But then, the fog churned violently. His flames flickered, and Luck's body staggered, coughing for air. It felt like his nose and mouth had been sealed off. So that's it. That old man's really pulling out all the stops, Klein wheezed. The suffocating pressure meant Lotus was now using his full magical output. If Klein tried casting a high-level spell, it might misfire, and Luck couldn't guarantee the speed he needed under this much strain. Klein hesitated, until he met Luck's eyes. You've done it, haven't you? You've pushed beyond your limit, Klein muttered, smiling. His flames roared upward, bathing the mist in orange light. My next move won't hold back. You better not die, old man. Hidden in the smoke, Lotus sneered. Sure, that mana was terrifying, but no matter how strong the spell, if it didn't land, it was meaningless. He had full confidence he could dodge anything Klein threw. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Crimson Lotus, Exploding Flame Blade. Klein ignited from head to toe. With a single slash of his arm, a whirl of fire spun outward, an immense consuming vortex of flame. Unlike before, where his magic merely stirred the smoke, this time it burned it away. What is this magic? Lotus gasped. Though he dodged just in time, the flames still stripped away the fog, exposing half his body. He only needed a second, a breath, to retreat into the mist again. But in that single breath, luck appeared before him and drove a kick straight into his gut. Shock overtook Lotus's face. And it wasn't aimed at Klein, it was all for luck. Why hadn't he sensed him? Why had his magic failed? If he could have heard Klein's thoughts, he'd know the answer. Just like stars vanish in daylight, Luck's presence had been hidden, overshadowed by Klein's massive magical flare. Meanwhile, Luck had carefully suppressed his own mana to nothing. While Klein drew all attention, Luck slipped through, unnoticed. And his speed? That was all his own. Klein had trusted in Luck's willpower. And that was how they'd won. In the end, Klein and Luck weren't able to capture Lotus. That old man really was on par with a squad captain. Despite his injuries, he had no trouble shaking off both of them and escaping with ease. Luck's last kick must have broken at least 4 of his ribs, and yet, when Lotus fled, he even took the time to pick up his unconscious subordinates and retreat without a hitch. He probably never intended to fight to the death. That was the only reason he had retreated so decisively. After all, their true goal wasn't battle, it was acquiring the magical relics inside the dungeon. And accompanying Lotus was Diamond Kingdom's strongest human weapon. Klein helped Luck, who had finally regained his breath, back to his feet. Looks like Asta's side ran into trouble too. We don't have time to rest. Luck closed his eyes, sensing the surrounding mana. Yeah, things look fun over there too. Of course he could feel it, the powerful fluctuations of mana erupting from the depths of the dungeon. Besides Noelle, there were 4 unfamiliar mana signatures. But Klein recognized one of them. It was Yuno's, so he'd also been assigned to the dungeon exploration mission. As for that overwhelming, almost inhuman mana presence, that had to be Mars. Currently, Diamond Kingdom was being controlled behind the scenes by the magic scholar Morris, and under his direction, the kingdom had been conducting a horrific experiment, creating artificial magic warriors. The process began by selecting children with high mana reserves and forcing them through brutal training. Then magical devices were implanted inside them to further amplify their power. That alone would already make them dangerous. But the goal wasn't simply to create powerful soldiers. They wanted emotionless weapons. So, at the final stage, the candidates were ordered to kill one another until only one remained. Mars was the one who survived. He had become the weapon Diamond Kingdom dreamed of. And yet, as Klein sensed, his shattered heart still pulsed weakly beneath his immense magical power, his soul ruined by the murder of his childhood friend. Klein and Luck dashed through the maze of ruins, quickly reaching the gates to the treasure chamber. And just as they arrived, Klein spotted something that made him do a double take. Was that Asta going full-on Jackie Chan against Mars? Wearing a fur cloak and adorned with 3 gemstones embedded in his forehead and another large one in his chest, the boy was unmistakably Mars. His grimoire was equally strange, 2 halves sewn together, forming a grotesque fusion of 2 books. Mars's primary magic was mineral-based. Other than Asta, everyone else had been pinned down by golems made of solid rock. Hovering at Mars's side was a titanic mineral sword several meters long, swinging down toward Asta. With one strike, Asta cleaved through it. "Out of my way, you little pebble," Mars snarled, a line that perfectly matched his edgy, corrupted persona. But if there was one thing Asta excelled at, it was smashing through people like this. I might be a pebble, but... Dodging Mars's attacks, Asta closed the distance in a flash and shouted, "I'm a pebble that can shatter diamonds." With a sweeping blow, his anti-magic sword smashed Mars's armor and sent him flying across the hall. "This treasure chamber now belongs to us, the mages of the Clover Kingdom," Asta roared triumphantly. "Yo, nice speech, Asta." Klein strolled up and patted his shoulder. Asta turned, beaming. "Klein, Luck-senpai, you're done over there?" Klein nodded. "He got away, but we injured him badly. He shouldn't be a problem again." Yuno also walked up. Klein glanced at him and said, "So, you're on this mission too, huh? Pretty sloppy entrance, though. "You're that Klein who refused Captain Vengeance's invitation and joined the Black Bulls?" came a sharp voice from behind Yuno. Klein turned to find the bespectacled knight from earlier, someone who radiated the unmistakable vibe of a guy who thought he was important. And Klein? He didn't hold back. "Ah, yes, this is the guy Asta rescued, some senior from Golden Dawn, apparently." His words struck deep. Though Klein knew this man would eventually drop his noble prejudice, he couldn't stand his current self-righteous attitude. The man, Klaus Lunetz, flushed with anger and embarrassment. Fortunately, the girl in Golden Dawn robes beside him gently held him back. Yuno, pretending not to notice the tension, said, "This is Klaus Lunetz, a senior in Golden Dawn. He's a dependable ally." Then, perhaps trying to smooth things over, he added a little praise. The girl beside Klaus also stepped forward politely. "My name is Mimosa Vermilion. I joined Golden Dawn with Yuno as part of the same class." Klein, seemingly unaware, or perhaps just unbothered by the royal weight behind the Vermilion name, replied casually, "Mimosa, huh? That's a nice name. As Yuno's family, I'll be counting on you to take care of this stiff-necked guy." Oh, not at all," Mimosa flustered. "It's actually Yuno-san who's always looking after me." Klaus opened his mouth as if to protest Klein's lack of deference to royalty, but for some reason, he didn't say anything. Klein understood. Klaus's animosity likely wasn't personal. It stemmed from his deep admiration for Vengeance. That Klein would refuse the man's invitation and join the most disreputable squad must have felt like an insult. But after watching Asta fight and spending time with Yuno, Klaus's worldview was already beginning to shift. Klaus moved off to one side and used restraining magic to secure the unconscious Mars. Klein followed him, crouched beside Mars, and picked up the boy's strange grimoire. "Cut the crap about destroying everything," he said quietly. "Can't you feel the other person's mana still lingering in this book?" He gestured to the second magical signature, the fire attribute one that had gently activated earlier to protect Mars when he collapsed. "The one who gave you that power. They believed in you. Even I can feel how deeply they wanted to protect you. Are you going to waste that gift?" Mars's eyes snapped open. "Who are you? What do you know?" Klein shook his head. "Does it matter what I know? What matters is what you remember." He placed the grimoire back on Mars's chest, completely unafraid of the possibility that the boy might rise and fight again. He'd said what he needed to say. If Mars still chose to go berserk like in the original timeline, well, Klein had no problem putting him down. But the grimoire pulsed softly, and the fire attribute mana flowed out, not with hostility, but protectiveness. "Thana." Mars whispered the name, his gaze unfocused. Klein could feel it too. Mars's mana had calmed, peaceful, almost gentle. His heart, at least for now, had found rest, which meant it was time for the final step. "Asta," Klein said, "the treasure chamber door is sealed with magic. You know what to do." Without hesitation, Asta drew his sword and cleaved it open with a single swing. As the magic dissolved, a dazzling light burst forth from inside. Everyone froze. Piles of treasure stacked in shimmering mountains cast golden reflections that nearly blinded them all. Even Noelle and Mimosa, both of noble blood, had never seen anything like it. As for Asta and Yuno, they looked like they'd just been hit with 1,000,000 volts of joy. Klein, too, couldn't keep calm. Not even across 2 lifetimes had he seen anything like this. He'd only ever witnessed scenes like this on TV. But this was real. Unbelievable. His words were weak, but then again, everyone else just nodded along. None of them could think of anything better to say either. Klein, Asta, and Noelle arrived once again in the capital, but this time not for sightseeing. They were here on official business. The mission to the dungeon had involved far too many complications. A detailed report was required at the Magic Knight's headquarters. Back during that mission, the first thing Klein had done upon entering the treasure hall was toss a very conspicuous scroll to Yuno. That scroll contained elven magic, specifically the spirit magic of Sylph, one of the 4 elemental spirits of wind. Although only those chosen by the spirits could use spirit magic, Klein had feared it might fall into the wrong hands and had acted quickly. Spirit magic was not only incredibly powerful, it also had the rare trait of growing alongside the mage. Had the attribute matched, Klein might have been tempted to keep it for himself. As for the demon dweller's sword hidden within the secret chamber, it naturally became part of Asta's grimoire. What puzzled Klein was how a weapon once belonging to Licht, king of the elves, had ended up sealed in that ancient dungeon. Aside from these two major finds, the rest of the treasure hall was filled with magical artifacts and riches, fairly standard fare. Still, the most valuable prizes had ended up in the hands of a bunch of kids from Hog Village. Klein had hoped to uncover some ancient books on magic theory, but sadly he found nothing of the sort. Because Mars hadn't gone berserk like in the original timeline, the dungeon remained intact instead of collapsing. Unexpectedly, Mars had vanished, but Klein had sensed the lingering traces of Lotus's magic. That tricky old man must have used a stealth spell to infiltrate the treasure hall, and realizing the relics were out of reach, had simply taken Mars and left. Using one of Klaus's steel creation magic carriages, the group had hauled the treasure back, mission complete. But reports still had to be filed. That's why the three were now in the capital again. As for why Luck hadn't come with them, well, the guy was a walking hazard. With his reckless personality, letting him loose in the royal capital's noble quarter, where the Magic Knight's headquarters was located, was just asking for trouble. So Yami had conveniently dispatched him and Magna on a separate mission. The report duties were left to Klein and the others. Whoa. Wah! This is my first time seeing such a huge building. As expected, Asta was making a scene. Ever since entering the noble quarter, his loud voice hadn't shut up once. Though they'd visited the capital before, neither Klein nor Asta had ever entered the noble quarter. The scenery beyond those walls was a world apart. While Ast continued to gawk, Klein spotted Yuno and his team approaching from another street. It made sense. The dungeon mission had been a joint operation between the Black Bulls and Golden Dawn. They'd all be reporting in. Klaus had become noticeably more agreeable. Upon seeing Asta, he immediately walked up to check on his injuries. Meh, but when it came to Klein, his attitude remained icy. Nearby, Mimosa pulled Noelle aside to whisper something. Klein himself was busy answering Yuno's questions. In the original story, Yuno had used his newly obtained spirit magic to save Asta from Mars's berserk attack. The only one who could have given him insight into that magic was Klein. Though Klein didn't know much about elven magic, he shared what he could. He trusted Yuno. His talent would let him master it quickly. After all, Sylph was a shameless, pretty boy lover. Klein was certain Yuno would win her over in no time. With that, their group arrived at the Magic Knight's headquarters, where a flamboyantly dressed man stood at the entrance. Welcome, young ones. Who's this flashy geezer? Asta asked, digging in his nose, oblivious to the fact that, aside from Klein and Yuno, everyone else had already dropped to one knee in reverence. Klaus nearly fainted from sheer second-hand embarrassment. He slammed Asta to the ground and hissed, "You absolute oaf! That man is the Wizard King, Lord Julius Novachrono." What? The Wizard King? Asta looked up. His eyes seemed to light up like light bulbs. Klein turned to glance at Yuno. Yep, same reaction. Of course Julius would show up. Rumor had it that Yuno and Asta had obtained new types of magic in the dungeon. For a magic fanatic like Julius, that was irresistible bait. Yuno's inability to summon spirit magic on command left the Wizard King visibly disappointed, deeply shocking everyone with his odd behavior. But Julius wasn't just powerful, he was remarkably erudite. The writing in grimoires was in a magical script, and elven magic was recorded in ancient magical text. Yet he could read them fluently. After personally testing Asta's anti-magic sword, Julius finally seemed satisfied. Then came the question, how does one become the Wizard King? Unlike empty platitudes like, "It's when everyone acknowledges you," Julius gave a clear answer. Results. Not fame, not power, only the accumulation of the greatest achievements made one worthy of becoming the Wizard King. Klein looked at Julius and marveled. He truly couldn't imagine this man, who preached meritocracy, becoming a villain more terrifying than the King of Devils. It was impossible to connect the man who encouraged others with results. With Lucius, who would one day call Asta a flaw in the world. Wasn't it a bit much that both major arcs had villains with split personalities? As Klein lost himself in thought, Julius decided to illustrate what results meant by having everyone attend the annual Magic Knights commendation ceremony. The commendation ceremony was a once-a-year event in the Clover Kingdom. Only those Magic Knights who had earned enough stars to be promoted could attend and receive their new rank directly from the Wizard King. Ranks among Magic Knights mattered a lot. There were 5 main tiers. At the top was the Wizard King. Below him were Grand Magic Knights. Generally speaking, anyone promoted to Grand Magic Knight had enough power and merit to lead or even found a new squad. They were often on par with squad captains. Below that came upper, middle, and lower Magic Knights. Each of these 3 classes was further divided into 5 ranks. Most knights fell within these 15 sub-ranks. Klein and Asta, despite earning stars from the missions in Soshi Village and the dungeon, only had 2 stars between them, insufficient to advance from 5th class lower Magic Knight to 4th class, which meant they weren't eligible to participate in this year's ceremony. But the room Julius opened up was filled with those who were. Every participant had earned at least 6 stars, true elites of the Magic Knights. This was Julius's way of showing Asta and Yuno what results looked like. If they wanted to become Wizard King, they would have to surpass everyone in this room. Klein couldn't decide whether Asta had a big heart or was just incredibly thick-skinned. Either way, he genuinely admired how the boy could eat so happily under the current circumstances. As special guests, the Black Bulls and Golden Dawn members had been invited to the banquet following the commendation ceremony. The food was excellent, but the atmosphere, not so much. Loathing, disdain, and even outright hostility filled the room. No matter how good the food was, it was hard to keep an appetite under such poisonous stares. Lowly commoners. No one knew who started it, but the ballroom soon filled with venomous mockery. Why would the Wizard King favor them? Such disgraceful table manners. No detectable mana whatsoever. Clearing that dungeon must have been dumb luck. They don't belong here. What are these rats doing in the royal hall? Compared to what they'd encountered before, the nobles here were even more vile and cruel. It was downright nauseating. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. A red-haired youth strode forward. If you want to talk about commoners, doesn't your own squad have one? Leopold Vermilion of the Crimson Lion Kings directed his words toward Golden Dawn's Arcadella Sandler, the one who had first started the jeering. Among the 3 great royal houses, Silva, Vermilion, and Kira, Klein had the most respect for the Vermilion family. Whether it was Mimosa or her lesser-known siblings, none of them acted like the usual stuck-up aristocracy. They were truly noble of heart. Arcadella gave Yuno a cold glance and scoffed. That commoner with a 4-leaf grimoire. Just another peasant inflated by praise. Leopold barked back. If I had gone on that dungeon mission, I would have done it better. Arcadella shot back. Such confidence for a brat of the Crimson Lions. But I never had any expectations of those commoners. The ones who'll fulfill Lord Vengeance's dream, Golden Dawn's ideal, are us. I must object. Klaus could no longer hold his tongue and stepped forward, but instantly became Arcadella's next target. And you, Klaus, a man of your meager ability has no place here. Don't you feel ashamed? Then Arcadella turned on Mimosa. And you, Mimosa, I hear you were taken out of the fight early in the dungeon. A disgrace to the Vermilion name. Mimosa could only lower her head in silence. Well, looks like someone here's the biggest joke of all. A mocking voice echoed through the hall. A flamboyant man in a white cloak approached the group. It's you, Noelle. Noelle's usual haughty demeanor crumbled. Her face was full of humiliation and pain. Olka, you can't even control your own mana. What a disgrace. After being effectively exiled from the Silva family, you have the gall to show your face here in the noble realm? The 2 Silva nobles suddenly staggered back, pushed away by a wave of scorching heat. Yap, 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 so noisy. What, I stay quiet and you start getting cocky? Klein had kicked over a table and stepped forward to confront the elites of various squads head-on. Is this what nobility means to you? Hissing like snakes at anyone beneath you? If you're truly noble, then do something to prove it, you arrogant bastards. Insolent cur, enough. Scum like you have no right to speak. Shut your mouth. Klein's words hadn't awakened their consciences. They had only enraged them further. One in particular, Arcadella, lashed out. A mass of sand surged toward Klein like a tidal wave, threatening to bury him. But before Klein could respond, someone stepped in front of him. Asta's black sword slashed through the sand. Grinning, Asta said, "Klein is right. I don't care what you snobs say. Just you wait. I'll rack up enough merit to become the Wizard King and shut every one of your mouths." The hall fell silent for a moment, then erupted in chaos. Did he just say, Wizard King? Many of the nobles' faces darkened, as if Asta's words had fouled the air itself. Don't make me laugh. Furious voices rose, and without hesitation, several nobles unleashed their magic on Asta. Mist-binding magic, web of the fog spider. Water-binding magic, coil of the sea serpent. A net of mist and a serpent made of water lashed toward Asta, clearly not with mercy in mind. Klein grabbed Asta by the shoulder and pulled him back behind him. Fire Dragon's iron fist. The roaring flame punched forward, evaporating both the misty web and the watery snake with a single blow. Striding through the dispersing flames, Klein raised his hand and released another burst of fire, this one melting Arcadella's sand magic into glossy glass. This is the mana you're so proud of? Mana you stole from others through privilege? If that's all, then you've got no right to act high and mighty. What the hell are you even talking about? Barked Solid Silva, Noel's brother, his voice laced with fury. Hiding the ugly truth now, are we? Typical noble behavior. Klein shot back. Enough. A cold voice cut through the tension. A man with an eccentric hairstyle stepped forward, Captain Nozel Silva of the Silver Eagles. Facing Klein, Nozel's expression remained neutral, but the pressure around him dropped dramatically. I don't know what you're prattling on about, but a mere commoner insulting royalty is a sin that cannot be forgiven. Nozel, a top-tier royal in both name and power, released his mana fully. Few could stand against it. Yet Klein merely tensed, face serious, but not overwhelmed. Nozel's grimoire opened, glowing faintly. He was about to teach this impudent boy a lesson. But someone interjected. Hold it right there. Members of House Silva, does it not shame you to gang up on a mere boy? The speaker was another squad captain, Leopold's older brother, Fuegoleon Vermilion. If even commoners can earn the favor of Lord Julius, then isn't that something worth acknowledging? A Vermilion speaking such soft-hearted nonsense? Your family's become too gentle. Should we, soaring eagles, stoop to praise worms crawling in the dirt? Nozel countered sharply. Silver mana formed a majestic eagle behind him. In response, Fuegoleon's flame lion appeared, roaring and kind. Just as the confrontation reached a boiling point, bang. The banquet hall doors burst open. Urgent news, the capital is under attack. As a magical superpower, the Clover Kingdom's royal capital was protected around the clock by a powerful magic barrier. Maintained in shifts by elite royal magic users, the barrier was impervious to mana analysis or forceful breach. In short, an assault on the capital was nearly impossible. And yet now the sounds of chaos had already reached the royal district. While most of the elites deliberated on how to secure the noble realm, Asta had already taken off running. No hesitation whatsoever when it came to protecting civilians. Klein grabbed Asta's collar, smashed through a window, and spread his flaming wings, lifting them both into the sky. Idiot, what are you gonna do? Sprint there on foot? I'll carry you. Let's go end this at the source. Indeed, Klein had already sensed it. Within the chaos, there was only one signature of magical energy. In other words, the entire riot was being caused by a single magic user. This was the moment Klein remembered clearly from the original story. The royal capital uprising, the first large-scale conflict that exposed the villainous White Knight Eye to the protagonists. Relying on his magic detection, Klein swiftly located the perpetrator, Raids Spirito. Down on the city streets, the man cackled maniacally, while commanding a horde of undead to destroy everything in their path. Dressed in tattered robes, red bandages wrapped around his face and left arm, a White Knight Eye insignia over his left eye, Raids wore the perfect villain getup, his twisted grin completing the image. Once a member of the Magic Knights, Raids had joined the Purple Orcas after placing first in the entrance exam. But his magic, corpse marionette magic, the ability to control the dead, was deemed forbidden, and he was cast out. From that moment on, he bore hatred toward the knights and the entire kingdom. His reason for joining the White Knight Eye, who now gave him the chance for revenge. Klein hurled Asta downward. Mid-air, Asta twirled his anti-magic sword like a tornado, knocking back waves of undead. Klein descended as well, landing in a burst of flame that incinerated nearby zombies into ash. "That guy's the source of all this. Take him out and we stop everything," Klein called out. "Got it." Asta tightened his grip on his blade and charged at Raids. "Oh, the Magic Knights finally show up." Raids cackled with a more grotesque expression. "Just my luck. It's the bottom-feeding black bulls. You're not the guests I wanted." He stretched out his hands, and from pools of black sludge oozed more corpses, fast-moving, vicious, undead thralls. Corpse marionette magic, fueled by Raid's near-royal-level mana, let him inject corpses with magic and manipulate them freely. The sheer numbers and lack of fear or pain made him a one-man undead apocalypse to most knights. But not to Klein and Asta. Flame Dragon's radiant blaze. Klein unleashed a wave of fire that turned hordes of zombies to ash on contact. Asta, meanwhile, cleaved through the rest with his anti-magic blade. Once severed from Raids' magic, the corpses were just corpses again. "Don't get cocky," Raids roared. Two larger mounds of black goo surged forward, and from them emerged new undead, clearly stronger and packed with more mana. One launched a glowing purple orb that hit Asta, leaving a gash on his face that bled uncontrollably and even widened slowly. "Be careful! That's a cursed attack!" Klein shouted, sidestepping a blast of muddy water from the other corpse. "Ish mud magic to counter flames? Not a bad idea," Klein growled. "But you've got the worst luck in the world. I'm in a terrible mood right now." Flame Dragon's iron fist. His blazing fist evaporated the moisture in the zombie's body, then struck its chest. The undead swelled up, glowing red from within. Turned to ash. With a blast, the zombie exploded mid-air, its remains consumed in fire. Meanwhile, Asta pulled out his second sword, the Demon Dweller sword, lighter and faster than his main blade. It sliced through the cursed orbs mid-flight, neutralizing them. Then he dashed forward, twin blades spinning like a tornado, tearing into the zombie. "Come on then, you fight me yourself," he roared at Raids. But Raids had lost it completely. "Fight myself? You're joking, controlling corpses is my fighting style." He summoned two new elite undead, No 2 Alfred and Num 1 Carl. Alfred, a limbless torso, floated midair and fired lightning bolts from his core. Carl stood guard in front of Raids, projecting a magical barrier to protect him. Lightning rained down like a storm. Klein and Asta narrowly evaded the deadly blasts, their backs bumping together as they regrouped. They exchanged a glance and nodded, then charged forward. Dodging the increasingly dense lightning, Klein slowed slightly, letting Asta take point. Asta sliced through a path, cutting the thunderbolts apart. The ground cracked as Klein burst into the sky, flames wrapping his body. Flame Dragon's hooked claw. With a blazing kick, Klein sent Alfred flying, then used the fire recoil to shoot backward, right toward Asta. The two crossed paths mid-air. Grabbing Asta's hand, Klein spun once and hurled him like a comet toward Raids. The legendary magic barrier that once required Fuigaleon's tactics to crack stood no chance. Asta's anti-magic sword sliced through it like butter, cutting Carl in half in the process. And Raids? Duh. He was a support mage at best. Without his corpses, he had no combat power. Even though Asta only used the flat of his blade, the sheer brute force knocked Raids out cold. As soon as he lost consciousness, the corpse puppets disintegrated and fell motionless. But Klein and Asta remained on guard. A new voice rang out. "To think you'd lose to two brats. What a useless fool. Still, thanks to you, everyone's reached their marked positions. Good work, Magic Knights. Now kindly get out of the way, irrelevant as you are." Spatial magic, cloak of shadows. Klein felt it clearly. A vast wave of magic swept across the capital. Someone had just activated a wide area spell. The enemy's key objective, scattering the magic knights, had been achieved. Now came the real plan. Klein turned toward the approaching figure. Fuegoleon Vermilion, the Crimson Lion King, and the true target of White Knight Eye's capital raid. Well done. One had to wonder if there was some fundamental connection between a person's abilities and their personality. Fuegoleon Vermilion, for example, was a man of pure fire, always blazing with unshakable passion. He approached Klein and Asta, clapping both on the shoulders. You two did excellently. Looks like Yami's still got a knack for talent, and some serious luck too. Fuegoleon was on good terms with Yami, so he was genuinely pleased to see the Black Bulls gaining such capable new members. The luck referred to Klein choosing the Black Bulls, while the eye praised Yami for recognizing Asta's potential. He turned to Asta. Sorry for underestimating you before, just because you lacked mana. You said you want to become the Wizard King, didn't you? Then I guess that makes me your rival. And with that, the second Magic Knight captain formally acknowledged Asta and his dream. The recognition made Asta visibly more fired up. But Fuegoleon's tone shifted as he looked off into the distance. As a Magic Knight captain, I can't just stand here and leave everything to the rookies. The rest of this is on me. Fire magic, roar of the great flame lion. The flame behind Fuegoleon shaped itself into a massive lion that opened its jaws and spewed a searing blaze toward a pile of collapsed corpses. In the blink of an eye, the zombies were reduced to ash. Yet one figure leapt from the flames, landing atop a high ledge. He ripped away the burning false skin from his face, revealing his true appearance. I figured if I used mana to transform, someone might notice, so I disguised myself like this filthy mess. Still, I should have known a captain would see through it. The man had hidden among the zombies all along, perfectly camouflaged until Fuegoleon's attack forced him out. His true face was unnerving. 2 long scars ran symmetrically down his cheeks from forehead to chin, and his narrow eyes gave him a sinister look even without makeup. This was Raid's superior, the White Knight Eye's spatial mage Valtos, whose command of space magic far exceeded that of Finral at this point in time. Fuegoleon addressed him coldly. You're the one who used spatial magic to scatter the magic knights across the capital, aren't you? Valtos clapped mockingly. Aren't you sharp, Captain? Fuegoleon continued. If your aim was an invasion, your operation was incoherent. But if not, then how was it so organized? Just what is your goal? Our goal? Valtos grinned eerily. That'd be you, Fuegoleon. As soon as he said it, a black void opened beneath Fuegoleon's feet and swallowed him whole. So that's where your master's hiding, huh? Perfect. Fuegoleon showed no hesitation. He didn't even try to evade. Just before the rift sealed, Klein, who had been watching everything closely, leapt in after him. Fuegoleon noticed. You're reckless, boy. This next battle could be incredibly dangerous. Klein grinned. Coming here, knowing it was a trap. That makes you reckless too, doesn't it? I'm confident I'll be useful. There was no time to send Klein back, so Fuegoleon relented but warned, enthusiasm is good, but follow orders. It would be a shame to lose someone with your promise. I understand, Klein replied. He looked around. This seems to be a special magical space, isolated from the outside world. I wonder what other effects it has. A voice echoed. There was only supposed to be one guest, Fuegoleon. Oh well, I guess you won't be too much trouble to clean up. They instinctively turned toward the voice and saw a man appear without warning. He was strikingly handsome, with dark markings around his eyes that gave him an unsettling, almost beautiful air. Most notably, he wore the cloak of the Golden Dawn. Fuegoleon's brief lapse in focus was just what the enemy had been waiting for. Watch out, Klein cried, kicking a sword of light away from Fuegoleon in the nick of time. Oh, you could track my magic? I must have underestimated you, said Patri, the White Knight Eye's leader. Light magic, one of the rarest attributes, was as deadly as it was fast. Its true terror lay in its sheer speed. Had Klein not been prepared, Fuegoleon might have taken a fatal hit. Fuegelein wiped the sweat from his brow. I've been careless. Thank you, boy. No problem, Klein replied. You felt it too, didn't you? His power. Fuegeleon nodded grimly. Even just his presence. It's clear he's formidable, and with light magic on top of that, never thought a terrorist would have something so rare. He addressed Patri directly. Stranger, if we're to fight, at least give us your name. Patri answered calmly. Why not? We are the White Knight Eye, here to overthrow the Clover Kingdom. I am our leader, Licht. Remember that name, it will haunt you. His grimoire began to glow, and the symbol of a four-leaf clover shone on its cover. Fuegeleon's expression turned even more serious. A four-leaf grimoire, paired with light magic, just like the first Wizard King himself. Light creation magic, blades of conviction. Dozens of fishbone-shaped swords of light shot forward. Fire magic, spiral flame pillar. Flame dragon's wing strike. The two countered with high-powered attacks. Fire and light clashed in mid-air, blasting apart, dividing the space in half. But then came another surge of power from behind the flames. Light creation magic, whip of judgment. A glowing whip cracked through the air, splitting their flames cleanly in two. The whip recoiled and wrapped itself around Patri protectively as he advanced. Fire magic, radiance of the sun. Fuegeleon formed a miniature sun between his hands and fired a searing beam. Patri sneered. Impressive heat, but it's no match for the brilliance of light itself. He lashed out with his whip, shattering Fuegeleon's spell. Now's my chance. Klein, body wreathed in fire, dashed toward Patri at high speed. Flame dragon's hooked claw. He struck, but hit only air. Flames burst in all directions, shaking the very magic space they stood in. Klein retreated back to Fuegeleon's side, gaze fixed upward. Patri stood above them, unscathed, his robe not even ruffled. Exhaling sharply, Klein muttered, Rare indeed. With this kind of speed, pinning him down is no simple task. Giving up already, Fuegeleon quipped. Klein grinned. Not a chance. If anything, I'm just getting fired up. Fire magic, roar of the great flame lion. Fuegeleon's lion roared with blazing fury, yet it could not catch the streak of light that was Patri. Where do you think you're going? Klein leapt high, unleashing a fire dragon's iron fist, but he only managed to intercept a sword of light. Two more struck him from behind, sending him crashing down. More blades rained toward him, but a spiraling pillar of fire intercepted them, scattering the assault. Blood trickled from Klein's shoulder, soaking his cloak. The wound below his ribs wasn't deep, but the continuous bleeding was becoming a problem. He pressed a flame to the wound to cauterize it. It wasn't ideal, but it was all he could manage for now. The flames hadn't delayed Patri for long. His light whip lashed through, severing Fuegeleon's supporting fire pillar. Klein found himself wishing Yami were here. With his mastery of dark magic, fighting someone with light magic would probably be much easier. He realized finally that he had overestimated himself. Even after defeating Lotus, he still wasn't on the level of a magic knight captain. True strength wasn't just mana or magic, it was also experience, and often that mattered even more. Even with Lotus, Klein had needed Luck's help. Alone, he wouldn't have been able to overcome him, and he still hadn't mastered the most crucial and forbidden aspect of Dragon Slayer magic. Every Dragon Slayer mage carried a dragon seed within them. As they matured, the seed would root and bloom, eventually transforming them into dragons and unlocking the full power of Dragon Slayer magic. Klein had long been able to sense the seed. As his mana and physique grew, he'd hoped it would activate, but no matter what he tried, there was no response. It was as though the seed had lost all vitality. He'd wondered if his world magic blessing had interfered, but if that were the case, Igneel would have warned him. There had to be another reason, one that still eluded him. At least his mana growth hadn't stalled. He was still advancing. Klein had thought that would be enough, at least until demons arrived, enough to deal with anything in this world. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't fast enough, wasn't strong enough. Damn it, Klein growled. Fuegeleon fired another beam with radiance of the sun, sweeping away Patri's approach. What are you thinking? Fuegeleon's voice brought Klein back to the present. Sorry, I got distracted, Klein stepped back, creating some distance. Fuegoleon's gaze sharpened. Whatever's going on, focus. We're in the middle of a battle. Yes, sir. Klein steadied himself and reignited his fighting spirit. Seeing him stabilize, Fuegoleon returned his attention to Patri. He hated to admit it, but every tactic he'd mentally rehearsed had flaws. There was no easy path to victory here. Patri felt the same. Fuegoleon's strength was worthy of the Wizard King title, and Klein was more than a nuisance. And this magic space wouldn't last long. Once other magic knights arrived, their window would close. Even Patri wasn't confident he could finish things then. All three moved simultaneously. Fuegoleon's lion swiped, shielding them from a volley of light blades, but the claw shattered under impact. Patri appeared in front of Fuegoleon, light sword in hand. Got you, he sneered. But a spiraling pillar of fire crashed into the sword. Actually, it's you who's caught, Fuegoleon countered. The sword cut through the fire, but it began to crack under the pressure. A flash of fire. Klein appeared behind Patri, not to attack, but to face the incoming fire head-on. He ate my magic? Fuegoleon blinked in disbelief. Even split, it was still a spell cast with his full power. He had imagined many ways it might be broken. Never that someone would devour it. Klein wiped his mouth, flames surging from his body. Thanks for the meal, now I'm full of power. He lunged at Patri, now brimming with flame. What is this? Patri reeled. His speed? It's accelerating this fast? Fuegoleon's fire had given Klein a massive temporary boost in mana. Not wasting a second, Klein charged into close combat. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The punch missed, but that was just the beginning. Then Hooked Claw, Flame Elbow, Wing Strike, Horn Thrust. His heel swept in low. Patri had to duck. Klein rotated, elbow smashing into the sword and flooding the area in fire. Boom! For the first time, Patri was hit, blasted backward in flames. Klein's arm swept with fire. Patri dodged upward, but Klein followed, flames trailing him, and slammed a headbutt into him. Damn you! Patri finally shouted in anger. Swords of light shot out, but Klein shattered everyone, ramming into Patri and sending him flying again. More wounds appeared on Klein's body. Light slashes across his shoulders, chest, back. Blood flowed freely. But his face lit with wild joy. How's that, bastard? Patri hit the edge of the magic space hard. As he tried to rise, a shadow fell over him. Fuegoleon stood above, gaze stern, his flaming lion looming behind him with jaws agape. Despite Klein's devastating attack, Fuegoleon knew it wouldn't be enough. Patri's mana hadn't diminished. This enemy wouldn't go down easily. Patri slowly raised his head. Fuegoleon. You're... Even after lecturing Klein about staying focused, Fuegoleon himself wavered. That face, it struck him like a bolt. Slash! Patri's sword struck his chest. The flames vanished. Klein saw Patri's face shift, returning to William Vengeance, and he now held a pendant. Patri's other identity, William Vengeance, Captain of Golden Dawn. That face had stunned Fuegoleon long enough for him to land the blow. So close, so sudden, no way to stop it. Looking at the charging Klein, Patri smiled smugly. That's enough for today. Take this wretched royal and go. Consider it a gift. With that, Patri sank into a spatial portal. The magic space crumbled. A distant exit portal appeared, and Klein had no choice. He rushed to catch the gravely injured Fuegoleon and leapt through it. The two of them fell from the sky, crashing into the street below. Fuegoleon, Captain. Brother. The onlookers were stunned. Fuegoleon gravely wounded, being held up by Klein. Klein laid him down, staring at the blood on his hands. He clenched his teeth, furious. But then his head spun. He felt faint. After all the blood he'd lost, it was amazing he'd even lasted this long. Even with his strong constitution, Klein had finally hit his limit and lost consciousness. Although the turmoil in the royal capital had come to an end, it left behind no small number of problems. The most serious among them was undoubtedly the grievous injury to Fuegoleon, captain of the Crimson Lion Kings. To this day, he had yet to regain consciousness. Fortunately, the chaos had been instigated by only one attacker, raids, and he'd been swiftly defeated by Klein and Asta of the Black Bull Squad. From the mouths of the reinforcements that appeared later, everyone also learned that the mastermind behind the attack was a group called the Eye of the Midnight Sun. By sheer luck, the assault had coincided with the annual knighting ceremony, meaning elite members of all squads were present and could mobilize quickly. As a result, the damages were minimized. Though those elite members were temporarily transported outside the capital by spatial magic, they returned in time to prevent the Eye of the Midnight Sun's reinforcements from silencing Fuegoleon and Klein. Of course, it was thanks to the desperate resistance of Asta, Noel, and Leopold that the two were protected before reinforcements arrived. While Raids, who had used his corpse magic to wreak havoc on the capital, escaped capture, Yuno of the Golden Dawn and Charmy of the Black Bulls managed to seize one member of the enemy forces. As for why Charmy was in the capital, that glutton had secretly tagged along with Klein and the others just to mooch off some food. When the unrest broke out, she had somehow ended up in the palace kitchens, and through a string of coincidences, managed to knock out a member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun who was attacking civilians. Based on the report Klein gave upon regaining consciousness, it was confirmed that the true target of the attack had been the pendant Fuegoleon always wore, specifically, the magic stone embedded in it. This was personally corroborated by the Wizard King, Julius Novachrono. As for how he confirmed it, Julius had not appeared during the chaos because at that very moment he had already located and stormed the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base on his own. Whether it was after the incident in Saucy Village or even earlier, Julius had already sensed something was amiss. Julius, after all, was known as one of the most brilliant wizard kings in Clover Kingdom's history. No one knew how he did it, but he found their hideout and launched a solo raid. God knows what kind of expression those Eye of the Midnight Sun members wore when they returned from their retreat to find the Wizard King waiting for them. According to Asta, who was present, Julius wiped out all the mages there in just a few breaths. Only the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun arrived in time to rescue a few of his subordinates and take with him a stone tablet that Julius had found at the site. In the end, Julius managed to recover Asta, who had been abducted and captured one enemy alive. But what truly shook the kingdom was the report Klein submitted after regaining consciousness. In it, he described how the individual who had gravely wounded Fuegoleon had revealed a face identical to that of Golden Dawn Captain William Vengeance. That distinctive facial structure could only belong to one person. Although Klein didn't outright accuse Vengeance, the implication was clear. He was identifying him as the very attacker and leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. To be honest, Klein hadn't seen the exact moment when Patri used Vengeance's face to unsettle Fuegoleon, but he didn't want to allow Patri's plan to succeed unchallenged. Still, who would believe him? A fresh recruit from the notorious Black Bulls accusing the beloved captain of Golden Dawn, arguably the most prestigious squad, of treason? Between the status and reputation of the two, it was obvious who would seem more credible. The more optimistic thinkers assumed the enemy had disguised themselves as Vengeance to rattle Fuegoleon and create an opening for a sneak attack, a move that would simultaneously tarnish the image of the kingdom's most brilliant captain, a clever two-for-one tactic. In their view, the Vengeance Klein saw was merely an imposter, an illusion crafted by the enemy. But more cynical and hostile minds went further. Some speculated that Klein, jealous of the Golden Dawn, had fabricated the accusation out of spite, that he was maliciously slandering Vengeance. Some even claimed Fuegoleon's injury had come from Klein himself, and that he was a collaborator with the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Ridiculous as it was, the theory gained traction, especially within the Golden Dawn. They willfully ignored the absurdity of their own logic. How would Klein know what was under Vengeance's mask? Why would he defeat Raids if he was a traitor? Why did the Eye of the Midnight Sun try to silence him? But between their noble and respected captain and a delinquent from a lowly squad, they chose to distrust the latter. Had the Wizard King not intervened, some might have dragged the wounded Klein out and executed him. In any case, no one truly believed Vengeance and Patri could be the same person. After all, their magic and grimoires were completely different. Klein had anticipated this reaction. It was why, despite knowing the full truth, he could only submit what he saw with his own eyes and nothing more. Especially after Asta used his anti-magic sword to break the memory seals on the two captured enemies, and the information extracted further proved Vengeance's innocence. It turned out that the real traitor had been the captain of the Purple Orcas. He had sold out the mages guarding the capital's barrier in exchange for a rare magical artifact, allowing the Eye of the Midnight Sun to infiltrate and launch their assault. In the original story, it wasn't until the Magic Knight Captain's meeting after the second encounter with the Eye that Julius had Asta lift the prisoner's memory seals. But because of the ripple effect from Klein's report, the Wizard King had no choice but to summon Asta early. Klein, however, knew a chilling truth. The mage tasked with reading the prisoner's memories had already been replaced by Rydra the Fake, one of the Midnight Sun's third eye. Rydra's magic allowed him to perfectly mimic any spell he had seen. Using transformation and illusion magic, Rydra carefully doctored the recovered memories. Everything he showed was true. The magic stones, the eye's goals, and the Purple Orca's captain's betrayal, but he intentionally left out Patri's identity. It helped that neither prisoner knew much about Patri to begin with, saving Rydra the trouble. He didn't even falsely incriminate Klein, despite the opportunity. Likely because Patri, who had spent years inside Vengeance, understood both Julius and Yami too well. If they'd tried to frame Klein, Yami would have believed his subordinate without hesitation, and Julius wasn't easily fooled. Worse, such a false accusation might cause Julius and Yami to question all of the presented intel. Still, Klein had achieved his objective. He had planted the seed of doubt in the minds of both Julius and Yami. After all, Vengeance's absence from the knighting ceremony was itself a glaring red flag. Strangely, Vengeance never once attempted to deny the accusations. Perhaps deep down he wanted to be exposed, so he wouldn't have to keep suffering between loyalty and friendship. To others, though, this only elevated his image. He was either too noble to respond to such baseless claims, or too magnanimous to punish a commoner for slander. Either way, the royal capital's crisis had finally started to subside, but the undercurrents of darkness were growing more intense by the day. And just as tensions mounted, Klein, now fully recovered, vanished without a trace. No one knew where he had gone, except Yami. A streak of fire shot across the sky and slammed into the ground right in front of the Black Bull base. As the flames dissipated, a figure emerged from the blast. Standing in front of the familiar crumbling castle, Klein let out a long breath. Time had lost all meaning in that place he had been, and he truly couldn't tell how long he'd been away. It might have only been a few days, or perhaps far longer. Either way, he found himself oddly nostalgic for this run-down old fortress. Pushing open the door, Klein was met by the sight of Finral and Yami. "Well, look who's back. Looks like you haven't been wasting your time. Something about you feels completely different now." Yami waved casually in greeting. Klein thought to himself, as expected of Yami, sharp as ever, but there were more pressing matters to attend to. "Captain Yami, Finral senpai, are you two heading out? Did something happen?" Finral quickly explained. "We just got word from Noel via the Knight headquarters. Apparently, Asta and Gauche ran into trouble during their vacation. Someone's been abducting children from the town, and since Black Bull's base is closest, the mission was passed to us." Yami stepped aside, revealing the chaos in the common room behind him. Vanessa passed out on the couch. Magna slumped beside her after being forced to drink, and Charmy collapsed in a food coma. It was a mess. "As you can see," Yami said, "none of these losers are in any shape to move, so it's up to me now." Klein froze for a second, then his expression turned dangerous. "Well, how convenient." That's right, too convenient. It was as if fate itself was helping him, to think he'd returned just in time for this particular incident. This child abduction case was, in fact, orchestrated by the Eye of the Midnight Sun. In order to activate the forbidden spell, not only did Patri need the magic stones, he also needed massive amounts of magic power. The mages working under the Eye had been abducting children, specifically to extract their mana. Unfortunately for them, one of those children happened to be Gauche's sister, and she had a magic mirror Gauche had made, which allowed him, and Asta, who happened to be vacationing in the town, to quickly locate the children. Though they successfully defeated the two mages responsible for the kidnappings, things only escalated. The twisted scientist Sally soon appeared, followed by Patry himself. All Klein could think was, of course, what are the odds? Captain Yami, let me come with you. Yami didn't question it and laughed. So eager to show off how strong you've gotten, huh? Then come along. Finral had already opened a spatial gate. His magic allowed him to jump to any place marked with someone's mana. Fortunately, Gauche was still there, and Finral locked onto his magic and opened the way. Meanwhile, Asta had already encountered Patry, and he quickly realized how terrifyingly powerful the self-proclaimed leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun was. Before Asta could even react, a light sword had pierced straight through his leg. And it wasn't like Asta had let his guard down. On the contrary, he'd been completely focused from the start. Physically, Asta's body had been honed to the utmost, so much so that even Klein, a Dragonslayer mage, couldn't match him without using magic. Especially in terms of nerve reflexes, Asta had the clear edge. But Patry's light magic was simply too fast, leaving no room for defense or evasion. Then Patry noticed the grimoire in Asta's hands. It once belonged to the person he respected most. There was no way he could just stand by and watch Asta wield it. Give that grimoire back. Patry lunged, but just as he reached Asta, a burst of fire came crashing down. Yo, we meet again. Klein blocked Patry's advance and greeted him with a smirk. Klein and Captain Yami, what are you two doing here? Asta exclaimed in surprise. What are we doing here? We got lost, obviously. Mind pointing us in the right direction? Yami replied casually, his sword already wrapped in dark magic. And Klein, you brat, did you seriously just steal my cool entrance? Klein straightened up and said, Sorry, Captain, but when it comes to this guy, I just can't stay calm. Oh? Yami glanced at Patry and grinned. So, this is the guy who ambushed Mr. Hot-Blooded Fuegoleon? The leader of the Eye, huh? And with that, Yami disappeared from sight. In an instant, he was in front of Patry, slicing through the bone-shaped light swords with his dark magic-coated blade. The swing didn't slow and came down toward Patry. Barely managing to evade in time, Patry backed off and touched the shallow cut on his face. I see. Enhancing your body with magic and attacking with a blade. More importantly, your dark magic counters my light. You're definitely trouble, Yami Sukahiro. Yami puffed out smoke. Oh? You dodged that just fine. I thought you were just some sneaky punk, but you've got real skills. Just as Yami was about to charge in again, Klein appeared in front of him. Oi, Klein, what do you think you're doing? Yami asked. Klein answered seriously. Captain Yami, please. I want to be the one to take him down. Yami stared at him through a cloud of smoke. After a moment, he said, Don't push yourself, brat. If you lose, I won't hesitate to steal your defeat the boss glory. It was Yami's way of showing care. He knew Klein had grown, but this opponent was clearly captain level. Still, if Klein was serious, he wouldn't stop him. Yes, sir, Klein replied with a grin, then turned to face Patry. Now then, time for us to settle things. Suspended in the air, Patry looked down and scoffed. Big talk from someone I already— What? Before he could finish, Klein appeared right in front of him. A fist slammed into his abdomen, bending him over in shock. Patry was sent flying, smashing into a cliffside and sending debris crashing down. From the crater, he staggered up. Light recovery magic, healing particles. Tiny dots of light surrounded him, easing his pain. Even though he had sensed Klein was different when he blocked for Yami earlier, he never imagined he'd grown this much in such a short time, and he paid for his misjudgment. Yami clicked his tongue. So he knows recovery magic too? Talk about versatile. But seriously, what the hell happened to Klein? He's gotten stupid strong. Though he made it sound like a joke, he felt a twinge of urgency in his heart. If his own squad member surpassed him, what would that say about him as a captain? Still, he resolved to work harder himself. Meanwhile, Klein's aura began to shift again. Surprised? Just wait, it gets better. Suddenly, steam burst from his body like he was a giant furnace. The air itself shimmered from the heat. Scales appeared on his cheeks. He raised his head, slitted dragon eyes glowing. For a moment, Patry swore he saw crimson dragon wings unfurl behind Klein. It was as if he were facing a dragon, not a human. "This is a move I prepared just for you. Enjoy it to your heart's content." With those words, Klein transformed into a red comet, hurtling toward Patry at breakneck speed. Light magic, judgment, light swords. Patry no longer dared to treat him with anything less than full seriousness. The current Klein had become a genuine threat. He unleashed one of his most powerful spells, but to his shock, the light swords that once pierced everything shattered on impact with the approaching Klein. If Klein's body before had been like wood, then now it was forged of the toughest alloy. Unfazed, Klein closed in and grabbed one of the incoming light swords barehanded, crushing it with ease. Startled, Patry quickly dodged a flaming roundhouse kick, retreating far into the air. Klein's foot struck the already cratered cliffside, reducing the rest of it to rubble. Amid the raining debris, Klein looked up at Patry. "Did you really think you could run?" To those watching below, it looked like a red and a golden light streaking and clashing through the air, spiraling around the cavern's ceiling. Each exchange unleashed shockwaves that sent rocks tumbling down like hail. Thankfully, Finral had already teleported the injured away from the cavern. Otherwise, they might have survived their wounds, only to be buried alive. Amazing. Asta stared up, unblinking, though he couldn't make out a thing. "I can't see what's happening at all. Damn it, if only I had magic power." Asta groaned in frustration. Yami gave him a whack on the head. "Idiot, if you can't see it, use ki." He then began teaching Asta about sensing ki and how to use it in battle. While this friendly lecture continued down below, the clash above was approaching its conclusion. In their final exchange, both Klein and Patry unleashed everything. The explosive backlash blew the entire top off the mountain cave. Hovering in place, Klein exhaled a puff of white-hot steam and ripped off his shredded, scorched shirt. He looked toward Patry, who was likewise scorched, his robes half-burned, body marred with burns of varying sizes. Gone was Patry's composure. His face twisted with frustration and confusion. "What's wrong? Confused?" Klein said coldly. "This is the result of the training I put myself through after losing to you. I call it Dragon Blood Mode." 3 days earlier, after the Capitol riot, though Klein had suffered some heavy wounds, most were surface level. The real issue had been blood loss. With his inherently strong physique, he fully recovered after 3 days of rest. Then he immediately sought out Yami for directions to one specific place, Yultim Volcano, a high mana zone. In this world, some regions are so saturated with mana that they develop supernatural phenomena. Yultim Volcano, deep within the Clover Kingdom, was one such place. Because of its overwhelming fire element mana, the entire area resembled hell itself. The intense mana alone was enough to kill mages with weak magic power, but for strong mages, these dangerous lands served as crucibles of training. High mana areas accelerate magical growth. Just to survive, one must hone their control, refine their spells, and strengthen their body. For Klein, this made Yultim Volcano the perfect training ground. When he arrived and gazed out over the rivers of lava, he understood. The first challenge would be climbing the volcano. His initial goal was to master the local technique known as mana skin. Mana skin was a method of refining mana control to maintain constant magical reinforcement over one's body, cloaking it with their innate elemental attribute. At its peak, mana skin could evolve into mana zone, allowing the user to explosively transcend their limits. To achieve that, Klein would need the pressure of a harsh environment like this. But Klein went further. During his climb, he completely sealed off his own magic. With his high reserves, the volcano's exterior wouldn't even affect him. He needed to step into the core for real training to begin. So he forcibly suppressed all his mana and relied solely on his physical strength to resist the overwhelming heat. As a Dragon Slayer mage, Klein already had high resistance to harsh environments. Ordinary flames were like warm water to him. But the volcano wasn't just hot, it was pressure from raw elemental mana. Even Klein began to falter. His skin darkened to a deep crimson as if it were iron heated in a forge. He could have released his magic to alleviate the pain at any moment, but instead he gritted his teeth and kept climbing, step by agonizing step. The trauma of the Capitol riot weighed heavily on him. Though his performance had been impeccable, Klein couldn't forgive himself. Fuego Leon remained critically injured. The loss of his arm had been avoided this time, but the result was the same. Klein had believed he could change the outcome, but the cold truth slapped him in the face. He'd changed nothing. He never told anyone, but Klein had always carried a secret ambition: to change the fate of Igniel's death. To do that, he would one day have to face the root of all tragedy, Acnologia, the Dragon King of Despair. But he hadn't even been able to defeat Patri. What right did he have to think he could slay Acnologia? Yes, he had time. He wasn't at his peak yet, but when he recalled Acnologia's overwhelming power. In the original story, Acnologia, after devouring the space between time, split into his human and dragon forms. The dragon was sealed by a continent-wide ultimate spell, Fairy Sphere, fueled by the collective mana of all mages. The human side? It took Natsu and 7 other peak dragon slayers to destroy him. Facing such a future foe, Klein couldn't believe he'd ever been proud of his strength. The arrogance of being a transmigrator had long since vanished. His body screamed under the strain. Mentally exhausted, his thoughts turned chaotic. Eventually, only one phrase remained: "I am too weak." His nails dug into his palms, blood dripping to the ground and sizzling into steam. Crack! A sound echoed from deep within his body, like something shattering. Meanwhile, in the fairytale world, amidst rivers of lava and seas of fire, 2 glowing eyes opened in the darkness. A massive dragon stirred. "So, the awakening has begun," the dragon murmured with pride. Dragons are proud beings, but true pride begins only after accepting one's weakness. Recognize your frailty and keep moving forward. Back in Yultim Volcano, Klein stood frozen. Then he realized it had begun. The dormant dragon seed within him had sprouted. A newer, fiercer, and more explosive power surged through his veins. His dragon force had awakened. Igniel, but something's wrong. I can't sense Klein's location anymore. Where did that kid go? Dragon blood mode. Patri looked at Klein, his face filled with uncertainty and suspicion. The elves were a race favored by magic, but what he sensed in Klein was an even nobler and more violent power. Dragon blood mode was a new spell developed by Klein, and it could be said to be his current strongest power. After awakening the power of the dragon, Klein was not content, since dragon power still needed time to mature before it could truly blossom. So Klein began to think about how to further strengthen himself. There were 3 conditions for a new spell to appear in the grimoire. First was the growth of the mage themselves. This referred to the increase in magic power and control. The second was the study of the relevant magical principles, and the third was the mage's strong desire. Now, the third condition was fully met. The first only required completing his training. Mastering magic skin would fulfill that. Only the second was a problem. However, when it came to magical principles, imagination played the most important role. After all, Klein was a transmigrator. If he couldn't think something up himself, he could always refer to characters from other worlds. Klein searched his memory for flame-based abilities. Then he remembered a world where everyone had flame powers and developed all sorts of strange flame techniques. The world of Fire Force, a world of firefighters. The creators of that world always tried to explain utterly unscientific things with scientific theories. Flame jets or explosions were normal enough. Plasma beams created through extreme heat could still be justified. But entering another universe by altering your own expansion rate to stop time? That was pushing it. Who could believe that was just an advanced use of flame abilities? Klein had no intention of developing similar abilities. Even if he knew the principles, with his current magical knowledge, he couldn't pull them off. What Klein referred to was the ability of another person in that world. In that world, though most people had fire-related powers, their strength was generally low. As a result, they developed a high level of precision control, giving rise to many different ability forms. The top fighters on the protagonist's side were captains of the Special Fire Brigades. The one Klein referenced was the captain of Company 1. That man could make heat flow through his body, turning himself into a living embodiment of flame. His power, speed, and defense were all astonishing. Even a plasma beam that could cut steel couldn't pierce his skin. He had crushed the protagonist's attacks just by stomping the ground. That all sounded easy enough, but Klein suffered quite a bit during the development phase. How could such terrifying heat flow through his body without disrupting his internal systems? How could destructive flames strengthen the body without damaging its tissues? Klein got injured more than once during his experiments. Only after mastering the training for magic skin did the spell finally succeed. Still, it ended up quite different from the original ability. Even with the grimoire's help, Klein couldn't make such intense heat flow through his body, so he substituted dragon power instead. In this way, dragon power, the technique magic skin, and the principle of heat circulation were integrated by the grimoire to create this spell called Dragon Blood Mode. Unfortunately, Klein's current physical condition couldn't sustain Dragon Blood Mode for too long, and dragon power couldn't continuously support the spell's operation either. Of course, once Klein grew stronger and his dragon power matured, that might change, but for now his limit was 7 minutes. After regaining his composure, Patry naturally saw through this and said, "I see. This spell must put a heavy burden on you. How much longer can you keep it up?" Klein replied without hesitation, "Long enough to defeat you." As he finished speaking, flames coiled around his fist as he once again rushed toward Patry. Now that Patry had calmed down, he would no longer clash with Klein head-on. All he had to do was stall until Klein could no longer sustain the spell, and victory would be his. Light Magic Whip of Judgment. The dancing light whip sliced through everything around Patry. Even Klein in Dragon Blood mode couldn't fully endure it. So, facing the incoming whip, Klein cast a spell. After awakening his dragon power, Klein's dragon-slaying magic finally showed its true might. What he was casting now was real dragon magic. Flame Dragon's Iron Fist. Under the impact of searing flames, Patry's light whip shattered. Klein punched through fire and shards of light, his fist continuing toward Patry. Don't get cocky. After suffering repeated setbacks from Klein, Patry, who already hated all humans, couldn't help but rage. Light magic sky-splitting flash. Klein twisted his body to dodge the incoming beam, but unexpectedly the spell fired in succession. The second beam caught Klein off guard, blasting him away. As he tumbled through the air, Klein stabilized himself with jets of flame from his hands. White vapor rose from the area on his chest where he had been hit. The circulating dragon power not only enhanced his body's functions, but also constantly healed him. What a troublesome spell, Patry muttered. Klein curled his lips. Patry was the last person qualified to say that. His light magic boasted not just power and speed, but also the ability to heal him with no side effects. In comparison, Dragon Blood mode, with its heavy burden, had no clear advantage. 4 minutes left, Klein thought, determined not to waste any time. Patry's spells didn't stop, with light beams firing at him in quick succession. Klein had to dodge rapidly. Getting hit would only add to the strain and consume more dragon power, shortening Dragon Blood mode's duration. The beams struck the cliff walls like a barrage of explosives. The cave ceiling had already been blown off, and now the walls were riddled with holes. The entire mountain was nearly torn apart. After dodging the beams, Klein quickly saw through Patry's intentions, and naturally he couldn't let him succeed. Flame dragons. Klein's cheeks puffed up as a magic circle formed in front of him, drawn in ordinary magma. It was taller than a person, with a radiant dragon head pattern in the center. Roar. A small flame first appeared in Klein's mouth, then exploded into a massive fire pillar. The fire pillar surged toward Patry, lighting up the entire night sky. Even the air grew warm. Patry's pupils contracted. He could already sense the danger from the surging magical power Klein had gathered before unleashing the roar. sky-splitting flash might have rapid-fire capability, but it lacked power. It was merely a toned-down version of another of his spells. To counter Klein's attack, he now used the powerful magic he had been saving as his trump card. Light Magic Divine Punishment Beam. This time, the light beam Patri released wasn't dazzling like before. Instead, it had a dim, shadowy feel. Even Patri himself looked as though he was shrouded in darkness. But that didn't mean the spell was weaker. On the contrary, it was because so much light had been gathered, so much that it swallowed even external light, that this phenomenon occurred. The light beam and fire pillar collided, not with an explosion or tremor, but in a calm deadlock. Whoa, 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 this is seriously bad. The cigarette fell from Yami's mouth as he spoke solemnly. Asta, who had just learned how to sense ki, was sweating heavily. He too could sense the terrifying energy produced by the clash of their spells. There was still a gap between the two beams where they hadn't physically touched. In that space, a tiny black dot floated. As the clash continued, the black dot grew larger until everyone could see its true form. It was an energy black hole, created by the convergence of unimaginable magical force. The energy black hole devoured both spells completely. Even the space around it began to twist and tear from the strain. The magic circle in front of Klein dispersed, and he dropped to one knee. The color of his skin lightened, his body temperature fell, and the scales on his face disappeared. At that moment, Dragon Blood mode had reached its limit. But Klein showed no sign of concern, because he hadn't come alone. All right. A tattered cloak fluttered as a muscular man stepped forward, completely shielding Klein behind him. Time for a substitution. You did great. Now leave the rest to me, Yami said as he drew his sword. Yami looked at Patri and put a new cigarette into his mouth. Sorry about this, Mr. Big Shot from the enemy's side. My junior gave it everything he had. I'm not about to give you a chance to recover. After Patri's battle with Klein, although his wounds had been healed by recovery magic, he had consumed a vast amount of mana. The elves were a race blessed by magic, but even their mana wasn't limitless. What's more, in order to face the Magic Emperor and activate the reincarnation magic, Patri's mana had long been sealed away. Now even the composure he once had was slipping. After dodging the energy black hole, Patri was clearly out of breath. And now his opponent had changed to Yami, who was without a doubt incredibly powerful. If classified by combat style, Yami could be called a magic swordsman. This type of fighter enhanced their physical abilities with strengthening magic, then battled using sword techniques infused with magic. Combined with his homeland's technique of reading ki to predict enemy movements, Yami's actual combat power far exceeded his mana level. His katana was wrapped in dark magic, and Yami cleanly sliced through the light swords flying at him as if he were wielding a blade of pure darkness. And just like that, Yami charged straight through the barrage of light swords toward Patri. Meanwhile, Asta stepped in front of the immobilized Klein to protect him from any stray light swords. When Klein saw Asta successfully deflect some of the incoming light swords with his blade, he immediately understood. Asta had already learned how to sense ki. Just earlier, Asta had used it to defeat Valtos, who used spatial magic as a test of the technique. Ki, huh? Ever since realizing how weak he still was, Klein had become more eager to learn all kinds of powers to strengthen himself. Wasn't world magic, which allowed him to travel between worlds, meant for that very purpose? And mastering the ability to read ki would undoubtedly enhance his combat capability. Yami's battle right before his eyes was the perfect lesson. Yami cut down every light sword and quickly closed the distance with Patri. Born into a fisherman's family, Yami only knew some basic sword techniques, but with his terrifying physical strength and the boost of dark magic, even those basic forms became heavy, fast, and overwhelmingly aggressive. Patri's body flickered as he dodged Yami's blade while continuously firing light swords. The two of them moved through the ruins in a cycle of attack and defense. Yami truly lived up to his nickname as the God of Destruction. His blade, a precision weapon, struck with the force of a battering ram. Boom! Yami struck down with a jumping slash, shattering the ground. The impact forced the rocks to bulge up from the pressure of the cracks. Normally, such a wide motion would create an opening, and Patri immediately seized the chance, manipulating his light swords to stab forward. Dark magic, dark cloaked dimension slash. A black crescent-shaped slash flew out, shattering all the light swords and heading straight for Patri's chest. Patri didn't expect Yami to be holding back on his speed and reflexes. He was caught completely off guard. His entire body turned into particles of light and vanished, reappearing a good distance away from Yami. But on the robe of the Eye of the Midnight Sun that he wore, a clear sword mark had been left, proving that Yami's attack had indeed landed. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Yami said, "You still managed to get away, huh? But warm-up's over. Time to go all out for the first time in a while." "A warm-up, huh? You really are a massive obstacle on our path," Patri said as he opened his grimoire. Light creation magic, whip of judgment. The light whip spread out like a tangle of vines, enveloping Patri almost entirely. Yami raised his blade and said coldly, "Before we go all out, I have a question." As he spoke, the dead fish look in his eyes suddenly turned razor sharp. "From the very beginning, I thought your face looked familiar. My junior said you showed the face of someone I know. So, mind letting me take a look too?" Patri gripped his light whip tightly, his expression unchanging as he replied, "Oh, that? It was just a strategy to quickly take down Fuegoleon. After all, he's a squad captain. Taking him down fast isn't so simple." "That's so," Yami said, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered as he leapt into the air. "I don't think it's that simple." Yami's blade slashed down hard, colliding with Patri's light whip. The ground sank completely under the force, dust and debris exploding into the air, blocking Asta and Klein's view. Light flared, slicing through the rising dust clouds and scattering them, allowing the two to see the battle clearly again. The light whips danced like golden serpents, striking down toward Yami one after another, but all were repelled by the dark magic-clad blade. 4 black slashes flew out in succession, carving open a gap in the dense array of light whips. Yami tried to seize the opportunity to get close to Patri, but at some point, his blade had become entangled in the light whip. With a flick of Patri's wrist, the whip flung both the sword and Yami himself into the air, slamming him to the ground. Black magic surged from Yami's blade, erasing the light whip that had wrapped around it. He flipped midair, righted himself, and fired a massive magic slash. The slash, packed with mana, tore through the whips and flew straight toward Patri. Once again, Patri turned into light particles, dodging the attack, and reappeared at a new angle to fire a barrage of light swords. Yami stood his ground, gripping his sword with both hands as dark magic surged upward. Dark magic black hole. The light swords that had been flying toward Yami changed trajectory midway and were sucked into a pitch-black void beside him. Instead of chasing after Patri, Yami turned and fired a slash behind him. A black slash raced toward Patri, who had just reappeared. A beam of light shot out in return, overpowering Yami's magic. This time it was Patri who actively closed the distance to Yami. At such close range, the speed of the light swords exceeded even Yami's reflexes, carving wounds into his thick arms and legs. Click. Yami clicked his tongue in annoyance and slashed apart the remaining light swords with his blade. Moments later, both the light whip and a dark slash exploded simultaneously, tearing the already devastated ground even further. Yami stepped on floating rubble to close the gap to Patri, who had retreated into midair. His sword swept toward him without hesitation. "Got you!" Patri turned into light and vanished again, reappearing behind Yami, his light whip already lashing out. Yami was mid-air, with nothing to use as footing. It seemed like he had no way to dodge, but instead of panic, he wore a slight smile. "No, I'm the one who got you. Dark magic, black hole derivative, dark-cloaked black blade." The descending light whip was sucked into a black hole. Then Yami's blade, now entirely black, slashed toward him. "Damn, my mana, it's gone." After enduring 2 fierce battles, Patri's mana was already depleted. At this critical moment, he couldn't even dodge. The black blade struck Patri, slamming him into the ground and shattering the earth beneath him. Yami landed, sheathed his sword, and said, Alright, guess I'll take the credit for this one. He was just about to walk over and check on Patri's condition when his expression suddenly turned wary again. His hand returned to the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. This mana, looks like we've got more guests. On the clearing not far away, a spatial portal opened and 3 figures stepped out. Patri, lying on the ground, sensed their mana and showed a relieved smile. Yan, things seem pretty bad, huh? Looks like Licht and Valtos both ran into some trouble. The lazy man yawned, looking as though he could fall asleep at any moment. Well then, even someone like me who hates trouble has no choice but to help out his friends. As he spoke, he suddenly used the same kind of magic as Patri to teleport directly in front of Yami. Copy magic, capable of using any attribute of magic the user has seen. It was a spell perfectly suited to him. This was the false Rhea, one of the 3 eyes of the Midnight Sun, a reincarnated elf from 500 years ago. Because the reincarnation magic used on the 3 eyes was more complete, their mana after reincarnation was even greater. What a strange-looking grimoire. Oh well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Rhea actually reached out and touched Yami's grimoire, as if genuinely curious about it. Dark Cloaked Dimension Slash. Yami unleashed a slash in Iaido style. The strike was especially fast. Even Rhea, who had copied light magic, couldn't dodge it in time. Oh man, that's annoying. But a little injury like this, I can heal it right away. Rhea muttered as he cast healing magic on himself. Light healing magic, particles of restoration. Rhea retreated. He hadn't provoked Yami on a whim. At the same time he moved, the other 2 had rescued both Patri and Valtos. Patri relaxed as he turned to the girl in front of him and said, "So you're here. Sorry, on my own, I wasn't strong enough to defeat them." The pink-haired girl's eyes were filled with emptiness, but she still asked gently, "Licht? Does it hurt?" "Now that you're here, Fana, it doesn't anymore," Patri replied. The girl Fana was also one of the 3 eyes. She was Fana of hatred, hatred that stood opposite to love. "It's all right now. Flame healing magic, Phoenix Feather Cloak." Roaring flames engulfed Patri, but rather than burning him, they began slowly healing his injuries. "With you all here, I'm at ease now," said Licht, standing amidst the flames. Rhea yawned again and said, "Licht, it's really troublesome to try to handle everything by yourself, you know?" Fana followed up, "I hate those who hurt Licht." Finally, the last of the 3 eyes, a man like a raging lion, Veto of Despair, opened his mouth. "Bastards, how dare you insects harm my friends? I'm going to crush you like ants, rip your wings off like butterflies, and tear you to pieces." Even Asta, who couldn't sense mana, could feel the dangerous pressure radiating from the 3 of them. Yami and Klein, who could sense mana, felt the overwhelming power laced with malice even more clearly. Patri said with pride, "Let me introduce them. These are the 3 strongest members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun." "The strongest?" Asta said in disbelief. He had seen Patri's strength firsthand. It was hard to imagine there were 3 people even stronger. "Yes, in some situations, their power even surpasses mine. Your Clover Kingdom, as the name implies, is symbolized by a 3-leaf clover. The 3 leaves represent ideals that couldn't be more at odds with you: honesty, hope, and love. But their names come from the opposite meanings. Rhea the False, opposite of honesty. Veto of Despair, opposite of hope. Fana of Hatred, opposite of love." Yami removed the cigarette from his mouth and said, "Man, you guys picked some dramatic names. Just hearing your names doesn't tell me whether you're strong or not." "Oh?" Rhea yawned again and said, "Then I guess I'll just have to prove it, even if it's a hassle." A katana made of dark magic appeared in Rhea's hand, and he took up the exact same stance as Yami. Dark magic's weakness was its low movement speed, but that wasn't an issue for Rhea. He flickered with light magic and instantly appeared at optimal attack range. Copy magic, Dark Cloaked Dimension Slash. "You're that false Rhea, right? Bastard, don't go plagiarizing other people's spells, or I'll sue you for copyright infringement." Yami responded with the same technique. 2 black slashes collided and canceled each other out. Asta was hesitating whether to jump in when Klein suddenly grabbed him and pulled him back. Beast magic, bear claw. Asta only heard a loud crash. The spot where they had just stood was smashed to pieces by a single slap from Veto. There was no way Yami would let Veto run wild. Neither Asta nor the still-weakened Klein looked capable of taking on an attack from Veto. Yami's counterattack struck the ground, but Veto had already dodged ahead of time. Yami frowned. He realized the enemy hadn't evaded by sensing mana. If anything, it was like they were using the same key-reading technique as himself. Beast magic. That was Veto's powerful magic. As the name implied, it gave him the abilities of wild beasts. And when it came to danger perception, beasts far surpassed humans. Veto didn't even need to train to use key reading, he was born with it. But that wasn't what made Veto truly terrifying. After dodging Yami's attack, he flipped through the air and lunged at him like a wild animal. His mana-wrapped hands clashed against Yami's blade, making a sickening screech. This man fought like an actual beast, not just in brutality, but in raw strength. Beast magic, bear claw. Veto had fused the rawest, most representative animal trait into magic, forming this spell. That ability was destruction. Veto's magic was the embodiment of his name. It existed only to bring despair to his enemies. To Yami's shock, Veto's bear claw tore through the dark magic on his blade and snapped his mithril-forged katana. Come, little rats, let me see your faces twisted in despair. That's the tastiest seasoning when I devour you. Yami leapt back in front of Asta and Klein, looked at the broken blade, and cursed. Bastard, that sword was custom-made. It was super expensive, damn it. You'd better pay me back. Damn, I haven't even finished paying it off in installments. Perhaps not wanting to listen to Yami's nonsense, Fauna in the distance also launched an attack. The red creature that had been perched on her shoulder spewed a torrent of flames at Yami. Klein's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to block in front of Yami. The flames spread, temporarily obscuring the Three Eyes' vision. But then a strange sound of gulping came from within the fire. As the flames lessened, the Three Eyes finally saw what was happening. Klein had his mouth wide open, swallowing the flames into his stomach. Yami puffed on his cigarette and muttered, "Oi, you can do that? That's straight up cheating." As he devoured the flames, Klein's previously depleted mana quickly recovered. When the last wisp of flame was sucked into his mouth, Klein wiped his lips with satisfaction and said, "Thanks for the meal. I can feel the power flowing back into me." He looked at the red creature perched on Fana's shoulder. The little thing seemed confused as to where its fire had gone. It tilted its head, mirroring its master's expression. The creature had 4 legs and 2 wings. Though small, it had scales and armor. Salamander, huh? Of course Klein knew what it was. Salamander, one of the 4 great elemental spirits, the spirit of fire. Salamander was also known as the fire lizard, and some even called it the fire dragon. When Natsu joined Fairytail, his title was also Salamander. And right now, Salamander looked exactly like a young dragon. I'll take that one. That was Klein's thought. As the son of the Flame Dragon King, Salamander was simply too perfect a fit for him. Absolutely don't misunderstand. Klein totally wasn't thinking of keeping Salamander just because its flames tasted amazing and he wanted a steady source of food. It was for spirit magic, yep, all for powerful fire spirit magic. Whoa, the ocean. That was Asta, who had grown up in a mountain village and had never seen the sea before. Yahoo! So many girls in swimsuits. Time to go hit on them. That was Finral, the forever hopeless flirt. Marie, this is the ocean. Next time, let's come here and snuggle together. That was Gauche, the eternal sister complex case. I'm fired up. I'm going swimming in this fundoshi that Captain Yami also loves to wear. That was Magna, completely high on hot-blooded energy. Luck secretly lit Magna's fundoshi on fire with a spark of electricity, and the two ran around in chaos as Magna tried to put out the flames on his rear. Vanessa lay comfortably on a beach chair, enjoying a cold drink, while Charmy was obsessed with a watermelon smashing game. Gray was cheerfully transforming into various people, clearly having fun. Noelle looked a bit shy, though it was obvious her swimsuit had been carefully chosen. It seemed her Sundari syndrome was acting up again. She wanted Asta to notice, but was too embarrassed to ask directly. Watching the beach become more and more chaotic, Klein scratched his head in frustration. Do these idiots seriously think we're on vacation? Don't tell me they've completely forgotten the mission. That's right, the Black Bulls hadn't come to the sea to play. They were here on an important mission. And to understand that mission, one had to go back to recent events. The battle with the Three Eyes didn't continue, because midway through, 3 Magic Knight captains had arrived. Nozel Silva of the Silver Eagles, Jack the Ripper of the Green Mantis, and Charlotte Rosalie of the Blue Rose Knights. Unlike the former captain of the Purple Orcas, these 3 were unquestionably powerhouses, equal in strength to Yami. Though Patri boasted that the Three Eyes were stronger than captains, at that moment the situation was clearly turning against the Eye of the Midnight Sun. The worst part was that Fauna was completely countered by Klein. Klein alone was enough to keep her occupied. Patri himself was drained of mana and couldn't assist. With 4 captains on the opposing side, Raya and Veto had no confidence they could take them on. Patri and the Three Eyes had more important missions. They weren't going to stick around for a desperate fight. So after a few probing exchanges, they chose to retreat. Though neither the 4 captains nor Klein wanted to let them go, there was little they could do against enemies determined to escape. The aftermath of that encounter directly impacted the current mission. Until now, despite the attack on the royal capital, the Magic Knights hadn't taken the Eye of the Midnight Sun too seriously. In this world, strength, magic, and mana was everything. And during the capital attack, the Eye had only shown a fraction of their power. Their image was that of schemers who had hurt Fuego Leon with underhanded tricks, nothing the Magic Knights hadn't seen before. In short, they weren't taken as serious threats. With Fuego Leon still unconscious, the report from Klein, a mere 5th-ranked junior Magic Knight, didn't carry much weight. But after the recent fight, both Patri and the Three Eyes had revealed enough power to threaten the entire Clover Kingdom. This drastically elevated how seriously the Magic Knights viewed the Eye of the Midnight Sun. The latest captain's meeting was focused entirely on how to respond to their threat. Through intelligence gathered from captured members, Wizard King Julius learned that the Eye's target was a mysterious object called a magic stone. Previously, in their hideout, the Wizard King had found a stone slab embedded with these stones. Supposedly, once the Eye gathered all of them, they could activate a dangerous forbidden magic. And now they were just 3 stones away from completing the set. As luck would have it, Klein knew where all 3 were. The first had been retrieved during the mission in Saucy Village and was still in Asta's room. The second was in the Witch's Forest, carried as an earring by the Witch Queen herself. The third, its location discovered through a captured enemy, was hidden in the Undersea Temple, located in a strong magic zone beneath the ocean. Besides the 3 missing from the slab, there was another stone, the most crucial one for the demon's resurrection, which was currently hanging around Yuno's neck. Though they had rooted out the Purple Orcas' former captain for colluding with the Eye, Julius still couldn't be sure there weren't more traitors in other squads. And ironically, the only squad he could completely trust was the most disreputable of them all, the Black Bulls. Thus, the mission to find the stones fell to Yami and his team. Despite this being a high-stakes mission vital to national security, the Black Bulls were treating it like a fully funded vacation. Yami finally had to lose his temper and bury every single member in the sand to make them behave. But still, Klein muttered, dark lines forming on his forehead. Why the hell did I get buried too? Klein hadn't been playing around. He had stayed at Yami's side, helping gather intel on the Undersea Temple. And yet, he got planted in the sand like a flower. How unjust. Yami scratched his head. Huh? Guess I buried you by reflex too. Anyway, don't sweat the small stuff. Let's focus on the mission. He was clearly changing the subject, definitely dodging the issue. Klein wanted to argue, but Yami launched into the mission briefing, cutting him off. Listen up, idiots. While you were screwing around, I got the intel. The Undersea Temple is definitely under this ocean. Lighting a cigarette, Yami continued. Because of the mana-induced currents, even upper-tier mages can't get near it. But on nights of the full moon, when the mana weakens, there's a chance we can enter. But what the buried squad members focused on wasn't the intel. It was... Wait, Did Captain Yami just do actual work? Everyone had expressions of disbelief, as if Yami doing his job was some kind of miracle. Yami's usual lazy behavior was so well known that seeing him motivated truly shocked them. "I'm gonna kill you all," Yami roared, furious. It wasn't like it was unheard of for him to show some initiative. Klein smiled. He had a hunch about what was driving Yami's newfound energy. After the last captain's meeting, Wizard King Julius had specifically called Yami, Klein, and Asta aside and entrusted this mission to Yami. At that moment, Yami, who was usually careless about etiquette, saluted Julius. He'd said, "I just want to prove with my own strength that you weren't wrong about me." Even someone like Yami wouldn't slack off after saying something like that. Unaware that Klein had seen right through him, Yami continued, "Anyway, just like the name says, the undersea temple is underwater, so we can't reach it normally. Noelle, we need your magic to get us there." Eh? Noelle was stunned. "You mean with Sea Dragon's Cradle? That spell needs extremely precise mana control. I can't do it. We should find someone else. If I mess up..." "Yeah, if you mess up, we'll all get swept away and drown." Yami added the most terrifying detail in a completely casual tone. "This mission is top secret and assigned only to the Black Bulls. No one else can do it, so it's on you." He pushed harder. "There's 1 week until the next full moon. In that time, push past your limits." In the week that followed, Noelle began brutal training. But by the night before the full moon, she still hadn't succeeded in controlling her magic. With the mission approaching fast, Noelle grew increasingly anxious. But mana control wasn't something one could master through impatience. The water wall she tried to cast fluctuated wildly and collapsed back to the ground. She had failed again. "Ow!" At that moment, she saw Asta running toward her with his greatsword. He had a crab pinching his toe, which explained the scream. "You idiot. Still the same as always," Noelle muttered, but somehow the tension in her body eased. Shaking off the crab, Asta looked at her and said, "Noelle, great. I'm training too. Let's do it together. Just like last time, if you lose control, I'll stop you." That won't happen again. But if you're really that desperate to train with me, then maybe, I guess." Classic tsundere Noelle. Klein sighed. "Shh." Before he could say anything, someone beside him hushed him. That's right. Besides Yami, the rest of the Black Bulls were all hiding behind a huge rock, spying on Noelle and Asta. Vanessa touched her cheek. "Aw, how cute. When did those two start getting close?" Magna whispered, "Start? What do you mean? Something happened between Asta and Noelle?" Vanessa sighed. Children. Can't anyone else feel the special atmosphere?" Klein rubbed his chin. With the way things were going, it wasn't going to be easy for those two to start anything. And the idea that these problem children were even interested in romance was more surprising. Something's wrong here. Klein silently cursed himself for being dragged into this gossip fest. Wasn't everyone supposed to be here supporting Noelle? How did this turn into a tabloid stakeout? This squad, in every way imaginable, is just not normal. Ready for a great story? Welcome to Fiction's Telling. Follow and get notified for tales that pull you in. And to our amazing existing followers, you rock. Anime Multiverse Journey, Dragon Slayer Magic as my start Volume 3. The residents of the Undersea Temple didn't show any hostility toward the group. On the contrary, they actually seemed quite welcoming. Wow, people from the outside. How rare. Everyone, we've got visitors for the first time in ages. Hey, those cloaks. Aren't you with the Magic Knights? Wow, it's been 10 years since anyone's come down here. Tell us about the world outside. Surrounded by the temple residents, Asta exclaimed, "I thought this place would be as dangerous as the dungeon." Yami took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Well, reality doesn't always match your imagination." Vanessa, fending off the crowd with a smile, said, "In any case, let's find someone who might know about the magic stone." Yami turned and in his best mob boss tone barked, "All right, bring out the boss of this place." To everyone's surprise, the locals didn't seem intimidated at all. They even mimicked his tone. You're probably talking about the High Priest. Another person eagerly pointed the way. If you're looking for the High Priest, just head up those stairs. It was almost suspicious how casually they gave away such important information. Were these people just too pure? But Klein wasn't fooled by the Undersea Temple residents' friendliness. He could sense they weren't nearly as harmless as they appeared. That feeling, how to describe it? Like a child gleefully pouring boiling water into an anthill. Pure, innocent malice. Did they not realize they were pointing the Black Bulls toward the most dangerous place in the temple? Or maybe they simply didn't see anything wrong with that. Not that it mattered much. The magic stone was there. Dangerous or not, the Black Bulls had no choice but to press on. Klein paused. Something felt off. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't they carefully investigate the temple first and develop a safer plan? So why was he now thinking it was fine to just charge in? Could it be that he'd been with the Black Bulls so long they were starting to rub off on him? Before he could say anything, the enormous stone gate, adorned with seashells, swung open. Through the crack, a figure could be seen inside. Suddenly, something massive shot out. It looked like an eel, but had an anglerfish's head. In short, it was a monster. Ah! Asta and Noelle screamed in fright, but others reacted even faster. A fireball, a lightning strike, and a light beam all flew at once, slamming into the creature and knocking it down immediately. "What the hell is this ugly, oversized thing?" said Magna, Luck, and Gauche in unison. "Ho ho ho, seems like we've got ourselves a fun bunch." The silhouette stepped forward, revealing an old man with long hair, eyebrows, and beard, though the two tufts of hair above his lips made him look a little creepy. "Welcome to the Undersea Temple. I am the High Priest," the old man declared. Charmy, eyeing the defeated monster hungrily, suddenly noticed that it was disintegrating into bite-sized pieces. Interesting. Does defeating monsters drop ingredients? Klein mused, having already guessed the nature of the High Priest's magic. Sure enough, before Charmy could dig in, the remains vanished. The High Priest grinned smugly. "That was my magic." High Priest of the Undersea Temple. His magic, game magic. This allowed him to designate a specific area as a game zone and set corresponding rules. Everyone inside, even himself, was bound by those rules. This was rule-based magic, one of the most absurd and unfair types. Within the zone, the caster could use various magic types, including traps, space manipulation, or even summoning giant monsters like earlier. Coupled with his immense mana, the High Priest was easily above Grand Magic Knight level. Unfortunately, his magic's name said it all. The man lived for games. His playful nature likely led to awakening this kind of power, but it also meant he could never be a true warrior. He treated everything as a game. "You're after the magic stone, aren't you? Why don't you play a game with me?" The High Priest then slinked toward Vanessa and Noelle, his already creepy grin turning unbearable. "Let's play the squeeze game." Boom! Noelle punched him flat before he could finish. Magna growled, "Hey, old man, we don't have time for games. And how do you know about the magic stone anyway?" The High Priest chuckled. "Ho ho ho, I've got a keen eye. And come on, you really want that stone, don't you?" "What now? Do we beat him up and take it?" "Fastest option, not bad. Should we kill him?" "Sounds great. That geezer looks like he's strong. Fighting him would be fun." Asta quickly jumped in to stop the trio of violence. "What are you guys talking about? We're magic knights. We can't just rob people." Meanwhile, on the opposite end, the lazy trio was practically horizontal already. "Finral, that old guy's no joke. Let's avoid unnecessary trouble." Vanessa, "Yawn? I'm a little sleepy." Charmy, "Excuse me, where do we eat?" The High Priest, "If you win the game, not only will I give you the magic stone as a prize, I'll also prepare a grand feast, top-tier food and drink, and the most beautiful maidens in the temple to accompany you." Lazy trio, "Let's play." With the energy of the three revived, Yami sighed, "Geez, fine then. All right, old man, I'll be your opponent. So what are we playing? Cards? Dice?" The High Priest grinned and raised his hand, shouting, "The game is Temple Battle Royale." Everyone stared blankly, unsure how the High Priest suddenly got so hyped on his own. Game magic, Undersea Temple Reformation. As the high priest opened his grimoire, a surge of mana rippled through the air. 9 holes appeared in the wall behind him. Temple priests, come forth. 9 figures stepped out, standing in formation behind the high priest. They wore the same robes as him, but each had a mask shaped like a different sea creature. Each of them gave off powerful mana, on par with upper-rank magic knights. The high priest exclaimed with glee, "Everyone ready? Then let the game begin." Massive waves of water suddenly appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the entire group. Klein didn't sense any danger from the magic, so he allowed it to take effect. When the water receded, Klein found himself in a rocky cavern. The high priest's voice echoed in his ears. "The rules are simple. You've all been scattered throughout the temple. Each of you will face off against one of the 9 temple priests. You've got 10 people, so consider that a bonus. Knock your opponent unconscious to win, or win by forcing them to surrender. The first team to eliminate all of the opposing side, or the team with more people standing after 1 hour, wins. Battle styles are up to you. 1v1, team-ups, anything goes. But don't forget, I'll be interfering with sabotage spells, so keep your guard up." Klein cracked his knuckles and focused his senses. So quick, huh? He sensed 4 magic signatures had already vanished from the field. Someone had already finished their battle that fast. He didn't worry that any of the fallen were from the Black Bulls. "This mana, there you are, my enemy," Klein murmured, locking eyes on a figure walking down the corridor. The person wore a hammerhead shark mask. He was the strongest of the temple priests based on Klein's earlier readings. "Talk about hitting the jackpot," Klein muttered with a grin. Klein had indeed encountered a worthy opponent. The man wearing the hammerhead shark mask before him was likely the strongest individual in the undersea temple, aside from the high priest himself. He was the high priest's son, father of Kahono, the girl Klein had previously met on the beach, and the current high priest of the temple, Gio. Gio addressed Klein. "Sorry for dragging you all into one of my old man's dumb games, but it's been ages since I've seen any mages from the surface. I've been idle too long. Not bad to have a little fun now and then. You've got impressive mana. Probably the strongest one of the bunch, huh? Guess I got lucky." "The strongest?" Klein replied indifferently. "You shouldn't underestimate the other Black Bull seniors. But if we're talking luck, I'd say I'm the lucky one." As he spoke, flames ignited on both of Klein's fists, which he brought together in a sharp clash. Gio gave a slightly troubled smile. "Ah, a fire magic user, huh? Bad matchup for you in the Undersea Temple. By the way, I'm a water attribute mage." He opened his grimoire, and a swirling stream of water began to circle around him. The battle was ready to begin. Water creation magic, Sea God's Warhammer. The water condensed into a massive arm, and from the palm poured an enormous, mountain-sized hammer. The watery limbs swung the hammer down at Klein with immense force. Gio wasn't just bluffing. This environment did put Klein at a disadvantage. For mages, surroundings greatly influenced performance. Especially for natural-type magic, casting drew not only on one's own mana, but also on the ambient mana of the world, natural mana. The more abundant the element, the stronger the spell's output. Conversely, the more scarce it was, the more personal mana had to compensate. And here, deep beneath the ocean, water mana was plentiful, while fire mana was scarce. Gio's spell was at least 30% more powerful than it would be on land, but fortunately for Klein, he wasn't just any fire mage. Flame Dragon's Iron Fist. His blazing flames clashed with the descending water hammer, producing a massive plume of steam. "Incredible," Gio praised sincerely. The fact that Klein could counter his enhanced water spell with fire magic spoke volumes about his power. As the steam cleared, Klein, engulfed in flame, had already appeared before Gio in a flash and threw a punch. Water creation magic, Sea God's Shield. Klein's fist slammed into a square-shaped water shield, which broke almost instantly under the pressure. But instead of pressing the advantage, Klein backed off and shook his head slightly, with a tinge of disappointment. To be honest, he was a bit let down. Gio wasn't as strong as he'd expected. Though his mana was as vast as the sea, power alone didn't equate to real battle experience. Thinking back, The temple residents had mentioned it had been 10 years since any outsiders had come, and since the temple folk weren't allowed to enter the towns above, Gio's only sparring partners were likely other priests. But real combat was different from playful training. Despite being the temple's strongest, Gio was a mage with little actual experience. And it wasn't just him. The other temple priests were the same. That's why 4 of them had already been eliminated at the start of the game. Just as Klein was about to end the battle, he suddenly sniffed the air. This scent. He frowned. His keen nose picked up a familiar smell, one he'd encountered before. It belonged to Veto, the despair of the 3 eyes. And right alongside that scent, Klein also detected Veto's powerful mana, so he had made it to the Undersea Temple. In the original story, Veto had also invaded the temple, aiming to steal the magic stone. Klein wasn't surprised by his appearance. What did surprise him, however, was the additional scent of blood. He suddenly remembered. To reach the Undersea Temple, one had to pass through the seaside town of Reiki. Reiki was a popular resort destination for royals, nobles, and magic knights. Veto must have encountered some of them on his way through, and knowing his violent nature, it was unlikely he had simply passed by. Klein didn't particularly care for most magic knights from other squads, but what Veto had done disgusted him far more. Klein could understand Veto's hatred for humanity. After all, humans had once harmed his kind purely out of vile desire. But under the influence of demonic magic, Veto had become a complete lunatic. That's why Klein would have no qualms about taking him down. Just as he thought this, Yami's voice suddenly echoed through the area, cutting short Gio's attempt to counterattack. Make testoid dumbasses, listen up. We've got a real pain in the ass crashing this game. A bigwig from the Eye of the Midnight Sun. This guy's strong enough to go toe-to-toe with a magic knight captain and fights like a damn wild animal. He's also brought along 3 of his grunts, but for reasons, I can't go help, so you'll all have to figure it out on your own. You hear me? Every last one of you better push past your limits here. If anyone dies, I'll kill them again myself. Klein couldn't help but smile. Their captain was as reckless as ever, but somehow he didn't mind at all. Then came the High Priest's voice. Game update. Time limit removed. New victory condition. Defeat the Eye of the Midnight Sun's team. Anyone who contributes to victory may make any wish they desire. If it lies within my power, I shall grant it. Klein turned to Gio. Uncle, you still want to fight? Just so you know, I'm in a hurry to deal with another guy. If you try to stop me, I won't be able to hold back. Gio sighed and shook his head. You talk big, kid. But if the old man's saying that, then beating this so-called Eye of the Midnight Sun guy takes priority. Flame wings burst from Klein's back as he shot down a corridor like a fireball. The scent of blood and Veto's mana came from that direction. As he sped through the hallway, a chain suddenly shot out toward him. Chain magic, Scorpio chain. Klein flipped midair, narrowly dodging it, but the chain curved and came chasing after him again. Damn it, I really don't have time for this. He extended his hand and smacked the chain aside with brute force. Now freed, he finally glanced at the idiot trying to delay him. The mage looked exactly like a background extra. Big round face, terrible haircut, and a gut that stuck out like he was smuggling barrels. I am one of the Eye of the Midnight Sun's top chain mages. You'll go no further. Klein seriously wanted to ask how many chain mages the Eye had. Was this some kind of gimmick like in that Red Demon village where everyone claimed to be number 1? But there was no time for sarcasm. The situation was too urgent. Klein focused, ready to end this quickly. The mana signatures had become clearer. Veto had already engaged the others. In the original story, Asta had paid a heavy price to defeat Veto. His arms were nearly crippled. Klein would not let the fight become that tragic. Not this time. Chains slithered like venomous serpents, crushing rocks as they relentlessly chased after Klein. So damn clingy, Klein muttered in frustration. He'd wanted to quickly take care of this guy, but he had to admit, the so-called top-tier chain mage wasn't weak. After all, he was one of the sacrifices Patri had prepared to activate the forbidden magic. Every member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun possessed considerable mana. This chain mage's abilities in offense, defense, and speed were solid, easily on par with a senior magic knight. The worst part was, Klein couldn't afford to use his high-output spells like Dragon Blood mode yet. He needed to conserve strength for the upcoming fight with Veto. So, defeating this guy quickly was proving harder than expected. Klein's restraint only made the chain mage more arrogant. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Keep stalling and my chains will catch you." Klein paused, not because the taunt got to him, but because he knew time was running out. Abandoning all restraint, he suddenly surged with full speed. The chains that had been tailing him were instantly left in the dust. Dragon Slayer magic, Flame Dragon's Talon. He kicked out, only to strike a dense cocoon of interwoven chains. The chains had wrapped tightly around the chain mage, forming a near impenetrable sphere for defense. "Pointless, pointless. You'll never break through my chains." The chain mage cackled. "Never break through? You've got to be kidding me. My mana's just about where it needs to be." Klein took 2 steps back as a red magic circle appeared in front of him. Flame Dragon's Roar. A massive pillar of fire engulfed the chain ball. The chains, meant to protect, had become a blazing oven. Screams echoed from inside the inferno, but they only lasted a few seconds before going silent. Klein ended the spell without a glance back and resumed his pursuit of Veto. At last, he saw light at the end of the dark passage. He accelerated. The space opened up, and Klein took in the battlefield. Only Veto and Noelle were still standing. Noelle was aiming her wand at Veto, ready to unleash a spell. Her expression was more focused and resolute than ever. Tremendous magical energy gathered at her wand, forming a spiraling torrent of water. "I will defeat you. Water creation magic. Sea Dragon's Roar." A huge water dragon burst forth, slamming into Veto's Beast Claw spell and driving him back. The torrent crashed through the stone wall, dragging Veto with it. When the water cleared, everyone saw Veto's condition. I did it," Noelle gasped, her voice a mix of fatigue and exhilaration. Veto's right arm was gone. Half of his upper body had been shredded. Noelle's strike had clearly landed hard. Klein dropped down from the ceiling, landing in front of the exhausted Noelle. "Nice work. I'll take it from here." Noelle looked puzzled, about to ask what he meant, when suddenly a chilling magical pressure filled the air. She turned, only to see Veto still standing despite his wounds. Ominous magic surged from him. A third eye opened on his forehead. Now Veto looked more like a demon god from legend, a destroyer of mankind. The aura he emitted made Klein's skin crawl. Veto grinned, baring razor-sharp teeth. "So you actually forced me out, human." Beast Magic LSPHPKSD. The words were an incantation in a forgotten language. Klein couldn't understand them, but the effect was obvious. A glowing magic circle appeared over Veto's mangled shoulder, and his flesh began to regenerate at a terrifying pace. In mere seconds, a new arm formed. As far as Klein knew, healing magic in this world had limits. It could close wounds, but not regrow limbs. Veto's magic defied that entirely. Ancient curses, huh? That magic is insane, Klein muttered as he summoned his own mana. Veto raised a hand toward him, voice cold. "Here's a little gift. Beast Magic, SKSSX." A bestial head emerged from a magic circle. It opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of purple magic toward them. It was said that even the drool of legendary beasts was poisonous. Klein had no intention of finding out how deadly this cursed beam was. Flame Dragon's Roar. Klein's fire clashed with the purple beam, the two forces locking in a violent deadlock. Eventually, both attacks canceled each other out, and the residual energy shattered the cave's protruding rocks. "Now begins true despair," Veto roared. "But before you taste it, I'll sweep away the trash." Beast Magic, SKX. The beast head reappeared, firing another beam, this time aimed at Kahono. Klein didn't move to intercept. "Figured you wouldn't just stay down," he muttered. The deadly beam streaked across the floor, but midway through, it was cut in half. Standing there was Asta, wielding his Demon Slayer sword in his left hand. His dominant right arm hung uselessly at his side. The injury was from their earlier battle. Klein didn't sense any cursed energy, so it was likely just a regular wound. What despair? Asta said. We're not giving up. You said not giving up was my weakness, but it's our only weapon. Veto sneered. Is that so? Then I'll show you just how powerless that weapon really is. Beast magic, Zeps this. Veto unleashed a storm of fangs forged from cursed magic, his targets, every wounded ally lying on the ground. But before they struck, threads whipped through the air, yanking everyone to safety and out of the blast zone. Even Veto himself was caught in the strands. My. So this fuzzy brute is the one Captain said was so dangerous, huh? I'm thinking I need a drink before we go any further, Vanessa said as she walked onto the battlefield. Klein chuckled. Asta had inspired more people than he realized. Whether it was mission partners like Magna and Luck or new teammates like Vanessa, everyone was becoming stronger. Even Finral's mana had stopped retreating. He must have found the courage to face himself at last. As hot-blooded as ever. Klein smirked. But now I'm fired up too. Dragon Blood mode, activate. The battle was about to ignite, and the combatants couldn't have been more contrasting. On one side was Veto, the despair of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, one of the infamous Third Eye. On the other side stood 4 from the Black Bulls, Vanessa, Asta, Klein, and Finral, still hidden. Numerically, the advantage seemed to be with the Bulls, but true battles were never decided by numbers alone. Veto, like a rampaging beast, radiated such overwhelming pressure that it drowned out the collective presence of his opponents. Even Vanessa's threads had been brutally torn apart by his magic. But his dominance was short-lived. Klein activated Dragon Blood mode. Heat waves warped the air, sending Klein's dragon scale scarf fluttering. His slit pupils locked onto Veto like a predator zeroing in on its prey. In the next instant, Klein closed the distance with explosive speed. Their fists collided, and the shockwave alone made the air feel suffocating. Behind Klein, flames surged into the shape of a massive dragon, roaring at the shadow of a beast looming behind Veto. Their power clashed, so intense that the very ground beneath them cracked apart. Cursed human, hurry up and despair, Veto howled, beginning to overpower Klein by sheer brute strength. Klein's arm bent back under pressure, but his expression remained calm, unshaken. I already told you, we don't despair. His arm ignited in flame again, reinforcing it with raw magical might. With one explosive heave, he smashed Veto backward. As Veto soared through the air, Klein launched another attack. Flame Dragon's Roar. A searing flame pillar engulfed Veto whole. The sheer heat made it hard to imagine anyone surviving. Amazing. Vanessa and Asta both smiled. From the shadows, Finral sighed in relief. Maybe he wouldn't have to step in after all. Veto, smoking and blackened, crashed to the ground, but remained standing. Now let me show you what true despair looks like. Before their shocked eyes, his horrific burns rapidly regenerated. In seconds, he looked good as new. Klein wasn't surprised. The way Veto's mana flowed resembled his own Dragon Blood mode in principle. His dragon power vastly boosted physical capabilities. Veto's cursed beast magic-infused mana gave him similarly monstrous vitality. Fighting someone who refused to stay injured would terrify most, but not Klein. If that level of fire isn't enough, Klein's body blazed even hotter. Then I'll just crank it up until there's nothing left of you to heal. Veto's right arm transformed into a monstrous claw of magic. Insect, all talk. Klein leapt high, avoiding the descending claw that smashed boulders loose from the cavern wall. The claw vanished, and Veto raised his hand, summoning a beast head through a magic circle to fire at Klein behind the debris. But just as it formed, Klein burst through the rock in a trail of fire and shattered both the beast head and the circle in a single punch. Veto blinked, briefly stunned by the force, but quickly broke into mad laughter. So, you're not like the others. More of a close-quarters fighter, huh? Then let's break your arms. Rip off your legs. Let's see how long you hold out then. Klein's reply was another flame dragon's iron fist landing squarely in Veto's face. Come and try if you can. The blow sent Veto staggering, though the burns on his face healed rapidly again. But Klein noticed something. His regeneration is slowing. He'd suspected for some time that Veto's regeneration didn't come from normal magic. Elves shouldn't be able to wield such forbidden energy. The most likely source? The demon who had given them reincarnation magic. Only a creature from the underworld could infuse Veto with such cursed power. In the original story, Asta's anti-magic sword left wounds that didn't heal, because anti-magic nullified demonic influence. In fact, anti-magic likely existed for the sole purpose of slaying demons. Klein's Dragon Slayer. Magic blessed by world magic offered a similar, if weaker, effect. It didn't neutralize curses like Asta's blade, but it could still hurt Veto in ways normal spells couldn't. World magic didn't grow stronger through training, but by traversing different worlds. Each new world visited bestowed an additional blessing. Klein had only traveled through 2, so his blessing was still limited. But even so, it made a difference. He wasn't powerless, which meant this was a fight he could win. With renewed resolve, Klein's attacks grew fiercer. Veto's limbs pulsed with savage magic as he charged forward, refusing to back down. "The hell kind of fight is this?" Vanessa muttered bitterly. Indeed, the two combatants seemed to have transcended humanity. Klein, cloaked in flames like a dragon, and Veto, a brutal beast cloaked in dark magic. Each blow was primal, claws and fangs tearing into one another. Veto took Klein's punches head-on just to land counterblows. The two were briefly separated after a brutal clash. Klein spat blood, the cursed energy lingering in his body finally being burned away by his dragon power. But he knew Veto had taken a hit too. He had to feel it by now. Klein's strikes weren't healing easily anymore. And Veto did feel it. Regenerating from Klein's wounds was far more taxing, draining his mana rapidly. But neither showed signs of backing down. They charged at each other again. Flame Dragon's Wing Strike. Klein's arms whipped forward, launching arcs of fire like twin whips. Veto caught them with his bare hands, roared, and ripped them apart. His counter, a volley of cursed magical fangs, fired directly at Klein. Klein weaved through them, his body glowing with such speed that he left a comet trail behind. "Arrogant insect!" Veto bellowed. "I'll crush you where you stand!" A massive magic claw slammed down. Klein blocked with a kick, but the force nearly shattered his leg. He gritted his teeth. "Isn't powering up mid-battle a protagonist thing? I'm the antagonist here. What the hell?" Worse, the battle was burning through his mana and dragon power far faster than expected. Dragon Blood mode was nearing its limit. But it was too late to turn back now. This fight would be all or nothing. Klein went wild, trading blow for blow more and more often. Vanessa suddenly noticed Asta stepping forward, sword in hand. "Asta, what are you doing?" she asked, concerned. Asta clenched his teeth. "Klein is giving everything he's got. How can I just watch? I'm gonna help him." Vanessa shook her head. "You can't. That's a fight we can't interfere with." "I don't care," Asta snapped. "I'm not giving up, on Klein or on this mission." Vanessa paused, then smiled in understanding. "All right. Then let me help you fight." The blood trickling down Klein's forehead instantly evaporated from the searing heat radiating off his body. The wound itself quickly closed under the influence of his dragon power. But the signs of fatigue had already begun to show. His dragon blood mode was nearing its limit, with only about 3 minutes left. Though he'd extended the form's duration to 15 minutes through training, the intensity of this fight had pushed its limit far faster than usual. So Klein's attacks grew even fiercer, more desperate. He fought like a man who had to finish things before time ran out, because he did. After taking several of Klein's blows, Veto finally retreated a few steps, but instead of frustration, he smiled. Sensing Klein's growing urgency, he sneered. "Insect will always be insect. You've lasted this long, commendable. But now, it's time for despair. No matter how hard you struggle, the outcome will not change." Klein exhaled a breath of steam, tension rising in his expression. Compared to the elves resurrected by forbidden magic, the gap in mana was undeniable. Given time, Klein knew he could close that gap with world magic's blessing. But right now, the difference couldn't be bridged by willpower alone. He was approaching his limit. At least, that was how it should have been. Suddenly, Klein's flames surged stronger again. He smiled. If there's one thing I've learned from being in the Black Bulls, it's this. This is exactly when you break past your limits. And you forgot something. I'm not alone. Right, Asta? Veto's eyes widened. He'd sensed a new presence behind him. Of course. Sorry to keep you waiting, Klein. Asta's Demon Dweller's sword sliced past Veto's shoulder, spraying blood. Like a beast, Veto reacted instantly. Asta had aimed for a fatal blow, but Veto had evaded just enough to minimize the damage. Still, the wound bled freely, and didn't heal. Everyone saw it. That wound wasn't closing. In that moment, they all understood Asta was the key to defeating Veto. Veto looked at the gash on his body. He too realized that Asta posed the greatest threat, followed by Klein. Beast Magic S-Cax. Another cursed beam attack fired toward Asta, but he cleaved it cleanly in two with a swing of his sword. Veto had no time to follow up, because Klein had already launched his next assault. Flame Dragon's Blazing Blaze. A massive fireball engulfed Veto, turning him into a pillar of flame. But he burst free with a roar, shredding the inferno with a cursed claw. His burn wounds healed rapidly, but the cut Asta made continued to bleed. Asta didn't waste the moment and charged again. Veto scoffed. You think the same move will work twice? This time he dodged Asta's strike cleanly and slashed at him with his beast claw. But Asta twisted midair, flipping sideways in an impossible motion, just narrowly avoiding the attack. That wasn't magic. Asta didn't have any. Veto's eyes darted to the side Vanessa was standing there, smiling, one hand raised. Thread danced around her fingers. This whole battlefield is covered in my thread magic. I'll make sure Asta stays alive. Asta, heavily injured, couldn't possibly last in a fight against Veto. One hit would be fatal. But with Vanessa manipulating his movements like a puppet on a string, Asta could go all out on offense while she handled defense. Enough with the tricks! Veto roared and charged like a wild beast. Before he could reach Asta, a flaming fist struck him in the jaw. Your opponent is me. Focus, Klein snarled. Their fists blurred in an exchange that even sound couldn't keep up with. Asta dashed in from the left and left another gash under Veto's ribs before being yanked away by Vanessa's threads. Klein followed up with a flying kick that sent Veto stumbling. You worthless gnats, daring to stand against me together? Veto trembled in fury. It's infuriating. His mana flared violently, like lava boiling beneath his skin. Klein and Asta exchanged a look and attacked together. Klein raised a hand, blocking a descending beast claw. Asta swept in and knocked Veto back with a slash. Klein followed, delivering a mid-air kick. Veto parried it, but Asta was already coming from below. His Demon Dweller sword stabbed into Veto's torso, but it missed a vital point. It was bait. Veto had let him land that hit, so he could kill Asta right then. He raised a claw to end it, but Klein intercepted with a punch. In that opening, Vanessa's thread pulled Asta safely out. Klein also retreated, but by now the dragon scales on his body were beginning to fade. With a thud, Klein dropped to one knee. Dragon blood mode had ended, and with it came a wave of weakness. Of the two who could challenge Veto, one was now in a recovery state, and the other had lost his sword. To Veto, it was over. Even with Asta's blade still stuck in his chest, he smiled cruelly. Insects, without your magic form, without that anti-magic sword, all your hope will now be reborn as the sweetest despair. Despair? Asta said, lifting his head, face unchanged. We're not done yet. Veto's grin warped into a snarl. Why won't you despair? With a roar, he lunged toward Asta. He would crush the boy who refused to break. Vanessa's thread yanked Asta back, but Veto was too fast. He was gaining on him. Just as Veto was about to strike, a portal opened behind Asta. He vanished into it, and Veto's claws struck empty air. A second portal opened near Vanessa. Asta tumbled out, bruised, but alive. Klein chuckled. Took you long enough, Finral-senpai? Finral appeared beside Asta, scowling. I am your senpai. Show some respect, will you? Anyway, now that I'm here, I won't let any of you die. Mirror magic, multi-reflect ray. As they spoke, beams of light rained down from above, bombarding Veto in a relentless barrage. And just as Veto retreated, a towering woolen figure rose behind him. Cotton magic, sleepy sheeps. A massive sheep stood upright and swung a massive fist. Punch. It smashed Veto into the ground, but it didn't stop. Second punch. Third punch. Tragedy. With a final blow, the sheep sent Veto flying. High above, on a stone platform, 3 more figures appeared. At the front, Gauche raised his voice. "Don't forget, we're here too." Asta grinned, fired up. "Did you see that? This is the Black Bulls. Together we'll take you down." Countless spatial portals opened. Finral's control over his magic was nothing short of masterful, among the most precise of all spatial mages. With his support, Vanessa's thread magic made Asta's movements truly ghost-like, impossible to track. As Asta zipped past, he picked up the Demon Destroyer sword that had been knocked aside earlier and slashed Veto without hesitation. "Asta, trust us and go all out," Vanessa and Finral shouted in unison. Appearing from another portal, Asta yelled, "I already do." And true to his words, he didn't hesitate. He charged at Veto again. Veto raised his claw to retaliate, but a new spatial portal opened ahead of Asta. The boy vanished inside, reappearing behind Veto. Klein chuckled. With the sword stuck in him this long, Veto's mana had to be nearly depleted. Not only that, his reinforcement magic was weakening too. His strength, speed, perception, all had dulled. By the time Veto noticed the incoming strike, Asta's sword was already falling. Though he twisted to dodge, the blow still grazed him deeply across the back. He felt it. Something was wrong. Looking down, his gaze fell on the sword still impaled in his abdomen. "I thought I'd taken his weapon, but I'm the one disarmed," he muttered, his growl laced with pain for the first time. Gritting his teeth, Veto grabbed the Demon Dweller's sword and yanked it out with a roar. "I won't lose, not to you humans." He focused on a single portal. Asta's mana presence was within, but then more portals opened, each containing an Asta. Mirror magic, mirror image. Transformation magic. Magical conversion. Using Gauche's mirror clones and Gray's transformation magic, they created multiple Astas, each with the same mana signature, none. It made their illusions harder to detect. Gauche and Gray had clearly used most of their mana in the earlier battle. These illusions were their final card, and all hopes now rested on this play. Veto roared and smashed one Asta, only for it to shatter like glass. Another vanished like mist. Frantic, Veto obliterated clone after clone, but none were real. But he didn't lose focus. He expanded his perception, locking onto every portal, ready to strike down the real Asta the moment he emerged. Then, the portals began to vanish. Instead of increasing, the number of openings dwindled. Some disappeared entirely. Veto sneered. "Out of mana already? Pathetic, just like all you humans." He wasn't wrong. Finral's reserves were nearing empty. His spatial magic had pushed its limit. But it was enough. Finral grinned. One final portal opened, and out stepped Klein, not Asta. The other portals all vanished. Face to face, almost nose to nose, Klein had poured every last drop of mana into this one attack. Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Crimson Lotus, Exploding Flame Blade. Though weakened from low mana, this was still a secret art, and at this close of a range there was no escape. The firestorm erupted point blank, engulfing Veto. Half of his body was ripped apart in the explosion. Klein collapsed, completely drained of magic. Veto stood on one leg, face contorted in rage and pain. Beast Magic, LSPHPKSD. He began regenerating, but the process was slow. Still, the leg began to grow back too slowly. He staggered over to Klein, one hand raised, preparing to end him while his body and arm regenerated. But behind him, a sonic boom erupted. Veto turned, eyes wide in horror. Asta was flying toward him, hurled like a missile, and behind him stood Charmy's massive sheep, still in a throwing stance. With all the portals gone, Veto had assumed Asta couldn't reach him fast enough. But he hadn't accounted for being thrown like a living projectile. He also hadn't expected a magicless human to endure the G-force of such a throw. He had underestimated Asta's iron-hard body, And more importantly, his unbreakable will. Asta shouted, black markings creeping across his face. A dark shadow loomed behind him. Despair? Not one of us ever gave up in front of you. You're the one who's lost. He brought his demon destroyer sword down in a mighty arc. Veto had no time to react. His defensive mana, his reinforcement spells, all were torn apart in a single blow. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. We won, Vanessa muttered, collapsing onto the ground in a duck sit. Finral flopped down beside her with a laugh. Yeah, we did. It's a Black Bull victory! Everyone shouted with joy. Later, Klein awoke in a bed at the Sea Temple, surrounded by its young priestesses. Finral sat nearby, nearly crying blood from envy. Apparently, the High Priest had broadcast the entire fight, making Klein something of a celebrity. To Klein, it felt surreal. One moment he had been casting a secret art, the next, he woke up staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Then, a bunch of pretty girls rushed in, and for a second he thought he'd died and gone to heaven. But what Klein regretted most was not being awake to witness Yami's new spell, Dimensional Slash. Asta's attempt to describe it made no sense. Veto had, in the end, lost control. His unleashed mana alone could have destroyed the Sea Temple. Only Yami's arrival had ended it. As always, Yami stole the show, unleashing a power capable of slashing through even demons. Dimensional Slash, a power so broken even Klein couldn't comprehend how Yami had awakened it. Magic was supposed to be based on will and belief, but this went beyond that. Klein simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Still, he'd only been unconscious for a day, just in time to attend the celebration feast. The mission was a success. Nero found the magic stone, though the High Priest had no idea what or where it was. How Nero found it in the maze-like Sea Temple, no one knew. Most of the Black Bulls were suffering mana exhaustion. Asta had a fractured arm. Magna and Luck were heavily bruised, but still mobile. Once Finral recovered, he opened a portal, and the Black Bulls returned to their base victorious. Black Bull HQ. Several days had passed since everyone had returned from the Sea Temple. Asta, still wearing a sling on his injured arm, walked into the usually chaotic and noisy hall, only to find an eerie silence. The only person present was Yami, casually reading a newspaper on the couch. Aft. Captain Yami, is no one else around? Astas asked curiously. Yami, cigarette in his mouth, replied, Who knows? Maybe they're all out somewhere slacking off. Lifting his eyes to glance at Asta, Yami couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truth was, Yami knew exactly where everyone had gone. Magna and Luck had teamed up to explore a dangerous dungeon. Charmy had taken Gray on some ingredient-seeking training trip, and Finral and Gordon were off in the capital's library. As for Vanessa, she'd taken Noelle and Gosh to investigate leads regarding the magic stones. Everyone, it seemed, was busier than ever. But Yami understood. No matter the reason they gave, they were all seeking to get stronger in their own ways. And the sparks that had lit their fire were standing right in front of him, the short little squirt, Asta, and the other new recruit, Klein. During the Sea Temple mission, Klein had stunned them all with his strength. For their seniors, it had been nothing short of humiliating, watching a junior risk his life in battle while they could only stand by. That was unacceptable. It made their desire to grow stronger burn even more fiercely. And in Asta, they saw what it meant to never give up. He'd erased the word despair from their vocabulary. With two such rookies around, there was no room for slacking off. Speaking of Klein, Yami thought, I haven't seen that kid in a while. He kept the thought to himself, though. It was true. Ever since returning from the capital, Klein had vanished. He'd even missed the mission debriefing. But knowing his personality, Yami guessed the kid was off training somewhere, hell-bent on getting stronger. That was just who Klein was. In truth, a lot had happened since the Sea Temple mission. Yami had taken Asta to the capital to report the mission and hand over the magic stone. Klein had insisted on coming too, especially to speak about Veto and the strange curse magic flowing through him. Klein had dropped a key hint to the Magic Emperor, suggesting that the curse might be related to the elves. It was subtle, but deliberate. Asta's arm, shattered in battle, had mostly healed thanks to the capital's top-tier healing mages. Compared to the original timeline, where a Veto's curse had nearly destroyed both his arms, this time was far better. Unfortunately, before full recovery, the Diamond Kingdom invaded and Asta was right back on the battlefield, so the sling remained. Yami had guessed only half right. Klein was indeed training, but also he was planning something. The mission had been a success. The magic stone retrieved, Asta relatively unharmed, and the others each with personal breakthroughs. But Klein hadn't managed to save Kahono and Kyoto. He didn't blame himself out of guilt. He wasn't the saintly type. But what frustrated him was that he still hadn't changed fate. Had he been just a bit stronger, had he defeated that chain magic flunky faster, maybe things would have turned out differently. More than that, Klein realized another uncomfortable truth. He'd been too passive, always following Asta and the plot's natural flow. Perhaps some part of him had feared altering the story too much, losing the advantage of foreknowledge, but clinging to that fear had shackled him. He couldn't go on half wishing for change while half fearing it. It was time to stop being afraid. His subtle nudge to the Magic Emperor about the elves was just the beginning. Yultim Volcano, a strong magic zone. Klein had returned to this brutal land to continue training. After fighting Veto, he could feel it. His strength had leapt forward. Especially after hitting his limit, his mana and physical resilience had both skyrocketed. His dragon blood mode was more stable now. Its duration extended even further. But Klein wasn't training near the volcano. He was inside it. His current goal, mastering the advanced skill Mana Zone. With Mana Zone, a mage could freely manipulate mana in all directions. They could strike from impossible angles, walk on air, and even override the natural mana around them. Some elite mages, like Leona Vermilion, could dominate ambient mana so completely they could suppress even the elves' natural advantage. Her Mana Zone was so powerful that if she hadn't been up against 4 opponents, she might have flattened fully awakened Raya single-handedly. Klein absolutely wanted that power. That's why he was in this hellish place. The Yultim volcano existed because of a massive fire mana source underground. That fire mana melted bedrock and created constant eruptions. The deeper you went, the hotter it became. With mana skin, you could withstand the outer edge, but down here, even a moment's lapse would turn you into cinders. Klein steadied his breathing, forcing mana to circulate faster through his body. With each step deeper into the cave, the temperature soared. But there was another reason he'd chosen this place. The magma surged. From it, a giant made of molten rock emerged. Fire Dragon's wing attack. 2 concentrated fire lashes slammed into the magma giant. With a blast, half its body exploded back into lava. Klein caught his breath and kept walking. Deep inside this strong magic zone, there were plenty of creatures to spar with. Not just magma giants, but strange mutated beasts adapted to the harsh environment. All of them highly resistant to fire. Even Klein had to push himself to defeat monsters that bathed in lava for fun. He hadn't yet found the hidden magic dungeon deep within the volcano, supposedly filled with treasure and a magic tool capable of turning animals into beasts. Klein was especially interested in the spider mutated by that tool, the one who managed to escape from Leona. That would be a fight worth having. Man, this heat's killing me. How is anyone supposed to sleep in this furnace? A lazy voice echoed through the cave. Klein didn't flinch. So you finally showed up. Took you longer than I expected. Turning, he saw the man standing there, relaxed and unbothered. Geez, with that reaction, I almost thought I walked right into a magic night ambush. The man said Raya, the disloyal one of the 3 eyes of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Klein waved him off. Not really an ambush, but yes, I arranged this meeting. Several days earlier, at the Clover Kingdom's crucial border town, Khitan. This city served as the bastion between the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom, a vital hub of the border defenses. It was during the time when Yami had taken Klein and Asta to report the Sea Temple mission to the Wizard King that the Diamond Kingdom launched an audacious attack on Khitan. This was no mere border skirmish. The Diamond Kingdom had dispatched an uncommonly large force of mages. Most notably, 3 of the 8 Shining Generals had joined the fray, an echelon of power usually reserved for full-scale war. The message was clear. This was no ordinary conflict. But Klein knew the truth. This sudden deployment was rooted in internal politics. The Diamond Kingdom had been undergoing a sweeping power shift. With the aging king's influence waning, real authority had fallen to the magical scholar Morris. Under his leadership, the artificial mage warrior program had borne fruit. New generation warriors like Mars were replacing the older shining generals. The 3 generals leading this assault were, in essence, being discarded. Still, even cast-offs from the 8 shining generals weren't to be underestimated. Their power rivaled that of Magic Knight captains, and with the forces they commanded, they quickly overwhelmed Chiton's defenses. Fortunately, the Magic Knight headquarters responded swiftly. The Golden Dawn, led by Captain William Vengeance, arrived in time to reinforce Chiton, turning the tide into a fierce siege and counterattack scenario. When word of the battle reached the capital, Yami made the call to assist. As it happened, Finral had once visited Chiton, and with his spatial magic, the Black Bulls were able to reach the battlefield in short order. But what greeted them wasn't chaos, it was wonder. Before them stood a massive tree so large its canopy blanketed the entire city. Its roots, like enormous serpents, sprawled in all directions. Branches jutted outward like spears. The invaders had been routed by the sheer magnitude of this creation. World Tree Magic, Miss Stilton's Great Tree. This was the magic of Captain Vengeance, an awe-inspiring display that turned the battle's tide single-handedly. The mana required to conjure such a tree was beyond comprehension. What was more impressive was that he had done it while completely sparing both civilians and his own squad. Asta's eyes glittered like stars. Whoa, what kind of giant tree is that? Did they grow this thing in Chiton? Of course, his reaction was pure and clueless as ever. Others, however, had more grounded thoughts. Think it bears giant fruit? Said Charmy, drooling. She'd tagged along ever since tasting the capital's cafeteria food, shamelessly clinging to the idea of more gourmet cuisine. But her real reason for coming was Yuno. Klein had forgotten what had sparked it, but ever since Yuno rescued her, she'd started calling him her prince of food. Who knew how much of her infatuation was driven by appetite? 2 karate chops landed on the heads of the 2 airheads. Tch, that's probably the Golden Boy's doing. Would have been better if we hadn't come, Yami muttered, annoyed. As usual, Finral had already begun whining. Let's just go back, okay, please? No one paid him any mind. He skulked off, muttering about being a senior member no one respected. Klein, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes. There are still some strong mana signatures left down there. Even a spell of that magnitude couldn't eliminate all the enemies. Skilled mages could still evade. Klein could sense at least 4 or 5 active enemy presences. Clearly, the Shining Generals still had some fight left. But Klein wasn't here to duel them. He had another goal, and to reach that goal, he needed to make himself known to Vengeance. I'm going to assess the situation. The Golden Boy is probably up top. I'll be back, Yami said as he leapt from the wall. Klein didn't stay put. He leapt after him. Yami looked over his shoulder. Didn't I just say not to follow me, kid? I know why you're going, Klein replied calmly, and I think it involves me too. I should be there. Yami narrowed his eyes. Kids these days are really sharp, huh? Fine, come along then. There's something I need to confirm. Did Yami truly think the Golden Dawn needed help? No, he trusted both the squad and Vengeance's power. Even faced with 3 shining generals and an army of mages, he didn't believe they would lose. Then why insist on going? Because ever since his encounter with Patri, Yami had been troubled by a strange sense of familiarity. Something about Patri's face reminded him of his longtime rival. The magic, the grimoire, the aura, everything was different, and yet something gnawed at his gut. That kind of instinct wasn't easily shaken. But since then, Yami hadn't seen Vengeance. He'd even missed the last captain's meeting. Claims of ongoing missions were vague at best. Now, with a perfect opportunity in hand, Yami acted. The 2 climbed swiftly along the massive tree trunk. They soon sensed Vengeance's tremendous mana nearby. Suddenly, alarm bells went off in both their minds. Crap, they said in unison, speeding up. Vengeance had just subdued one of the shining generals, but from the haze beside him emerged a figure, poised to strike. High-tier mages often relied heavily on mana detection. That reliance became a weakness when faced with someone like Lotus, whose magic masked his presence. The same applied to Asta, whose lack of mana allowed him to approach unnoticed. But Yami didn't rely on mana, he relied on ki, so Lotus's sneak attack had no chance of succeeding. With a flash of his sword, Yami intercepted the ambush. "Yami?" Vengeance exclaimed. "Yo, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Golden Mask." Yami grinned. "Guess you owe me one now." Vengeance nodded politely. "Thanks for the save. You sensed me with that key technique, right? Impressive." Klein arrived just then, and Lotus, ever pragmatic, decided to cut his losses and retreat with the injured general. "Smart guy," Yami muttered, then turned serious. With the enemies gone, it was time to talk. "You sure are looking serious, Yami," Vengeance said. "But shouldn't you worry about that young man?" Klein stepped up beside Yami. "This is actually our second meeting, Captain Vengeance." Indeed, aside from the entrance exam, they hadn't formally met since. "I remember. You're Yuno's village mate, the other boy with a four-leaf grimoire." "An honor, but this meeting's no accident. I asked Captain Yami to bring me. There's something important we need to discuss." Vengeance nodded. "I see. Then let's talk." Yami lit a cigarette, watching the smoke curl into the sky. "I've always trusted my gut, so I'll just say it straight. Vengeance, could you take off that mask?" Silence. "My face isn't exactly pleasant to look at," Vengeance replied softly. "Oh? You look that bad, huh?" "Don't worry, I'm not the kind to judge a man's looks," Yami said with a joking grin, but the air remained tense. Vengeance smiled as well. "I see. You think I might be the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun?" "No point dancing around it," Yami admitted. "I do." He glanced at Klein, who nodded in confirmation. "I've known you for nearly 10 years. We met in battle, fought side by side more than once. We even became captains in the same year, back when Nozel's triple braids still trembled in the wind." Yami's attempt at humor fell flat. "We're not close, but we go way back. So, let me see your face." If Vengeance refused, Yami was ready to strike then and there. "Very well." Vengeance removed his mask, revealing a large scar covering half his face. Yami turned to Klein, who gave a nod. Yami spoke again. "I heard the Wizard King mention this before, that it was pretty bad, but this same face was seen somewhere else, by one of my men. You mind explaining?" Vengeance didn't flinch. "You wouldn't believe it if I called it a coincidence, would you?" "Nope, not really. If you'll indulge me, I'll tell you the story behind this scar." He began recounting his past. "Because of this cursed mark I was born with, people feared me. Even magic couldn't heal it. I was the illegitimate child of a noble, raised in the Forsaken Realm until I was 8. Only after the legitimate heir died was I brought into the noble house. My mana was high and my world tree magic rare, but even there, my face marked me as taboo. I was despised by my stepmother and lived a childhood of misery." Yami looked pained. "You've had it rough too, huh?" But then, Vengeance continued, his voice softening. "I met Lord Julius. He never once looked at my face, only at my talent. I was overjoyed. I wanted to dedicate my magic to him. His smile was warm, genuine. Even Yami saw it, the sincerity of a man who truly admired the Wizard King. So did Klein. If he hadn't known the truth, he too might have believed it all." Then Klein asked quietly, "Captain Vengeance, what's your relationship with Captain Fugalayan?" Vengeance blinked. "Fugalayan? He's forthright and honest. We're close friends." "I see," Klein said, sparks flaring faintly around him. "Because Fugalayan was injured, gravely, right after seeing your face." Vengeance fell silent. "You're his friend, yet he lies unconscious, and that's partly your fault. I know I don't have the rank to lecture you, sir, but sometimes, leaving a choice to someone else means you've already chosen." With that, Klein turned to Yami. "Captain, things aren't fully settled below. I'll go help." His piece said, Klein leapt down from the tree. He hadn't come expecting to change Vengeance's mind. He had no magic for talking people down. He just needed to speak. And more importantly, he needed someone inside Vengeance to see something. As he fell, his necklace swung free, a pendant with a glimmering oval gem. High above, Vengeance gazed down, his once calm eyes sharpened. Yami sensed a chill but saw nothing, just a trick of the wind. Yet even as he turned away, unease lingered in his heart. Time returned to the present. At the base of Yultim volcano, in the cavernous depths, Klein faced off against the unexpected arrival. Laya. Laya pointed at the necklace around Klein's neck and said coldly, "So that thing really was bait, huh? But if it's bait, don't tell me it's a fake." Klein yanked the necklace off and replied, "This is a genuine magic stone. If we come to an understanding, I don't mind giving it to you as a parting gift." That's right. The magic stone Klein wore around his neck was the one that had been lost by the eye of the midnight sun in Saucy Village. His meeting with Vengeance had been intentional, meant to ensure that someone else within Vengeance saw the stone hanging right in front of him. Perhaps because he had lived his life constantly spouting lies, Laya, the apostle of lies, possessed a unique sensitivity. He could tell whether others were lying. What shocked him now was that Klein's words weren't a lie, nor even a deflection. That truth only made Laya more suspicious. He narrowed his eyes. "What, you trying to say you agree with our Eye of the Midnight Sun ideals and want to join up?" His tone didn't carry any joy, only a coldness that hinted at contempt. As expected from disgusting humans, even the most selfish, oppressive ideas can find sympathizers among them. They're a filthy, wicked race. Leia thought bitterly. Yes, even as one of the Eye's top officers, Leia hated their ideology, because it merely reflected humanity's ugliest nature, the very nature that had destroyed everything dear to him. Still, if Klein admitted it, the magic stone would come back easily enough, and Leia would be glad to recommend him as a sacrifice for the reincarnation spell. So he shrugged and said, "If that's the case, then hand over the stone. It's a hassle, but I wouldn't mind putting in a good word to make you a senior member." Klein clutched the stone in his hand without any intent of giving it up. "No need to rush. Let me say this up front. I don't give a damn about the Eye's so-called ideals. I went to all this trouble not to surrender, but to talk." Laya feigned a troubled expression. "I knew it wouldn't be that easy. What a pain. And I'm your target? I don't recall doing anything worth all this attention." Klein gave him a wry look. "Falsehood suits you, apostle of lies. I've spelled it all out, yet you're still playing dumb. You came alone." "That's because you already realized what this is really about, didn't you?" Indeed, Klein had been training these past days, but that wasn't all. He'd also been setting this trap for Leia. He had gone out of his way to show Patri that he was carrying the magic stone, and he had done nothing to hide his movements afterward. It was all to lure Leia out. Magic stones were the Eye of the Midnight Sun's primary goal. Patri would never give up on recovering one from Klein. But having fought Klein, Patri knew that reclaiming the stone would be as difficult as taking it from a squad captain, if not harder. And even if he could beat Klein, catching him if he ran would be nearly impossible. Add to that Klein's location deep within Yultim volcano, a strong mana zone where Klein had home field advantage, and any low-tier grunt from the Eye would be hopelessly outmatched. That left only 3 people strong enough to retrieve the stone, Patri himself or the remaining apostles of the Eye. But Patri, currently acting as Vengeance, was occupied with the aftermath of the Chitin battle. He couldn't move freely. Veto had been defeated at the Sea Temple. The other, Fauna, well, best not mention her. Sending Fauna, whose magic Klein specifically countered, would have been suicide. So the only real option was Leia. And Leia, for all his lazy demeanor, was observant, more so than even Patri. While Patri failed to see the setup, Leia noticed Klein's strange behavior almost immediately. Still, he only spread his hands with a sigh. "Who knows? But hurry up and get to the point. I'm tired enough to pass out." Klein smirked. "Where to begin? How about with your comrade's power?" A light blade in the shape of a fishbone pierced the ground where Klein had been standing just moments ago. The laziness vanished from Leia's face, replaced with cold fury. "Are you here to remind me that Veto, the comrade I valued most, was killed by you people? If so, congratulations. You've pissed me off. Klein dodged the light sword, backing off while waving a hand. I'm not so vile that I'd insult a warrior who fought to the bitter end. But haven't you realized? There's something wrong with the power in your bodies. What do you mean? Laya's mind was sharp enough to calm down and ask. Klein continued. Your leader once told the story of a race stripped of everything. But interestingly, the kingdom's lore tells a very different tale. Laya's face twisted, not just in anger, but something bordering on madness. Clover Kingdom folklore had many stories, but the most famous was the tale of the first wizard king defeating a demon and saving humanity. It was that story that inspired both Asta and Yuno to dream of becoming Wizard King. In the story, the demon had been summoned by a race greedy and evil, beings who sought to monopolize all magic. They were called the Demon Tribe. Laya's rage was only natural. The elf tribe, beloved by Mana, peaceful and kind, had everything stolen from them. Yet even 5 centuries later, they were cursed and scorned as the demon race. As someone who had lived through that hellish massacre, how could Laya not seethe with hatred? Klein didn't provoke him further. I don't believe in history passed down by the victors. I trust my own eyes. I can sense something unique in royal magic power, and I felt that same quality in you Apostles of the Eye. So you must be that race from 500 years ago, the ones whose magic was stolen by the royals. Laya felt like he had been pulled back to that dreadful day, 5 centuries ago, when fire and blood rained from the sky. A giant magic circle blotted out the heavens, sealing away the elves' unmatched mana and spells. Then came the countless blades of light and the screams of dying comrades. So much blood, so much grief, so much hatred. Sadness, rage, vengeance, despair, all of it gnawed at his soul, worse than the light blades that had pierced his body. On his forehead, a third eye opened, glowing with sinister power. You really brought it all back, huh? Thanks for the reminder. Humans should all be wiped out. Klein sighed. As expected, it had come to this. Only the rational Laya could be reasoned with. But now, under the influence of the demonic third eye, Laya had lost his clarity. Still, unlike Patri Veto or Fauna, Laya's darkness wasn't as deep. Fine, I'll help you vent that fury, but listen up, Laya, if you go too far, if you lose yourself completely, I won't hold back. Cracking his knuckles, Klein stepped forward to fight. 500 years ago, the Elven Chief's timely awakening thwarted the demon's scheme. But the demon wasn't so easily deterred. He cast the reincarnation magic, spirit cycle of rebirth across the entire Elven race, sowing the seeds for what would eventually become the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Of course, it wasn't out of kindness. The demon had simply turned the elves, and especially Patri, the one also chosen by a 4-leaf grimoire, into pawns on his board. His method of controlling Patri and the other elves was through this reincarnation spell, which implanted a wicked heart in each of their souls. This wicked heart amplified their inner darkness, hatred for humanity, and an obsession with reviving their people, driving them to act exactly as the demon desired. But Laya's darkness was different. He bore far less malice than the others. The elves had once possessed many noble traits. Their hatred stemmed not only from the pain inflicted by humans, but from the crushing betrayal of their hopes. The first wizard king, Lumiere, had been a close friend to Licht, leader of the elves. The two had dreamed of harmony between elves and humans. Lumiere and his sister Tetya had even been accepted by the elves. Tetya and Licht were lovers and had conceived a child. But on the day of their wedding, tragedy struck. In a place known only to Lumiere, a mana-collecting device of his design was unleashed, raining destruction down through his own light magic. That betrayal, seemingly by the very humans they had come to trust, was what led the elves to abandon hope entirely. But Laya knew the truth. He knew Lumiere had never lied. He hadn't betrayed them. That's why Laya's hatred ran shallower than his kin's. All he truly wanted was to see his dear comrade again. He kept the truth from the others because he feared that if they lost their reason for vengeance, they'd lose the will to keep fighting. This was the real reason Klein had sought him out. But now first, he had to bring Laya back to his senses. Even in his berserk state, Laya's combat awareness remained razor-sharp. With a flash, he crossed a dozen meters in an instant and appeared right in front of Klein. Klein instinctively retreated, hurling a wall of fire to push the pursuing Laya back. Tch! Laya clicked his tongue in frustration at having missed his opportunity. The false Laya, his magic was imitation magic, allowing him to use any magic from a grimoire whose cover he had touched. The time he'd touched Yami's grimoire hadn't been for show, it was to copy his dark magic. Even though his magic was unusual, Klein wasn't keen on letting him test whether his Dragon Slayer and world magic could be mimicked. Imitation magic, dark cloaked dim slash. With a swing of his dark magic katana, Laya launched a crescent-shaped slash of black energy. It was Klein's first time on the receiving end of Yami's magic, and now he understood. What made it so dangerous wasn't the raw power, but its uncanny ability to draw in everything it touched. The flames Klein cast were absorbed into the arc of darkness. He flipped out of its path, boosting himself forward with another blast of fire to close in on Laya. Imitation magic, invisible seeker. Klein passed straight through Laya's transparent body, his attack crashing harmlessly into the lava beyond. This was the intangibility magic of the disgraced former captain of the Purple Orcas, Geldra. Unlike certain other dimensional powers, this magic made the caster's physical presence vanish entirely. Fortunately, Laya, not being fully awakened, couldn't use two magics at once. If he could attack while intangible, Klein might as well surrender now. Imitation magic, judgment light blades. Reappearing, Laya conjured a storm of glowing fishbone-shaped blades and sent them flying toward Klein. Klein didn't immediately activate Dragon Blood mode. He wanted to see how far he could go with just his current growth. Fire Dragon's radiant blaze. He fused flames in both hands into a searing fireball and hurled it into the incoming volley. The fireball smashed through the light blades and slammed into Laya. When the flames dispersed, Laya was visibly burned. Imitation magic. Healing light particles. A warm glow bathed him and the burns rapidly vanished. The fury on Laya's face lessened as some of his rationality returned. Klein smiled. Good, he's coming back to himself. Yes, Laya must have realized his disadvantage. It wasn't just that Klein had grown stronger, this was the interior of Yultum Volcano, deep in a fire elemental mana zone. Fire mana abounded, while other attributes were scarce. It was a battlefield Klein had carefully chosen for himself. Any non-fire magic Laya used here was weaker and drained more mana, and fire magic was useless against Klein. This was a strategic setup that separated Klein from the usual bulls who charged in without thinking. I deserve a smug moment, honestly, Klein thought proudly. Meanwhile, Laya was trying to figure out how to regain control, but Klein wasn't going to give him the chance. Fire Dragon's Claw. Imitation magic, dark cloaked dim slash. Klein kicked through the black slash, surrounded by flames, punched forward. Imitation magic, water curtain. His punch struck a wall of water, only for his flames to consume the barrier entirely. In the outside world, evaporated water would quickly condense into mist, but inside this blazing inferno, it simply vanished like chalk wiped from a board. Klein had to hand it to Laya imitation, magic had glaring strengths and weaknesses. The upside, access to multiple magic types meant fewer weaknesses and greater adaptability. The downside, he could never surpass the original users. For instance, Laya could use Yami's dark magic, but he could never replicate something like Dimension Slash. Still, in a world where magic power reigned supreme, Laya had more than enough raw mana to brute force his way through. And the fact that he could still use water magic effectively here, in the volcano's core, showed just how powerful he was. Imitation magic Gale Javelin. Hovering midair, Laya condensed a whirlwind into a long spear and hurled it at Klein. Klein leaned back into a backbend to dodge it, only to find himself engulfed by a cloud of ominous purple smoke. Laya had followed up with poison magic. Klein had no intention of finding out just how deadly those toxins were. Fire Dragon's Roar. Even with minimal mana, Klein conjured a colossal plume of fire. No matter how virulent the poison, it stood no chance against such searing flames. As the fire cleared the miasma, Klein spotted Laya crouching with both hands on the ground. He knew that formation. Imitation magic, stone spike forest. A deadly spell was coming next. Imitation magic, stone spear forest. Laya had deliberately obscured Klein's vision just to activate this magic. Indeed, within Yultim Volcano, the most concentrated element was fire mana. Attributes that opposed it, like water, were so rare as to be nearly undetectable. There were still other types of mana present, and earth-type mana, representing rock and stone, wasn't nearly as suppressed. So, unable to use fire magic effectively here, Laya turned to earth magic to subdue Klein. Klein leapt back, dodging the rocky spears erupting from beneath his feet. Laya must have used an enormous amount of mana to cast this. Those spears were blisteringly fast. Interlaced stone spears crisscrossed the battlefield, surrounding Klein and locking him in a cage of jagged rock. Klein struggled slightly, but the stone spears didn't budge. It was as if they weren't made of stone at all, but of forged steel. Laya stood up and wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Now, hand over the magic stone and tell me everything you know. Klein, oddly enough, didn't look concerned. Instead, he smiled. Looks like you've cooled off. Your rage is spent, and now you're thinking clearly. But this isn't the time to talk from a position of equality, so I'll have to ask you to bear with me a bit longer. Laya tensed. He'd heard from Patri about Klein's Dragon Blood mode, a power-up that let him fight on par with a Magic Knight captain. So he was on high alert, ready to respond to any signs of that explosive surge in magic power. But what surprised him was the exact opposite. There was no wild torrent of mana coming from Klein. Instead, it was calm, eerily calm. Laya didn't believe for a second that Klein had given up. He was sure something was about to happen. If you'd come a day earlier, Klein said, you wouldn't have gotten to see this. Something I just learned. Since you're here, how about giving me your professional opinion on my new ability? His grimoire lit up in front of him and began to flip pages, stopping on the newest one. A deep, primal roar seemed to echo from the page, and Laya felt something pass through his body, though nothing appeared to change. I don't get it, Laya muttered. What did you just do? Klein met his eyes and said casually, this is my mana zone, or rather, it might be more accurate to call it something new, something born from everything I've fused together. What you just felt, that was likely a side effect of the spell, an ability I call Dragon's Intimidation. As the name suggests, within my mana zone, anyone who fights me must endure the fear of gazing into a dragon's eyes. Klein didn't know why his mana zone manifested like this, but it was certainly a good thing. Even just the additional mental pressure was worth celebrating. After all, this was a spiritual attack, and not everyone could resist fear. That's also why Klein was willing to explain it. Even if you told someone a beast might devour them, it didn't make them less afraid. It made the fear more real. In this space, most enemies would be crushed by pressure the moment the fight began, and that wasn't even the only effect. Crack, crack. The stone spears that had held Klein fast suddenly splintered, webbing with fractures. As Klein moved his arm, they shattered into rubble. The spears had seemed like steel because Laya had imbued them with powerful earth mana. But without earth mana to sustain them, they were just brittle rocks. Looking at Laya, Klein explained, Don't get it yet? This entire space is now a dragon's lair, and every particle of mana is the dragon's hoard. And who would dare steal from a dragon? This is what I call the dragon's greed, total control over all mana within my domain. That's insane, Laya muttered, and he wasn't joking. He was genuinely astonished. It was hard to believe a human could wield such a spell. If elves were beloved by mana, then, in this domain, Klein was mana's king. Klein smiled and said, Hard to believe from just words. Then let me show you. His speed surged. Even without activating Dragon Blood mode, he moved faster than Laya could react. Laya realized that the mana around them was physically pushing Klein forward. His talk of control wasn't a bluff. Desperate, Laya transformed into a beam of light and tried to flee. But Klein wasn't any slower than light. He caught up. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Though transformed, his mana zone retained its basic enhancements. This punch drew upon the surrounding mana, surpassing even Klein's normal output. Laya had no time to swap to a defensive spell. The punch landed cleanly. He went flying, crashing hard into the rocky wall. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He quickly cast healing magic on himself. But even that wasn't working properly. His wounds were closing at a crawl. The healing spell was weaker inside this zone. Fortunately, Klein didn't follow up. Laya managed to get back on his feet. "Man, you're seriously dangerous," he said, reverting to his usual laid-back tone. "Okay, fine, I give up. Since you wanted to talk, let's talk." The suffocating pressure disappeared. Laya knew Klein had dismissed the terrifying spell. Klein, too, let out a breath of relief. He might have looked calm, but he wasn't. If Laya had kept fighting, it was anyone's guess who would have collapsed first. This was a spell Klein had learned only yesterday. He hadn't yet mastered it, and it came with a steep cost. If Dragon Blood mode required immense physical strength and dragon energy, then Dragon's Lair was mentally taxing. Controlling every bit of mana in a space while intimidating all intruders required a tremendous amount of focus and willpower. Frankly, even in the short time he'd maintained it, Klein felt like his brain had been boiling. He sighed inwardly. Mana zones were supposed to let mages restore their mana through nature, giving them greater endurance. That had been the whole point of training here, to boost his full power duration. But instead, he'd gained yet another time-limited burst ability. When am I ever gonna last longer? Klein had proven himself qualified to speak to Laya as an equal. At last, the two could sit down for a calm discussion. Laya scratched his head. "Let me ask you first. Kid, you seem to know an awful lot. I'm real curious. Where exactly are you getting all this information from?" Laya was, as always, remarkably sharp. Although Klein had made it seem as if everything he said was just conjecture, Laya still held doubts. Klein waved a hand. "I've got plenty of circumstances I can't really explain, but let's just say I'm not working against you. That much I can promise." Once again confirming Klein wasn't lying, Laya shrugged. "Fair enough. It's all a headache anyway. Maybe I'm better off not knowing." "All right then, back to the previous topic. Just what exactly do you know?" Klein replied, "You've noticed something off inside you, haven't you? That ominous power inside you doesn't come from the reincarnation magic. It comes from something even more dangerous. Or rather, are you sure the reincarnation magic cast on you is really what you believe it is?" Laya's gaze turned sharp. "Impossible. That magic was something Licht created to revive our people." Klein cut in. "What kind of person do you remember Licht being, the king of the elves?" Before Laya could respond, Klein continued, "He was kind, wasn't he? Gentle? Would a man like that cast a spell that taints his comrades' souls?" Laya had no answer. Ever since reincarnating, he had been tormented constantly by pain and hatred. That man, the one who praised others' kindness even though he was the gentlest among them, he would never allow his friends to suffer like this. And the more he thought about it, the more everything felt wrong. Licht was a rare genius among elves, yes, but to Laya's knowledge, he had never studied reincarnation magic. What's more, the current era's fake Licht, Patri, was suspicious in his own way. How did he know that gathering the magic stones would complete the spell? He'd never questioned it before. Patri was a fellow elf after all, but now the doubts piled higher and higher. Since Laya could distinguish truth from lies, Klein decided to be blunt. "It's a devil. That ominous power in you, that reincarnation magic, both were the work of a devil." "A devil?" Laya said. "That's just a myth. If you're going to say something like that out of nowhere, how am I supposed to believe you?" Klein explained, "Devils are creatures of the underworld. They possess immense and forbidden magic. Manipulating humans is their favorite game. But the underworld isn't enough for them. Their true desire is to enter the world of the living. However, bringing their true body here isn't easy. One method is to use two mages connected to the underworld as sacrifices to open the gates of the underworld with a spell called the Tree of Qlifoth. The other way is to force a 4-leaf clover grimoire user into absolute despair. That's when a 5-leaf clover grimoire is born, and in it, the devil can dwell." Laya's pupils contracted. He recalled Licht kneeling amidst blood and fire, holding his wife. He also thought of the grimoire Asta held. Klein confirmed his suspicion. That's right. 500 years ago, the devil set its sights on Licht, chosen by the four-leaf clover. It incited greedy human nobles to slaughter the elves, all to drive him into despair. No. Hatred flared in Laya's eyes. All because of that? Klein sighed. I'm not trying to excuse those nobles. If not for their greed, the devil wouldn't have succeeded. But the true mastermind behind it all was the devil. Licht realized the truth at the last second and stopped the devil. That's why the devil used the reincarnation spell, to turn all of you into pawns. Laya muttered, if the devil's goal is to make a four-leaf grimoire mage fall into despair and birth a five-leaf, then his target is... Klein nodded. Exactly. The leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, the boy pretending to be Licht. Think about it. He's given everything for his comrades, only to learn he was just being used all along. When that belief shatters, who could bear that? Laya's face darkened. He couldn't determine whether all this information was true, but he could tell Klein wasn't lying. And Klein's version of events did explain everything far better than anything else. Laya groaned and ruffled his hair. You wouldn't be telling me all this unless you had your own plan. Go ahead. What are you thinking? He was deeply conflicted. If they kept moving forward with the current plan, they might fall straight into the devil's trap. But if they stopped, then he would never get to see Licht and the others again. It was an agonizing choice. He didn't want the devil to win, because that might break Patri, who'd worked so hard while impersonating Licht. But he couldn't give up the chance to reunite with his people either. Klein understood his dilemma, so he tossed the magic stone in his hand to Laya. Laya caught it, puzzled. What's the meaning of this? Klein said, this is a negotiation. If we're going to do this, we need a plan that benefits both sides. A win-win? Laya couldn't imagine how that would work. Klein explained, we don't know how many traps the devil embedded in your reincarnation magic. Trying to dismantle the spell entirely could cause unexpected disasters. And I know you want to see your comrades again. That's why I'll help you complete the reincarnation magic. Laya shook his head. So what? Even if they're reborn, they'll just be puppets controlled by that devil. Better to let them sleep. Klein countered, we need to solve this. As long as that devil exists, the 500-year tragedy won't end. The good news is, this era has someone who can defeat it for good. Realization dawned on Laya. That human boy, with the anti-magic? Klein nodded. That's right. Asta's anti-magic can end the devil. Laya asked, you really believe that kid can defeat a legendary devil? He doesn't even have a shred of magic power. Klein answered with absolute confidence. Of course. Don't underestimate Asta's strength. And besides, isn't that why we're making these plans? If we don't have that much faith, we might as well give up now. Fair enough, Laya chuckled. Klein continued, but if we're going to work together, we can't let innocent people get dragged into this. You know better than anyone, the side effects of reincarnation magic. We can't let your comrades harm civilians. And you don't want them suffering under the devil's influence either, do you? Laya smiled bitterly. So we need to break the reincarnation magic in the end, huh? We've got Licht's Demon Dweller Sword, which can dispel magic. With that and the anti-magic kid, we might just manage. Klein stroked his chin. It doesn't need to be that complicated. I've heard you guys have a magical scholar on your side. Supposedly, she can artificially cultivate bodies with matching mana signatures. If you could prepare empty bodies without souls, maybe you could transfer the reincarnated souls into them as you dispel the magic, creating perfect reincarnations. Hope lit up in Laya's eyes. You think little Sally could really pull that off? Klein reminded him, this is just a theory. The details need careful research. That part's all up to you. Laya groaned. That's gonna be tough. Our operation is already about to begin. Time's running short. From his words, Klein realized what that meant. Only 2 magic stones remained, one held by the Wizard King, the other by the Witch Queen in the Witch's Forest. Fauna had already been dispatched to retrieve the one from the forest. That left the Wizard King, and he wouldn't be easy to deal with. So the Eye of the Midnight Sun had concocted a plan. leak the location of their hideout to the Magic Knights, lure out their elites with a feint, leaving the Wizard King vulnerable to an ambush. Klein began thinking about how to buy some time. Then his eyes lit up with an idea. "I've got one more piece of intel," he said. "The child of the Elven King wasn't just one baby. They were twins. One of those children didn't die in the massacre. They were sealed away. And their descendants are still alive, somewhere in the world. If you knew that, could you buy us a little more time?" After that, the negotiations continued. Though Klein could tell Laya was clearly distracted, still, they managed to settle on a concrete plan before parting ways. Watching Laya vanish with a space spell, Klein looked up at the sky above Yultim Volcano. He couldn't help but wonder, how much of the future could he actually change? Klein's proposal to resurrect the elf tribe certainly served to motivate Laya, but was also intended to rally future reinforcements. The elves, beloved by Mana, possessed great magical power and were capable of mastering ultimate magic, powerful enough to stand against devils. They would be crucial in the battles to come. Sometimes, Klein felt like he was worrying too much, already preparing for the conflict with the Spade Kingdom far ahead. But for now, his focus remained firmly on strengthening himself. After meeting with Laya, Klein returned once again to his training. Until Klein stared blankly as the fire spirit, Salamander, dove into his grimoire, unsure how to react. Apparently, the previous contract holder, Fana, had been defeated, though the details remained unclear. Only now did Klein realize he'd stayed too long at Yultim Volcano, to the point that he was completely cut off from outside news. Worried he might have missed something important, Klein quickly wrapped up his training and returned to the Black Bull base. But as soon as he got back, he found everyone in unusually high spirits, preparing to head out. Before he could ask, Yami grabbed him and hauled him off to the royal capital. The capital was especially lively today. Streets were adorned with decorations and crowds filled the avenues. It was time for the biggest annual celebration in the Clover Kingdom, the Star Festival. In the Magic Nights, the period from April to the following March was used to tally the stars awarded to each squad for their achievements. These results were made public on a set day to boost public morale, and that day had gradually evolved into a festival, a celebration of the squad's accomplishments, hence the name Star Festival. Klein had just so happened to return that day, and was promptly forced into vacation by Yami and brought to the capital. From Finral, Klein learned what had happened during his time away training. As if guided by fate, even without needing to treat Asta's arm, the Black Bull squad had still gone to the Witch's Forest. Vanessa had been investigating leads on the magic stones, and a certain image reminded her of one she'd seen before, in the possession of the Witch Queen. The Witch Queen was a mysterious figure, the progenitor of all witches and their unquestioned ruler. No one knew how long she had lived or how powerful she truly was. Even Yami had no intention of provoking her recklessly. Vanessa volunteered to return to the forest to find the stone. Seeing her finally willing to confront her past, Yami couldn't refuse. So Yami sent the available members, Asta, Noel, and Finral, to support Vanessa on her mission. Unfortunately, Fauna and a large number of Eye of the Midnight Sun members arrived at the forest at the same time, also in search of the magic stone. Worse still, mages from the Diamond Kingdom appeared as a fourth faction, seeking the secret of longevity from the Witch Queen. Thus, the Black Bulls struck a deal. They would help defend the forest against the other factions in exchange for the magic stone. Since Salamander had chosen Klein as his new contractor, the result was clear, even without hearing the full details. Compared to the unconscious Fuegalian, Klein, with his four-leaf grimoire and inheritance of the Fire Dragon King's power, was clearly the more suitable vessel for Salamander. This also meant that all the missing stones had now fallen into the Magic Emperor's hands. If Patri wanted them, he would have to proceed with the plan they had devised. Klein didn't know whether things were going smoothly on Laya's end, but he'd need to find a way to contact him soon. For now, though, he could enjoy the festival. He had done what needed to be done and could finally relax. Strangely, this magical world celebration felt a lot like a Japanese festival. Even the food stalls served traditional Japanese festival foods. Klein walked around munching on a skewer of takoyaki in one hand and grilled chicken in the other, thoroughly enjoying himself. Beyond the nostalgic snacks, there were game booths involving magic, suitably themed for a magic-based society. Klein was content just watching. Competing himself would be unfair. It'd just be bullying for prizes meant for children. As he looked on, someone grabbed his shoulder. Every hair on Klein's body stood on end. Without turning, he already sensed the immense presence behind him. Well, if it isn't Big Sis Leona, you came for the Star Festival too? Klein quickly greeted her, not daring to be rude. Oi, brat, have you gone soft? She said in that terrifying tone of hers. Sounds to me like you need more training. Klein immediately raised his hands in surrender. Please, spare me, Big Sis. I'm still recovering from last time. Yes, Klein had known the undefeated Crimson Lioness for some time. They met during his first training trip to Yultim Volcano. His decision to climb without using magic had caught Leona's attention. That was also why he had learned Mana Skin so quickly. It was thanks to her brutal tutelage. Not that he'd recommend it. Her methods were beyond intense. That training had even led him to discover the healing effects of the hot springs at the volcano's peak. Despite it all, Klein was grateful to her. She had made him significantly stronger. As for Leona, her opinion of Klein was pure admiration. In her words, he was a rare mage with real backbone. She had cursed her younger brother, Fuegoleon, countless times for letting such a gem slip by. Leona clapped him hard on the shoulder. What are you saying, brat? We had a great time, didn't we? A dark line formed on Klein's forehead. Big Sis, could you please watch your phrasing? People are going to get the wrong idea. Seeing her totally unbothered expression, Klein gave up trying to correct her. But you came here for the Star Festival, right? Since Fuegoleon is still unconscious, I guess you're representing the Crimson Lions. Leona scowled. That useless brother of mine's still in bed. Now I've got to take care of all this boring crap. But hey, at least I get to whip some backbone into those soft lion cubs of his. Just as Klein was offering his silent condolences to the Crimson Lions, the two of them noticed a commotion down the street. It was a silver-haired, twin-tailed girl passionately addressing a crowd. That's right, I'm royalty, descended from the most magically gifted in this kingdom. Which is exactly why I say this. Status doesn't matter when it comes to lending a hand. Looking down on others, acting all high and mighty, those are the actions of people with empty hearts. Royalty, nobility, commoners, peasants, none of it matters. Let's all enjoy the festival together. Watching her, Leona's expression turned nostalgic. She reminds me of someone. Klein knew exactly who she meant. Noelle's mother, Aesir Silva. Before Leona, Aesir had been the one known as the kingdom's undefeated Valkyrie. Perhaps Leona had glimpsed Aesir's spirit in her daughter, but the moment passed quickly as Noelle, face bright red, punched Asta across the street for some reason. Ha! She's not honest with herself at all, that one. Leona had never been one for festivals. Training and battle were her true joys. After roping Klein into another future training session, she left, while Klein continued his own wandering. Along the way, he spotted several of his fellow Black Bulls. Finral was, as always, chatting up women everywhere. Gauche was off shopping for his little sister. Magna and Luck were furiously competing at a festival game stall, and it looked like it would take a while before one could claim victory. Then there was Charmy, seated alone at a table, devouring food faster than 3 chefs could prepare it. Apparently every year, Charmy swept through all the food stalls, devouring everything they had prepared, and still demanded more. The food vendors had since taken it as a challenge to finally satisfy her appetite, though it didn't seem likely. As for Gray and Gordon, one was likely transformed into someone else again, while the other had such low presence that Klein hadn't spotted either of them. Strolling through the festival, Klein soon came across another crowd. And if there was one thing that drew more eyes than a single beautiful woman at a festival, it was 2 beautiful women squaring off in a drinking contest. Curious, Klein approached and found none other than Vanessa, squaring up against a familiar face, Charlotte Rosalie, the beautiful and stoic captain of the Blue Rose Knights. Donning her armor, Charlotte was a valiant Valkyrie. Out of it, she was a refined, elegant beauty. Glancing behind the 2 women, Klein spotted Yami and couldn't help but comment, No wonder Captain Yami doesn't sense the tension of this looming battlefield. He's dense as ever. Eh? Klein, you're here too? Asta came up beside him cheerfully. Klein looked over. Weren't you with Noelle? How'd you end up alone? Asta scratched his head. I don't know. She suddenly punched me and sent me flying. There it was, dense guy number 2. Klein patted him on the shoulder. You need to spend more time around Senior Finral. Captain Yami is not the guy to imitate in this area. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Klein turned and saw Vanessa slumped over the table after only a single drink. She had already been drinking before the contest even began, and this cup had tipped her over. Charlotte wasn't much better. After one sip, her face turned bright red and she began muttering incoherent, squeaky words. She really can't hold her liquor, Asta said deadpan. Yami calmly took the cup from Charlotte's hand. You're not a drinker, huh? Don't force yourself. Didn't I say something like that before? Charlotte then passed out entirely, though no one could tell whether the alcohol or something else had truly made her collapse. Then, the surrounding crowd suddenly began moving, drawn toward the central plaza. The night squad performance results are starting in the main hall. All the captains are here this year. I heard the Crimson Lions and Purple Orcas are showing up too. I wonder what they're like. All the captains? Klein and Asta exchanged a look, then glanced at Charlotte passed out at the table and Yami still relaxing beside her. We're late. Crap. What do we do? Yami muttered, still just as unreliable as ever in these matters. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, the Magic Emperor Julius Novachronos stepped up onto the high platform. The official announcement of the squad's accomplishments had begun. To say that Julius commanded the people's adoration would be an understatement. As soon as he appeared, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. I will be presiding over today's performance announcement, Julius said with a grin. Afterward, even the king himself will speak, so look forward to that. Magic Emperor, Magic Emperor, Magic Emperor. Everyone shouted for him. The mention of the king went largely ignored. Julius continued. As you all know, our Clover Kingdom has faced aggression from the Diamond Kingdom, the Spade Kingdom, and even a terrifying group known as the Eye of the Midnight Sun. We've fought countless battles, and even the royal capital was attacked. Lives have been lost. I even considered canceling this year's Star Festival. But brave warriors stood up against those threats, and for their sake, for all they've achieved, this celebration must go on. Now let us welcome our 9 Magic Knight captains. With roaring applause, the captains began appearing and standing in formation on stage. To smooth over the fact that 2 captains were clearly missing, Julius quickly moved to the rankings. Let's get right to it. First place, Golden Dawn. They earned a whopping 125 stars this year, far surpassing last year's record of 96 A's. The magic display scrolled through their accomplishments, showcasing just how active the Golden Dawn had been all year. No one was surprised. Golden Dawn was always the top squad. Still, the number, 125, was impressive, in no small part due to the Eye of the Midnight Sun giving all the squads more opportunities for missions. And now, Julius continued, please welcome the squad member who contributed most to this result. From the shadows emerged a young man with a stoic, handsome face. Wind Spirit Contractor, Sylph's partner, our most promising rookie, Yuno. Yuno's appearance caused another wave of cheers. He had both the looks and the power. He was the perfect poster boy. And now for second place. The audience buzzed. Most expected the Crimson Lions as usual, but with Fuegoleon still unconscious, many thought the Silver Eagles might have taken the spot. Then Julius made the announcement, and jaws dropped. Second place, Black Bulls, with 101 stars. Ah! It wasn't just the crowd. Members of the Black Bulls themselves looked absolutely stunned. Klein smacked his forehead. Seriously, how clueless can they be? Did no one notice our board has been empty of black stars for months? The star count's been climbing steadily. Even the captain was in disbelief. You're the one who collects the stars, aren't you? The moment Black Bull's name appeared, the crowd erupted, not with cheers, but with skepticism and jeers. Still, many rallied in support of the Black Bulls. Their contributions were undeniable. People had seen their efforts, had felt their protection. Julius smiled and said, "It's no wonder people are surprised. After all, last year the Black Bulls earned a record-breaking -50 stars. But this year they turned it all around. From rock bottom, they've climbed to second place. An incredible transformation. Now let's welcome the member who contributed most to their results." "Oh wait, not even the captain is here. Anyone from the Black Bulls around?" Just then, Yami, now in a less ridiculous outfit, grabbed Asta by the cloak and hoisted him up. "They're calling you, punk." With that, he hurled Asta into the air. Thankfully, Asta's reflexes saved him, and he landed steadily on the stage, right across from Yuno. And so, the two new stars stood opposite each other under the spotlight, ready to shine from this night forward. Yuno and Asta are among the top newcomers in terms of stars earned, truly promising rising stars, and the two of them. While Julius was introducing Yuno and Asta on stage, Yami walked up beside Klein. Removing the cigarette from his mouth, Yami said, "Say, kid, you had the qualifications to be up there too. Doesn't it bother you?" Klein shook his head. "That was never my goal. Let Asta take the spotlight this time." Yami took a puff. "Still can't tell what's going on in your head, but whatever. You're part of the Black Bulls. Don't forget that." Klein smiled. "That I never will." While the two chatted, Julius had already introduced Asta and Yuno to the crowd. Two boys from the same remote village, who joined different Magic Knight squads and achieved remarkable results in just half a year. It all sounded like a story straight out of legend. The crowd began to speculate whether they might secretly be of noble birth. Just then, an unpleasant voice rose from within the audience. "They're not nobles. Both are just lowborns from a backwater village. That Asta kid doesn't even have magic." Klein's expression darkened, and in the next moment he vanished from sight. Ruha, who had blurted out the comment, quickly ducked and tried to hide. His motivation was simple: jealousy. He couldn't stand seeing two commoners shine so brightly and earn the Magic Emperor's praise. But just as he tried to retreat, a heavy kick landed on his backside, sending him sprawling into the open. Who did that? He clutched his mouth, but his voice had already betrayed him. The crowd immediately recognized him as the speaker. Panic-stricken, Ruha fled with his tail between his legs. Having accomplished his goal, Klein casually returned to Yami's side. Still, the talk of Yuno and Asta's backgrounds continued. Yuno, in response, decided to prove himself the only way he knew how. With Sylph's help, he unleashed his full magical power. Whirlwinds swirled around him like loyal servants. "Asta, this reminds me of our training days," Yuno said. "Wind magic, gale whitebow." A massive wind-formed bow appeared in Yuno's hands, with an arrow of swirling gales aimed directly at Asta. Even commoners could feel the sheer power in that display. Every murmur in the crowd ceased. And yet, Asta cut the terrifying arrow cleanly with a single strike of his sword, dispersing it into harmless breeze. Julius's voice grew solemn. "If anyone still doubts their merits after witnessing their power, step forward now." Yes, they are both commoners, but they have worked harder than anyone else to stand here today. People of our kingdom, let us cheer for these two Magic Knights. Let us put aside the walls of status and stand united, for our country and for victory. The Magic Emperor's authority was not for show. Julius's charisma and sincerity quickly ignited the hearts of the citizens. Even those who had murmured moments ago now cheered with pride for Asta and Yuno. Julius went on to announce the results for the other squads, most of which matched public expectations. No more surprises like the Black Bulls' upset. Some took it well, others sulked. The captain of the Aquadeer even threw a tantrum, clinging to Asta in a fit of dramatic jealousy. With the squad results complete, Julius stepped aside to make way for the next part of the event. And now, please welcome the person you've all been waiting for, the King of the Clover Kingdom. Dead silence. Despite Julius's enthusiastic delivery, the moment the king appeared, the crowd turned cold. No surprise there. The mustached monarch in his gaudy robes had no presence among his people. As Julius once said, only actual accomplishments can earn trust, and this king had none. All he'd ever done was indulge in luxury within the palace walls. Standing beside Julius only made the contrast more obvious. Even his face looked more ridiculous. The king, clearly aware of the lackluster reception, shooed Julius away and began speaking. "Good day, citizens. I am Kira Clover the 13th, your king." Faces in the crowd were blank, responding with dry, unenthusiastic applause. The king's temper flared instantly. "Show more reverence. I am your king, the greatest being in this entire kingdom." He then released his magic power as a demonstration. "Behold, the divine magic passed down through my royal line. My thoughts, my form, my everything is flawless. I am far greater than the magic emperor." Klein shook his head. Where does he get the gall to flaunt his magic in front of the magic emperor and all the squad captains? Such a weak, frivolous magic. Someone had actually said it aloud. Klein turned, though the comment was accurate. Saying it out loud in front of the king was dangerous. But seeing the culprit was Yami, Klein wasn't surprised in the slightest. The king's magic truly hadn't been honed at all. It was likely weaker than even the lowest-ranked knights. No wonder Yami looked at him like trash. Why not make the magic emperor the king? Yeah, he'd be way better. The murmurs in the crowd made Klein nearly burst out laughing. Suddenly, the king changed tone, putting on a more serious expression. "Citizens, we have identified the location of the Eye of the Midnight Sun's hideout. Until now, we have always been on the defensive, but the time has come to strike back. To that end, I shall select the finest magic knights in the land to form the ultimate team, the Royal Knights Selection Squad. A week from now, trials will be held for all squad members. Only those who pass will earn the right to join. And then, with my Royal Knights, we will annihilate the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Magic Knights, offer up your grimoires for the glory of the kingdom." He turned smugly to Julius, clearly proud of himself for announcing something that wasn't even his idea. Any remaining sense of dignity the king had completely vanished. Unlike the others who cheered with excitement, Klein's expression turned grim. He no longer paid attention to the antics on stage, such as Asta and Yuno's bold statements that offended the king. Instead, he quietly turned and walked away. Klein remembered that in the original events, it was during the Star Festival that the king announced the formation of the Royal Knights. Afterward, when the Royal Knights, formed of elites from all squads, set out to attack the Eye of the Midnight Sun's base, the floating dungeon, that was when Patri assaulted Julius and stole the final magic stone. But this wasn't part of the plan he and Raya had agreed on. Something must have gone wrong on Raya's side. In a deserted alley, Klein activated the communication magic device Raya had given him. After a long wait, Raya's image finally appeared. "Yan, calling me in such a rush? Something wrong?" Raya asked, still looking drowsy. Klein calmed himself. "The Magic Knights are already preparing to form the Royal Knight Squad to attack the Eye of the Midnight Sun. Are you ready on your end?" Raya lazily waved his hand. "No worries. Little Sally is super capable. Everything will be ready before the Magic Knights mobilize." Klein frowned. "But this isn't what we agreed on. Did you really do your best to delay things?" Raya yawned again, looking as unreliable as ever. "Relax. The original plan was to expose the real base to you guys, but thanks to the intel you gave me, Patri decided to switch things up. You'll soon receive a report that the previously discovered base was a decoy, and that the real one is somewhere else, requiring a wider search with more knights deployed." Relieved, Klein said, as expected of Raya, reliable as always. Raya smiled slyly. "Well, lying is kinda my specialty. We'll do our best to gather all the reincarnated souls at the new base. That way there won't be any innocent casualties, just like I promised." He sighed inwardly. He really didn't want to lie to his comrades, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to swallow his guilt. Klein inwardly praised himself for choosing to cooperate with Raya. He had no idea how Raya managed to keep the plan advancing so smoothly, but he was glad he did. As Klein stepped out of the alley, planning to regroup with the others, a flaming lion's paw suddenly grabbed his head and lifted him off the ground. "Big sis, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed. We agreed to train, didn't we? It starts now, you're coming with me, roared Leona. Only one person could pull something like this off. Leona Vermilion. Klein noticed that Asta and Yuno had also been nabbed, carried like luggage as she strode forward. Asta waved at Klein, trying to greet him despite dangling helplessly. Behind them trailed the rest of the Crimson Lion Kings. The party grew even larger on the way. Although Yami and Charlotte didn't need this kind of training, Leona had forcibly dragged them along, most likely to serve as demonstrations for the trainees. Noelle and Charlotte's subordinate Saul also joined the hot spring training camp. Noelle had been coerced into it, while Saul came willingly to accompany her beloved Captain Charlotte. For Klein, returning to the Yultum volcano felt like coming home. He'd probably spent more time here than at the Black Bull's base. The others, however, were shocked by the hellish sight before them. Wasn't this supposed to be a hot spring camp? Their expressions screamed fraud in unison. Klein chuckled. Looks a little intense, but there's a nice hot spring at the top. Asta asked, puzzled. How do you know that, Klein? Stretching his body, Klein replied, I've been training here for a while, so I'm familiar with the area. Asta shouted, Ugh, I can't believe Klein has been doing this kind of training all along. I can't fall behind. Yuno also had a serious look in his eyes. For him, Asta was a rival, but Klein had always been a goal to chase. Many called Yuno a genius, but he knew all too well that Klein had always been stronger. And now it was obvious. Even with natural talent, Klein never slacked off. He had been relentlessly training out of sight. Asta turned to him again. But what are you doing right now, Klein? Klein answered, My training's a little different, just warming up first. Turning to Leona, he added, I'll head up first. See you at the top, big sis. With that, fiery dragon wings spread from his back. He soared into the air like a meteor of fire, heading straight for the mountaintop. Leona grinned. What an impatient little brat. Then she turned to the trainees. See that kid? He can move freely in a place where most of you can't even breathe. If you've got any spine at all, get your asses up that mountain. See for yourselves how that brat trains. Yeah. The members of the Crimson Lion Kings were fired up, roaring as they charged toward the trail. Yami stood at the trailhead, watching the fire meteor streak through the sky. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression growing serious. When Leona dragged him here, he hadn't really wanted to come, but now, maybe some real training wouldn't be so bad. Klein, familiar with every twist and turn, landed near the lava lake at the summit. At night, the lava would recede, and hot water would bubble up from the spring. He began adjusting his state. What came next wouldn't be easy. The first to reach the summit was, of course, Leona. Even after instructing Asta and Noelle at the base, she'd quickly caught up. But instead of acting, she simply waited. Climbing the mountain was no easy feat. It required maintaining mana skin against the heat, dodging spurts of lava, and fighting off elemental creatures along the way. Still, true elites wouldn't be stopped. Both captains reached the top smoothly, and Yuno soon followed, carried by a whirlwind. But just as Yuno arrived, someone else burst onto the scene. During the battle at the Witch's Forest, Asta had unlocked a new power in the face of death. That same black transformation had returned. Half his body was covered in dark markings, with a single twisted horn sprouting from his right forehead. His right eye changed color, and a black wing spread behind him, giving him the power of flight. He left a long black trail in the air, speeding toward the summit ahead of everyone. But Klein noticed Asta had no control over the power. He was simply being pulled upward by the mountain's intense mana. Asta was about to plunge into the lava when Leona flared her own magic power. In that instant, her mana outshone even the volcanoes, drawing Asta toward her like a magnet. "Ooh-wah, please move out of the way," Asta cried. Leona bared a wild grin. "Move, fool. In a lion pride, it's the lioness who does the hunting." She vanished from sight and reappeared beside Asta in a flash. With a single punch, she sent him flying. His transformation was instantly dispelled. Crossing her arms, she said, "Looks like you've started to understand yourself, but you've got a long way to go." After scolding Asta, she turned to Klein. "Looks like those idiots will take a while, so no more waiting. Let's begin." Our training. Asta swallowed hard. He had a bad feeling he knew what kind of training Klein and Maria Leona were talking about. Yami puffed on his cigarette. No way. Is that kid really going to fight that violent lioness? Though still wearing his usual calm expression, Yami was genuinely surprised. As someone who had been trained by Maria Leona himself, he knew better than anyone how terrifying she could be. He couldn't believe the kid was using actual combat with her as his training. Mario Leo, big sis, please take care of me, Klein said respectfully. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the two collided. You talk too much, brat. Without a greeting or warning, Mario Leona threw a punch. Klein crossed his arms to block it and launched a countering kick. Her upraised arm blocked the kick, but the resulting explosion of flames blew lava high into the air. Instead of separating, the two became fully entangled in hand-to-hand combat. Though they exchanged only simple strikes, each one carried the force of an earthquake. They were serious. Everyone watching felt it. This wasn't sparring. It was a brutal exchange, with each move aimed at taking the other down. Flame magic, scorching arm. Fire Dragon's iron fist. After over a dozen rounds of close combat, the two unleashed their magic at the same time. Their magically enhanced fists clashed, triggering a colossal explosion of fire. The platform beneath Maria Leona shattered, forcing her to leap to another outcropping. She looked over at Klein, who had done the same, and smiled. Not bad. You've gotten a lot stronger in a short time. Klein returned her smile. Of course I have. Otherwise, how could I make you go all out? You've learned how to talk back, but if that's all you've got, it's not enough for me. Flashing a sharp grin, she and Klein vanished from sight, only to reappear mid-air above the lava lake, clashing once more. The resulting explosion of fire displaced even the magma below, revealing the rocky bottom. Asta gaped. Did Klein piss off the new Crimson Lion captain or something? Why are they fighting like this? Yami slapped the back of Asta's head. Idiot, can't you see they're both smiling? Asta looked again. Sure enough, both fighters wore excited, delighted grins. Yami exhaled. Watch carefully, all of you. Not just Big Sis Leo, but Klein too. They're both mages beyond what you can imagine right now. Study their fight well. Damn it, it's one thing for Leo to be that strong, but when did that brat Klein get so powerful? While they spoke, Klein and Maria Leona exchanged countless more blows. She took a punch to the shoulder and returned one just as heavy, sending Klein flying. What's wrong? Weren't you going to show me your new moves? Let's see them. Wiping a bit of blood from his mouth, Klein said, Then I won't hold back. He activated his dragon blood mode, bursting forward at incredible speed toward Maria Leona. That's more like it. Just as she finished speaking, Maria Leona suddenly pivoted and punched right at Klein. He had appeared in front of her mid-sentence. Her reflexes were extraordinary, faster even than Veto at full awakening, whose beast magic gave him reaction speeds dozens of times faster than a normal human. Even Klein in Dragon Blood mode couldn't move faster than she could react. Flame magic, scorching arm. Both her arms ignited. Her left blocked Klein's strike, while her right lashed out with a fiery lion's claw. Klein twisted out of the way. Asta blinked. Wait, he dodged? But can't Klein eat fire magic? Yami replied, Of course he dodged. That's fire he can't eat. He was right. Klein couldn't absorb Maria Leona's flame magic. To him, normal fire magic was like drinking water, easy to consume. The flames of elite mages with refined mana were like chewy gelatin, manageable if a bit difficult. But Maria Leona's fire, honed to a metallic sharpness, was utterly indigestible. It burned. For the first time since learning Dragon Slayer magic, Klein felt the pain of being burned in battle. As more flaming lion's claws chased him, Klein launched a relentless counterattack. But despite the torrent of strikes, Maria Leona blocked them all with her scorching arm. This won't satisfy me at all. With a roar, she struck Klein with a full-power punch just as he lunged forward. Klein spun through the air and slammed into a cliff wall. Coughing, he dragged himself free and returned to stand across from her. Yeah, deactivating Dragon Blood mode, he said. Looks like there's no room for reservation with you, big sis. Time to use my strongest move. Maria Leona laughed. You've got something stronger? How delightful. Then I won't hold back either. Come at me with everything you've got. Mana Zone. X2. They spoke in unison. Their mana surged outward, clashing in the air. From Klein's grimoire flew a spirit of flame. That's... Yami's eyes widened. So Salamander's new master is that brat. Asta looked at Yuno's wind spirit on his shoulder and turned green with envy. Even Yuno tensed. He knew just how powerful spirit magic was. Among the 4 elemental spirits, Salamander didn't communicate like Sylph or Undine, but its destructive power was unmatched. Klein, already powerful, now had the might of a spirit behind him. Though it had only recently bonded with him, the sheer volume of Klein's mana had helped Salamander mature rapidly. Maybe it was the influence of his dragon blood, but Salamander's new form closely resembled Igneel. Klein said, "I'll call you FAL from now on. Let's go." As his dragon's nest clashed with Leona's mana zone, Klein realized she had seized partial control of the mana in his own domain. As expected from the undefeated lioness, stealing prey right out of a dragon's jaws. He was amazed. No technique was invincible. It still came down to the user's power. Fire Dragon's roar. Salamander's breath. Without delay, Klein launched his strongest attack. Above him, FL spread his wings and attacked as well. Their flames fused into a massive pillar that swept toward Leona. Flame magic, scorching arm, flurry. She neither flinched nor dodged. Instead, she charged head-on. Dozens of fiery lion's claws flew out to meet the pillar of fire. Her flames could burn even fire itself. Leona's magic repelled the fire pillar blow for blow. Klein couldn't maintain that level of output for long. Soon his flames died out. Leona, having cast dozens of spells in return, was also nearing her limit. Wiping sweat from her brow, she grinned. "You really are something else, kid. Let's keep going." Klein, panting, smiled bitterly. He had just thrown out his trump card. It looked like he was going to get beaten again. As the flames reignited, Klein said, "But I won't give up. I'll break my limits right here." Leopold reached the mountaintop just in time to see his sister with a look of complete satisfaction, and Klein lying on the ground like a dead dog.